Wait for the stream to catch up. Okay, cringe warning. We'll be viewing very early channel content of mine, and it will hurt me greatly. But on the flip side, we also have a tier list. Oh, look at that. And I grabbed 102 of my thumbnails, and we're going to go through and figure out what's the real bad stuff here, and what are the little hidden golden items that maybe we've never seen before or forgotten. This is going to take hours. If you're popping in, hello. If you're not, because I think that says 0 viewers, then goodbye. Oh no, we have a viewer. We have a like. All right. This is considered the Monday video, so this will be staying up on the channel probably, unless it's really that bad. Why don't we begin with my very first video? $200 light media / light gaming PC, Yogurt Mini. View that on YouTube.
Do you know what's cool about a lot of budget PCs? There's not a lot
Oh.
of them, and in some cases, they take a small or ITX form. So without further ado, introducing the Yogurt Mini, a small, very inexpensive, but decent. In the center.
Okay. Yeah, so on my very first video, so I wasn't like brand new to making videos or anything, but I did, I think, record this 3 different times. I think I scripted it. I mean, the script definitely changed, but hey, what's up, howdy, howdy, howdy. Glad you're here to join. This is rough to watch. I recorded this, yeah, a couple of times, and this ended up being the final version with a random individual just standing there blankly the entire time. This hurts. It got quite a few views. Oh, let's stop. Don't. That hurts. Okay, I just want to make sure you can hear it all right. All right. I remember practicing that a little bit, and I don't think it aged too well. I mean, it got the point across, but I'm not a fan. I won't do anything like that again. Actually, I gotta make a mock of this video. The cuts are so rough. Okay, we're not gonna watch through every single video, unless we have to. It's hours. It's almost like a day of content, if you can even call it that. Oh gosh. I mean, it's sound. I mean, I've got. It's just not good. 15-year-old me should have waited. That reflection on the hard drive.
I went with a very basic element. And taking the motherboard out, it's that one of these cross standoffs are a little loose. So I guess the back of the case.
I think I should just delete all these and start over.
That makes it difficult. And I've actually had a problem where the screw is stuck in there, and I would be virtually impossible to be able to take the motherboard out, and usually a wrench to
Turn it up a little bit.
magic. Another thing about the case that I do not like is that when Callum opens his door, when the optical drive opens.
I still have this case, and I've put something slightly better in it.
As no review, the Yogurt Mini.
As a review.
As no review, the.
As an overview.
For $200.
Very good.
Amazing. Now, you haven't seen the benchmarks yet. Are you ready to see the benchmarks?
No.
While opening up Minecraft, actually took a minute.
Wow,
to get
the audio's bad.
and after that,
I don't know what I
it did
expected.
take a while for all the chunks to load before I could break blocks instantly. I would break a wood block, and it'd take a little while.
Okay, what are we feeling in terms of tier list quality?
On default settings,
Ugh. I think it's a solid D.
About 30 FPS on the
It's not good.
it does the
I mean, it was the first video on the channel.
problem. While it
What
was
do you
the
expect?
first
Hey,
about
Aziz.
5
Aziz.
FPS, which allowed a creeper to sneak up on me. While it rains, you can't
I'm
tell
reviewing
it's
old content from 7 years ago.
good for gaming.
Today, I believe. Actually, no.
Doesn't really need
When
to
was
be
this uploaded? February 27th. Okay, so not quite, but the channel was created today, 7 years ago. So that's why we're going through everything with a tier list,
Maybe if you turn some settings
100 different thumbnails, 100 different videos, and I am hating it so far.
For $200, it's perfect.
For $200, it's...
In a future video, we will discuss,
I hear knocking.
the
I think my neighbors are angry at me for talking.
processors.
Don't forget to be subscribed to be informed when that comes out.
One better processor, one weaker processor being the one in this computer.
Did I ever do that? Wait, what?
And in a future video, we will discuss the perfect work bar.
Oh, okay, I kind of touched on that, but I could redo that because Minecraft has definitely evolved over time. This OG has to be C tier. Oh, it hurts though. Like, there's an extras to this video, and it's... I can't wait to watch that. I actually haven't seen that one in years. Actually, I haven't seen this one either, but I've lived this one too many times.
I'm not so big and all that, so I'll know all the details. But I do know that Left 4 Dead runs greatly. Resolution to 720p, only for overall.
Wow, it's running at 30, less than 30 FPS. Okay, I think we're done here.
Dungeons, bear, this piece.
There's no actual benchmarks. Alright, and ignoring that. Alright, I would like to go with D, but we will leave it at C as an average starting area. Next, we'll have to view extras. 1.6 gigahertz. I mean, it was 2015, man. I was a child. Playing the piano.
Sorry. Yeah, you should address the audience first.
Do you know what's cool about a lot of budget PCs? There's not a lot to them, and it's small.
Oh yeah, all the takes. That was a compilation of all the smalls.
What?
Come on. Oh great, I just sped up all this useless footage we didn't need. Just for watch time. Thanks, past me. If this is too unnecessary, I'll just private this video. Or delete it. Banish it. Because this doesn't need to exist. Because you need the first video's context, but this has no substance to it. Like, what is this? Why do I have the entire thing? The process just sped up of me taking it apart. Oh, wow. I'm not impressed. This is definitely going an F. At highest a D. Like, it only goes up from here. You do realize that, right? Well, I don't know about that, but as a first/second video. When was this uploaded? Like a week later. March of 2015. 141 views. Hey, I mean, I'm rocking about that many views these days. Oh god, why do I just have all of the useless content in here? There's nothing. Like, do something. I think he ingested thermal paste.
This CPU contains Radeon HD 8400 graphics, which in my opinion isn't that bad.
No, it's garbage.
For the price, it's about $50 to your hands. It's about $50. Or it can be 40 too.
42. I think I was referencing like the GPU that is in those APUs is valued around, or you could get like, I don't even know what it was. Like a 5450 or something for around that price.
Wait, 2 isn't also also.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Next, let's give our attention to our motherboard, the AMI.
Yeah, no, it was rough. I was still fairly new to editing.
Oops.
Or just at the time, I was like, I just need to squeeze something out. Kind of like what I do these days.
I'm gonna look smart.
Okay, I think we've...
Wait.
I cut my finger, and now there's thermal paste on it. I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna catch the thermal paste. Yeah. There's just nothing here. Oh, I think this is the only part. I recall this. I raise my arm. Yeah, I raise my arm, and then I get a tickle. Paralyzed immediately. My only weakness.
What?
Some people don't like kryptonite. I don't like tickles. Alright, this goes straight to F. I don't think we're going to find anything worse than this. Famous last words. Alright, these have been privated because there's nothing... Again, just like that one, there's nothing there. Xbox project. This is something that I remember doing.
Hello everybody, welcome to
Oh, the audio. God. I hope I've improved.
using an Xbox that I bought online on eBay for about $40. It was broken on the inside.
Okay, I bought a $40 Xbox.
Guess he specified it didn't work.
Whoa. Want it bigger. Okay, so I was looking at the, yeah. Taking apart Xbox now is very easy for me. I've done it so many times since this point. Just for this computer, I've never taken apart like a working Xbox. I'm using Linux, Pop OS with KDE Plasma. So it's just KDE Plasma with, I guess, a Pop OS backend. So my desktop's pretty empty as it is, but I have widgets on my other screen that you can't see. Yeah, it's nice. I like it. I definitely recommend Linux for anyone, or KDE Plasma really, unless... I know it's a heavier desktop environment, so if you have a reasonable computer, I recommend that over Windows if you're not trying to play a bunch of games, you know, because Linux is fun and cool. I think a lot of this... Oh, I'm just going to be skipping through all this, because there's... I didn't have to have all this here. All these videos could have been like 30 seconds.
These clips here.
Am I crashing sorted?
Yeah. Here. Need to be pushed in, I believe. Or
Nice Sega. I don't have a Sega Genesis. You mean the Xbox? Thanks, H. Chris. Very nice.
clips this part from the book right here.
I'm not 100% what you mean by crashing. Like me or someone else? Because I don't recall. Well, things crash, but I don't know exactly what's the reference. It's dusty.
CD drive. SATA DVD drive is okay. So, these are the connectors. I think.
Oh,
because I'd like to.
this is so rough.
Oh, you can take it out. Dang it! I just restarted it.
Oh, I got a comment, but I am viewing it through an app. It was from H. Chris. A channel update reflecting on your past 7 years. Reflecting on what exactly? On hardware and what I do, because I mean I
Connectors for it.
like I feel like I knew nothing back then when it came to computers.
So I hope I can reuse it.
Yes, one of the streams ended with a crash. I forget exactly what that was. It might have been with
Oh, look, a really small SATA cable.
I think that was with either Moonlight or
next one's gonna be
the
like
other
this, just-
application for streaming across computers, Parsec. I think one of those things made my computer crash. And now I have a Windows computer that keeps crashing, so that's fun.
The fans going.
I mean, this isn't even a tutorial.
That's nice. Like,
It's just me jankily opening an Xbox and trying to figure out what I'm doing.
so yeah, the silvery ones are on.
I mean, there's plenty of other better teardowns. It's not exactly a tutorial of any kind.
I'm sure the love is built
Okay, well, that goes straight to the bottom as well. I was wrong. Was the first one. Here it is. That also goes down there. I mean, the idea of the Xbox project was good. Really? You think so, Aziz? As is Aziz? I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I don't have much to say in that regard of like the past 7 years. Because YouTube changed a lot. I remember when edgy content got taken down and all my videos got demonetized and I was like, ah, shit, this is the end. And it was. It was the end. For me, at least.
So what's been said is
Fan
that-
discussion.
Well, the motherboard's going in here. It's definitely an ITX.
I still love this
7
idea because it's perfect and you could do a much more powerful computer today with like
Luckily,
tiny. Okay,
it
bye
is
howdy.
Short enough to fit in there. And I use
You could put like a GTX 1050 Ti. I have that oriented wrong.
This will be able to be changeable to hopefully other standards.
Other
So it'll probably be going
ITX
up
boards,
to the
I
top.
think I
This is
meant
the
to
top.
say.
This is where the CD drive
I do that a lot where I start to say something today especially and I just trail off or don't say the correct
I'm
words.
gonna use these fans right here.
Ooh, and it could have an internal power supply with a Pico PSU.
Then these, 'cause they're not
There's kind of an updated project for the Xbox project later on the channel, but that also never went anywhere. I think it was using an Xbox One. And yeah, you could do something much more powerful today. Long story short about this video, I believe we just couldn't get the fans to work.
just made it.
Killed it.
Yes, I could try to do that. I don't... oh, I guess I do have a... My main computer is an ITX, but I don't have a good graphics card that could fit in there. I don't even have the GT 730 anymore. Yeah, definitely cheap. I got this one for $40, I believe, but that was years ago. A lot has changed. You think they'd be cheaper, but no. Shortages and scalping. So yeah, the conclusion is we couldn't get the fans to work. Okay, well that video is also a wash. Gosh, all this is really bad. Wait, what video is that one? That thumbnail, okay. Oh shoot. It's not that or that. I'm looking for... Yeah, that's kind of like literally what I'm doing. In a way. I mean, it could be different. I was thinking of doing a video for today, but I thought a stream might be easier. I also kind of waited too long. Hey DDR4, I haven't seen you in so long. Are you gonna switch your name to DDR5 or are you forever DDR4? Now I just gotta find the darn thumbnail. 'Cause it wasn't that. Was it this? I think it's this one. Okay. That is also very bad. I think this is very biased scale. Okay. The next non-privated actual substance current relatable video. Xbox Project 3. Okay, let's get through this real quick because this is actually kind of a gone project. And I think I think the max views these got is like, yeah, 300 or 400, okay, 500 views. So at most, 500 people know that this project exists. It can just disappear. No one will notice. I could redo it better eventually if I had the time and necessity. I could do it a lot better probably. I don't know, my dad helped me quite a bit with this project. He's doing everything here. He's just tapping the... I still have the tap, the 6-32 tap to be able to put the standoffs in, I guess, metal or wood. Wood case. Make a wood case. There was talk earlier on the Discord, on the YogertPC Discord, if anyone's interested in joining that, of like a RAM case or like an old laptop being reused as a case.
This was the best deal I could find for 7200 RPM, 32 megabyte cache.
Oh yes, that drive. I think it eventually died.
And now I'm opening it in front of you.
And then I took the platters out.
The whole project is coming together nicely.
Yeah, okay.
Comment down below if you think so as well.
Man, I missed that case. Where did that go? Did I throw it out? Because that was like, it was so close. Oh yeah, cutting out the IO shield. All good stuff. The Dremel. Do I actually have audio of this? Is it just very loud? I think I would have done that. I think I would have just blared, ripped headphone on users. Oh yeah, sparks in the face. So I believe that's for the... Oh, the cables to come out from the power supply.
Now you're
Right.
going to do something not...
Because I had to have an external power supply, but these days you could do a Pico PSU. I mean, they existed back then.
access one of the PS2 ports. But thank you for watching.
They're just a little pricey.
If you enjoy what I'm doing.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that one overall, you can actually tell something's happening, I guess. I don't know, I'm just blindly watching it. I want to get through this series fast because it's kind of bad. But I'm going to give it a D, just because it wasn't as bad as the rest. I could just click the link that takes me straight to the video.
And here
Finishing up.
finally, putting the finishing touches on it.
Finishing up. It never finishes.
For the 2.5-inch 500 gigabyte hard drive are being cut.
Being cut. Okay, I like this. I like what I did here. I think I don't know if I ever did this again. Did I?
The space for the power switch is
Oh, I forgot I used that.
cut.
And like shrunk the video slightly so I could have like borders of a background. Power switch, I still have those power switches.
Looks like we can use the power switch from the case used in the Yogurt Mini.
Oh wait, no, I ripped that out of the Yogurt Mini, and now the Yogurt Mini has a new switch because I ended up buying more switches for the next Xbox project.
On the Xbox. Blue for the power LED and red for the
Oh yeah, and we hot glued those LEDs. My father glued LEDs into that plastic to reuse for the I guess the lights up front. You know what's going on.
And now Linux, and if it's a usable free solution to Windows.
Oh, I talked about Linux here.
Coming up very, very soon. One with a computer build and one talking about Linux.
Oh, I never ended up doing that, but I was gonna look into Linux. Well, I did it now. I've yet to make a video about it, but I definitely recommend Linux for all those out there. Oh, I remember this. Bah. Think.
So hard to stop that.
It does it again.
A little bit of a RAM fatality. It just damaged the sticker and a little bit of the piece of it.
It's fine. It's fine. I remember that. I was tapping? What was that? That didn't need to be in there. Who cares? I think my dad should have a channel. He's doing all the work here. This isn't my project, it's his. There's so much engineering going into this.
And fitting time.
Oh yeah, we had to glue all the front plates on because they were held on by like the CD drive. And it was basically just a blank, like not usable. A fake door, if you will.
Zip ties for better cable managing.
That doesn't look too bad. And okay, you lost me. Do I have that for like 30 seconds? I do. What the hell? Okay. And I did like my old videos. It's okay. Every child does it. I don't anymore though. It's my redemption. Alright, that's also not bad. And lastly, actually second to last of the Xbox project.
Hi, I'm wearing a shirt.
Oh my god, I don't have that shirt anymore, but my hair, Jesus Christ.
Xbox project is finished.
That's gonna be a theme. Here, I'll go and do you guys a favor. There you go.
Look at this little kid. Hey.
Skitty. My room is so empty and clean. When is this? Or was? When is was?
A little bit of a
Shortly after I moved in. Comments! Where's part 6? Yeah, I make long, boring, not to mention pointless parts. Ah, yes. You get banned. I report that for the no-no stuff because that's where it takes you.
what's happening.
All the freaking
So,
Russian
I
bots,
was looking at
man.
the video 'cause I couldn't figure out what to do,
It's
but
the only way I get viewers these
someone
days.
suggested that I find a new power switch because this power switch, it was super glued on, or glue gun, not super glue. It was hot glued on, and the switch works. It would work if this wasn't already messed up. So the orange cable, this one right here, usually I have to like kind of straighten it out to be able to
Ah, yes.
turn it on. So I touch it to these two, and it jumps and turns it on.
Everyone knows
I
this.
think we
Simple knowledge.
case before I got the S340. So this sounds actually a lot better down here. This is actually where I do my audio.
Did I?
Closet.
I did, I guess, once. Oh, yeah, I did a couple times. I used... Oh. Oh, kitty.
Kitty, move.
My big old case.
All right.
Missed that thing. It was a
So this
big
is the
one.
Inwin GR1 or Grown. Whatever
Grown.
Light. I bought it for about $100 when I built my computer last year. This case is actually really cool because you can put
Oh, external
either
drive.
SSD or external drive. Plug in right there, and plug the SATA in. Power it. and
Yes.
you power it from.
I
SATA.
wish I still had that case. That was a good case.
But one cable it looks like, but ooh, I have to
Stop
take that-
showing off the case.
It's actually really heavy. Here's my feet. Hello, feet.
I don't have those night pants anymore either. Oh, I don't have that anymore either. Bruh.
Hard drive, where I took apart the hard drive.
Oh, I know who took
So
it.
let's see what's
I
inside
know what
this.
happened to it.
Actually, it's been flipped around. All right.
More vloggy video.
Processor in there. Never
Oh, I still had
mind. Yeah,
everything in there. Bruh, I think that's probably the last time that processor was in the
I think I actually
socket.
showed it in one of my videos about the yogurt mini.
Yes.
Or, yeah.
I recall. Please don't play the clip. You played the clip. Frick. Ah, good morning, Adolf. How you doing? How you going?
Like just barely. Probably never. not
I'm
once.
looking and hurting at my old
We
content.
need to find the power switch.
God, I wish I would have kept this case and the motherboard and all that. I used Windows ME. It was like my grandpa's old computer.
Alright. Try
I
that.
still have the processor, but it's broken.
Use this exact switch.
Oh, I pulled the power switch out of that. Okay.
Grab this power cable. And
Come on. Got to the chase. Where did I go?
I'll go ahead and plug in the power.
Give me substance. My room was so clean back then. Okay, moment of truth. Do the thing. I still have the power supply, it still works. Even though it's a really crappy SFX one.
I will switch this out.
I've had two and they still work. You don't have to leave everything in. Oh my gosh.
So we can. It says reset switch. All right, this one's the power switch.
Oh great, I took the wrong one.
This business. Yep. All right. All right.
Yeah.
Everything up.
Me not a fan.
90%.
I'm done, right? That's the end of the video, right?
I just need to finish this.
Okay.
It's still 1600 megahertz up.
Alright. This video. Bad. I would even put this down in F. At most D. Okay. Next. Alright, the Jacob video. When he first reviewed this computer.
Alright, so I'm going to be handing the Xbox up to my good friend Jacob so we can test this machine.
He looks more grown up than I
See what
do.
he thinks about it.
He used to be small, but now he's big.
Opinionated because it's just my friend, but I'm gonna give my honest reviews.
Good man.
My likes and dislikes.
That's exactly like what I want.
That sounds scripted. But it's not, I don't think. I mean,
Started instead of putting the Xbox facing.
I'm sure he's unbiased.
That way that the power supply doesn't it's not as broken out. So I put the power supply behind the Xbox, and I put it right here. Better cable. We had problems using the HDMI cable because my cable was too thick. We decided to perform a ghetto surgery on the HDMI
Slot. Oh, right. Had to make, oh gosh. I think I remember like stepping on glass in his closet or something. And my foot bled. I have memories of that. Vague memories. This doesn't need to be in the video. Just cut it. What are you doing? Oh gosh. I was 15. It's okay. Guys, chill out. Don't roast me.
Cut this piece of plastic right here, this little piece. I wonder if we have the scraps. Yeah, these little guys.
Yeah, we saw what happened. You put all the clips, you put all the footage in there.
Alright.
Yeah, but here we go. And it's alright.
Explosion. 2.5 hours. Feels about right.
The power supply's not having technical difficulties with this.
Ah, yes.
For something me and Cameron have never seen in all of our computer.
Yeah, shut up. I mean, I haven't.
This startup popped up, and we have no idea why.
I cannot find required map name. Is it just like a formatting issue or something? Do I have to reinstall Windows or what? Or is it just like a booting error? I still wouldn't know what to do. I just restart, and if that didn't work, I just reinstall Windows.
Maybe this will help you guys.
In the SATA for the 2.5-inch drive.
Or I switch SATA because it's.
Plugging it in, I just like threw it below this sheet of metal.
Oh, it didn't have. Okay.
And thought it was plugged in.
Alright, I'm here.
I recall now.
Yogurt 360, and
Yogurt
I had
360.
a couple hours reviewing how everything went together, the gameplay on it, and so I wrote down a couple of ratings over looks, performance.
Give it to me
and
straight.
How easy it was to actually use the console.
How'd I do?
For looks, I put a 7 out of 10.
That's pretty good.
The actual Xbox
Too good.
itself looks very nice.
You could mod it in any way. It's just a plain old Xbox.
Like very nice.
I'd probably give it like a
There wasn't very
4 or
much
5.
thing that
I mean, it's cool that it's a computer, but at the same time, you got a power supply sticking out the back.
The power supply wouldn't fit in there, and it had to be outside, so I kind of understood that, but also
No excuse. Pico PSU exists.
that's also like not helping it. And then I understand that you haven't yet.
So don't count that because that's not done.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
performance, I put a 7 out of
That's
10.
fair. A 7 out of 10 performance.
We ran Oblivion
Wow.
on max settings, and it was pretty laggy. Overall, it was still good.
I mean, that's a 2006 game.
On medium settings, it was very nice. It was playable.
That's 7 out of 10 performance. I'd
but,
give it a 3 or 4.
There's
Maybe a 4 or 5.
and it's the case itself is like interchangeable between all mini ITX motherboards and pretty much a certain set of video cards.
Yeah, 750 Ti, or I think there's a 1050 or a 1050 Ti with that form factor that would fit in there.
Also, I wouldn't recommend
Why is this video another 8 minutes?
because we were playing Left 4 Dead, and I started recording to see if it could handle it, and it just completely froze.
Nope.
I thought it was very good. We played it on Minecraft, ran smoothly. Very
Oh yes,
fast.
Minecraft.
Low resolution too at 1024 by 768. For Minecraft.
1024 by 705 actually. You're in windowed mode.
Skyrim Minecraft. I mean, the game is freaking pixels.
It's like a moderate game.
Moderate? No, very low end. Even then.
Cool, but it wasn't very distracting. But if I wasn't playing anything that had sound, then I could obviously hear it. But if I was playing a game with sound, I couldn't hear it. So
Yeah.
I thought that was.
PC noise.
Yeah.
Oh yes, noisy. Power supply is a bit noisy. How much more substance is there to be had in this video? None?
I've never.
I remember that phone case I had.
That have their Xbox standing up like that. I've seen a lot of people hit their old 360s, and you can't really do that because of the power supply.
It'll just hang there or sit on top like ghetto mount.
Yeah, like
And
Ghetto mount.
a ghetto sauce kind of configuration.
you really can't like we don't have the power supply plugged in, but
Yeah.
the cord would be hanging over like this. So.
Agreed. This entire thing is ridiculous.
Like,
If you're, but I'd say about.
don't add them up and divide them by like 4.
I'd say about 6.5.
That's not bad.
6.5
That's too generous. It's a solid 5.
$200 for a moderate gaming PC, a media friendly,
I could do it better today.
little.
Video's way too long and drawn out. There's not even any jokes in here. It's just sadness and
5
awkwardness.
out of 10.
Awesome.
I definitely suggest this yogurt mini to
I'm gonna
anybody.
Anybody. Wow, that's such a broad claim. What are your sources? Alright, enough of that. Okay. In terms of video, honestly, it's I'd say somewhere around a D. Oh gosh, where is it? Why do I have too many videos? It's gotta be in here. Ah, here. Okay. That makes sense. There you go. I really gotta find more C ranked videos. Alright. Oh, finally. Oh no. I'm not ready for the 7:30.
It's not too often that I'll do it.
Uh.
I usually don't have enough money to buy the newest, latest, and greatest stuff. But I was practically forced to do this one because I didn't see a review.
You should have redone this whole video.
M30 low profile. This specific card has 2 gigabytes of GDDR5 memory, while other variants have.
Again, like most of my reviews, this is scripted.
This was by far the best deal, so I just had to buy.
I don't know if I recorded this more than once.
The Xbox I've been working on. And it's the second best card I can get to fit in there, with the best being MSI's GeForce GT 750 Ti low profile. The only drawback of that card is it's twice as expensive. The 750 Ti being $150, and this
Right,
one
right.
being $70.
And that was expensive for a 750 Ti.
The first thing you'll notice is the MSI.
Just for the form
graphics card.
factor.
So yes, this card does overclock.
I got B-roll.
2 gigabytes of GDDR5 memory and PCI Express 2.0, and that's all that's really seen on the front.
I've improved quite a bit at this point.
You see the MSI solid capacitors that promise 10 years.
Watched lots of unboxings.
This card features
Oh, that's a still shot, because I guess I didn't.
adaptive VSync,
I only got that shot of that, the back.
DirectX 12 API, NVIDIA 3D Vision Ready, and NVIDIA CUDA technology. There's a 64-bit memory interface, a core clock of 1006 megahertz, so almost 1 full gigahertz, 5000 megahertz memory clock, a maximum of 3 displays, though probably not recommended for triple monitor gaming. The power consumption is about 49 watts.
Yes, run down all of the specs on the sheet.
Opening the box, under the graphics card we see 2 LP brackets for your low profile case. And under the cardboard we see a disk to MSI Afterburner, but just download the one online instead.
And there begins the throwing of discs.
Inside the anti-static bag you find this small but hopefully powerful GT730. I enjoy the 141 millimeter.
I think that was the first time I threw the disc.
So this will help fit in a small space.
Anymore, I'm more violent with them.
At a closer look at the card, you see the shiny blue aluminum heatsink under the plastic
Aluminum.
body holding one 54mm fan.
I missed that card.
The
Wish
GT730
I didn't sell it.
doesn't need any extra power from the power supply. Running off the PCI Express lane is plenty for it. And in the back I/O, you see a small flexible gray cable from.
I'm already feeling this is like a solid B. Like, this is not bad.
Or you can
Maybe I peaked here. I don't know.
because we don't have much space.
When was this?
Lastly, for the I/O, we see one HDMI.
This
one
was
DVI. All right,
June
benchmarks.
of 2015.
Different test benches. The first one has an
Still in that
AMD
first year.
1.6 gigahertz with 4 gigabytes of 1600 megahertz.
I like the font there.
Test bench 2 has an i5 4670K at 3.4 gigahertz, so it's not.
Those
overclocked.
CPUs are quad cores.
16 gigabytes of
False. The
16
AMD
megahertz
ones.
DDR3 RAM.
Actually, was it actually
And
4
two
cores
graphs here.
there?
The first one doing the Tomb Raider
Or 2 core 4 thread?
I'm testing 2 processors with different amounts of RAM to show where the performance differs. Now, as you may know,
Oh,
Tomb Raider
yes,
is very
before the
low
time
in
of
GPUs.
frame
supporting this
times,
is
we
that
use
both
minimum
benches
frame
got
rates.
Very, very similar scores. Oh yeah, and I couldn't get the i5 to do Ultra nor Ultimate, so I just went with from high settings. Medium settings at
Okay.
30 to 40 FPS, and low starting from 30 all the way up to 60 FPS. Now we see many more lines to follow the
Oh,
biological
gosh.
benchmark.
Yeah, consolidate your
On
graphs a
we
little better.
see
How about?
From unplayable to a little over 30 FPS. High we get unplayable to over 40 FPS. Medium we get moderately playable to almost 50 FPS. Low we get 30 to 60 FPS. On very low we get anywhere to 100.
This isn't that good.
Or 105 FPS. Next, open up Minecraft. Sorry for the graph. I got around 100 to 120 FPS on default settings.
Don't apologize for
Jumps,
no
fancy,
terrible
smooth
graph.
all that jazz. By the way, I don't want to overclock this card because I want to leave it
Piss.
as pristine a condition as possible.
Or is it penis?
for
Oh.
Hopefully next upcoming
I just
video.
read piss.
That's been planned for like weeks, but finally, keeps getting delayed. But do I recommend this card? Yeah. I bought this card for $70.
I mean, if
Really
it's
100%
really
recommend this
cheap.
for a budget build, hands down. Hey, you put your hands down.
Hey.
It varies.
All right, yeah, they got a chuckle out of me.
As well as comment your thoughts on my video.
Hey guys, I think I'm funny sometimes, and that's all that matters.
Every week, become part of YogertPC.
Become part of Yogurt PC. Join my cult. We have lots of fun. I've lost the video. Oh, 7:30. Here we go. I didn't grab the same thumbnail because YouTube wouldn't let me. That's a B. That's a B tier video. Easy. That was the best one so far. The rest don't even stand close. Oh, my brother's gaming PC. Meat bike.
Sorry it's gone for so long. But
Hair's better.
Around the end of the year,
July
last year,
30th.
I built my brother this computer because he's in college and he spent more time playing games than anything else in his life. I'm not.
Yeah,
For the product,
accurate.
He has an i5 4690.
Me too, though.
So a 3.5.
Him more than me, though.
Core processor. It does turbo up to 3.9 gigahertz. So it's better than mine at stock, but I'm usually overclocked.
This video can go away. There's
For the motherboard, he has
nothing
an
here.
MSI Z87 GD65. So it's one of MSI's.
This
fancy
board gets
advanced
used later.
motherboards with Killer Ethernet.
It's a bit of lore.
Dragons.
Dragons.
Actually, an Intermax something. I forget the exact name. For the heat
ETS 30. I don't remember.
There's no overclock
Something like that.
processor, but it does keep the build nice and quiet and cool under load.
Yeah, it's on Jalen's
It has
build
8
now.
gigabytes of 1600 megahertz Patriot Viper RAM. In case you didn't know already, I love this RAM.
Okay, solid RAM.
He has a 1 terabyte HGST 7200 RPM hard drive.
He still has this hard drive? Ooh, that was slick. I moved my hand away, he took it.
With 2 gigabytes of
I remember
GPU
this.
memory. This is in the best deal anymore, and surely is not the best thing since sliced bread.
That ended up in Kids First Gaming PC, and I have one more just like it.
And you can be on rebates and it works
Somewhere.
just
Do I have
fine.
it nearby?
For the power supply, we have an EVGA 7.
Not within grass breach. And I still have that power supply.
It was on promo, so yeah, that's why it's a little crazy for this build. Oh, but this is my modular. For the case, this has been in my family since 2013.
My case. It's been in my family for generations.
Up, if you will. It is Antec 900. We ran games in 2 resolutions, 1080p and 1024 by 768 for a reason. Because my brother uses a TV that scales that resolution the best, so that's what
Okay.
he plays at.
I think he
So
still uses that as well.
That runs at as well. 1080p, what most people run at. We ran
He still uses a really old low-res TV.
and a bit of other games without graphs, like Left
Okay,
4 Dead 2,
Tomb Raider.
Witcher 3, State of Decay, and Skyrim, and one.
So it can either play 1080p Ultra or 1024 768 Ultimate.
2013's benchmark, and I was actually a bit blown away how a 3-year-old, not flagship card, mind you, did on this game.
Yeah.
The standard 1080p we saw an astonishing.
Oh, I
59
see.
frames
Yeah,
on Ultra
I guess I
speeds.
must have deleted a
My
clip or
brother's
something,
resolution, 1024 by
and everything else slid over, so that's why the graphs are off.
Still get 55 FPS average. At 1080p on Shadow of Mordor, on high settings we saw.
I mean, with this
52.5
GTX 660,
minimum of 37.5.
that's not bad at all.
Maxing out at a little
Like,
over
everyone
70
dogged on the 660 and Kids First Game
Now,
PC, but
720
it's
was the
really
quickest I
fine.
could find in the options.
Like, I could re-review it. I have one.
45.5 and the average of 72.
It's like
FPS.
Overwatch minimum specs.
Left 4 Dead 2 max settings 1080p stays between 59 to 61
Left 4 Dead
FPS
2
with tons of
better run
frame
at
rate
max
explosions.
settings.
With 1080p running max, you know the story of 1024 by 768. It's going to run just as fine, if not better.
Okay. Maybe
Same
should have
story, Beta
redone
2,
that
everyone's favorite
that
game
audio
right now.
clip.
1080p max settings, 65 to 80 FPS in most scenarios. And the benchmarks will be cut short for 2 reasons. The main one being
Random
some
gameplay
games
of,
weren't installed, the
depth.
internet's having some connection problems at the moment. And 2, because so far, even a crazy game like Shadow of Mordor on that computer,
Of Fallout?
my computer struggles to play at max settings.
New
without
Vegas, I believe.
overclocking my GPU ran quite well. So I'm sure that any smaller or older game he likes to play will do 100% just fine at 1080p, and if not, it will run higher FPS at his lower resolution. Thank you for watching, and
Okay.
leave a comment.
Wasn't a bad video. It just wasn't great. See, that's a C. Straight up. I like the trend here. We got mostly bad. Don't worry, we're going from oldest to newest, so maybe we got some good stuff coming up. Oh no, the next video is Acer Chromebook 11.
This is my review of the Acer Chromebook 11.
So this video originally, I wrote it and recorded it with my cousin sitting next to me, just like in my very first video with random person standing next to me or sitting next to me. Except I felt that video wasn't good enough, and then I re-recorded it. August 7th, 2005, and it got a lot of views because it was about a Chromebook.
So excited to give it the box, and inside I found the Chromebook.
Also, hair not bad in this video.
Sleeve thing, a charger, and a step guide, and warranties. Cool. After 5 minutes of use of the Chromebook, I decided to go on YouTube, and I clicked on the video, and then boom! The operating system failed.
I remember this. It was really weird.
I had to go online and re-download it. It was just an inconvenience that should not have happened. No big deal. But moving the OS to
And
a
if I-
flash
oh.
drive felt like 10 minutes. But when I just got this new bit of hardware, it felt like 20
Do I mention it here?
I cannot wait to finally get to it. Oh,
I don't. So I believe when I put Chrome OS on a flash drive, they recommend you use that tool again. First of all, it's a hassle to get that tool to work for some reason. Like, you have to boot up in safe mode on Windows. And it has to be in Chrome, of course. But I believe if it recommends you use that tool to also get rid of Chrome OS on the flash drive, because I believe it like destroyed my flash drive. Like, it just doesn't format anymore. So that was years ago.
build quality, and to me, it looks like a high-quality small MacBook, while only being 10% of the price tag, and the body doesn't feel or even look
The quality was not bad on this thing. I mean, by the end, it was really beaten up, and I could like rip the front bezel off and take the camera module out and play with the microphone. But or it was one module, the camera microphone. Oh yeah, the panel could just like fall out. It held up for a couple of years.
I absolutely love the extinction of the caps lock. Instead, the search button.
I also ended up like putting Linux on it and Windows, except Windows would not work at all because Windows doesn't like only 2 gigs of RAM. Not to mention a slow balls Celeron.
Full screen mode, refresh, and back and forth buttons. Very responsive, and I use them quite frequently. They come in such handy, and I'd rather see these instead of function keys where you have to press the function key and press the F key to get the result. The trackpad is very large.
I still agree. I dislike laptop function keys because sometimes you can't tell which is which, and if you have to hold function or not. And if you have to do like Alt F4, you have to do like function Alt F4.
A lot better. And the click of the trackpad is a bit loud, but you can always just tap to get the result of the click. The
Yes.
trackpad is clicky and loud. Multi-touch gestures work. So you got your one finger for a single click, and then you
I
have
miss this device.
for right click.
Not bad at all.
2 fingers moving up and down will scroll. 3 fingers going up, you can visit all your current tabs. And I actually find the multi-touch gesture to
And so far, not a bad video.
USB 3.0 port and an
Honestly,
SD
I got the B-roll, I got the script, I got. I mean, I could have done better. Could have done a lot better.
A microphone, headphone combo jack, and a USB 2.0 port. On the back, we find an HDMI and a charging port, which charging port is small and I like it.
Oh,
Now
coming up on the
box,
most viewed part.
surprising, I saw the speakers, and I thought this was a really crappy place to put speakers. But once I put on a video and a song, I was blown away by how well they worked.
Yeah, speakers were decent.
Would be that the viewing angles just plain suck.
Hmm.
This machine is
That's true. I remember all of this. The screen sucked.
The processor keeping it warm. I think there's a copper plate on there. But phones and MacBooks behave the same way, where the build is so small and thin over it that it will dissipate the heat around the
Also, a lot of those devices are made of metal, which makes that a lot easier.
She hides an Intel Celeron N2830, so a 2.16 gigahertz dual core, which is actually
I should have posted a graphic.
this little tiny notebook. An 11.6 inch 1366 by 768 resolution, which is perfectly fine on a thing like this, and videos actually look really good. 2 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM and 16 gigs of onboard flash storage. But with the purchase of a Chromebook, you get 100 gigabytes on Google Drive for free for 2 years. The battery life is just amazing. It says it has
Pointless
an
bit.
8-hour battery.
Didn't have to exist.
Use on the second day, I'll still have like 50%, but usually I'll just plug it in when I go to sleep. This is my first time using Google Docs, and I love it. While typing away
Google
through
Docs is
I
good.
clicked
I don't
for
use it anymore, but
I clicked on one of my bookmarks,
it's really handy.
it went to another page, and right after clicking new, I went back and I found that it was caught up to the word I was typing, which was pretty cool. Actually, how is Chrome OS? If you're thinking about getting this for a low-end gaming laptop, then why?
Yeah.
Because Chrome
Why?
OS is not Windows. So, no Minecraft, no Steam, no CPU ID, nothing. You can't.
CPU ID, that's very niche.
Apps you can actually download. Well, I would hardly call them apps. Besides the remote desktop, which I love using, I can work on videos in the toilet. And
I did that at least once, I guess.
apps, they aren't apps. They're links. I downloaded a piano app, and everything else, all the other apps, Netflix, takes you to a website. Now, what's with the small amount of storage? This is because flash storage is a lot more expensive than the
It's a thin
So,
client.
small capacities, but they're a lot faster.
You guys remember thin clients, right? It's one of those.
Megabytes, and links can take up kilobytes. But with this,
Or perhaps just
flash storage,
bytes, I don't know.
something like
I'm not
7
certain.
seconds. Like, oh my god, I love this Chromebook. It has its flaws, but what doesn't? I will continue to use this every day. Thank you for
And
watching.
I
If you
did
like, if you
for
like, you very
a
much
couple
appreciate it.
years.
Dislike as well.
That wasn't bad at all. I'll retract that like though. In 2020, I still use it every day. All the video streaming I need. Chromebooks will rule the market, the tablet market soon. Chromebooks will rule the laptop and tablet market. No. Nah, I don't see that happening. If that happens, I'll be sad. I don't get 6 years ago. I'm debating either I get this brand or a new HP computer. I don't know what to get. I said it would benefit me if you got this. I think I meant to say it wouldn't benefit me because it's not like I had any sponsored link. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was reading old nowhere comments. Okay. That wasn't half bad. I'll put it up there with the GT 730 review. I actually put some heart and soul into that. MSI 970 mod.
Hello and welcome to my custom mod.
Oh,
for my
this
brand new
happened
MSI
right when I
GTX
bought it. I remember.
970. I needed a new card because my Asus R9 280 fried after I touched it, which was sad.
I touched the back of my card and it died.
Buy this card.
It go
The
dead.
money was originally going into a new build, but I hope this video makes up for the loss of a build video. I will start making new videos.
35,000 views, I would say so.
To get started with new ideas, but with school started, it's hard to get the weekly video out.
School? What kind of loser goes to school?
Before I purchased the card, I was deciding whether to buy the G4 gaming one or the black and white one with the tiger on it, because it had to be MSI and it had to be a 970.
Yeah, had to be an MSI
The
970.
build, I have a white NZXT S340 and a big white heatsink, which I'll probably upgrade next. And I didn't want a black and red.
This video
card
did
spoiling the
pop
look
off, I
of
recall.
everything. So, after trying to decide,
I think both of my spray paint mods did.
Painted white.
People like
And
modding.
we're also getting rid of the warranty void if removed sticker.
I think I still have the warranty void if removed sticker that was right here that he scraped off.
After trying-
I still have that in like my little iFixit
in the store,
box.
we just white.
At least I used
And we're
to.
also getting rid of the.
Or did I get rid of them?
the
No, I got rid of
warranty
my clean.
void
Oh wait, no,
sticker.
I still have them.
Now I guess we can put it back on if we need to and return it to the store.
Ugh.
But I don't.
Can you
think
see? I have a couple.
White. I'm sure they would not.
Right,
mind,
right
though.
here.
So here's my dad taking off the plastic body
Haha.
of the cooler. When we saw there's an illuminated MSI logo on the side. And we're taking the whole cooler off now because the light we have to take off is plugged in.
Come on, get your reading better.
Good without a heatsink. And we move to the garage for the next bit. My dad takes a heat gun and warms up the LED in the.
Again, anytime there's like
Come off.
a real technical hands-on anything engineering more than scissors, I have to take it to my dad, and then he'll just do the video for me.
We were about to decide to leave the white part on because we were about to make the card white anyway. I noticed the camera, it was a quite. I noticed on the camera it was a bit.
Oh, you should have cut that.
And we quickly rethought.
I would check my like.
Remove the white part before starting, or we may ruin the effect of the white LED. So the heat gun is reapplied here,
Take off the sticky.
and my dad's shirt. This is drinking team. He's not a drunk.
He's not a drunk.
It's funny because he just likes like the Sun King Brewery or something.
My dad wears alcohol shirt. Haha, dad, funny.
And we start painting.
I didn't have to explain
Because,
that at all.
This video is like super sped up, and we really just stood there and painted for a long time because you don't really want to be messy and quick about things when you're painting. You want it to do light, even coats.
Yes.
Kinda like how he is, but took quite a while to get all that down. But man,
Small
it's
Dremel
cool.
to take out those
My dad
side
has
bits.
little studs holding the red stripe part on, so from the black part, so it can come right off. And it's starting to look a lot better now.
This card still exists in my brother's
Outside
PC,
and better lighting,
and I want it back one day.
Really, really good. Look at that.
Used to
It
be
did
red.
look really
Hard
good.
to tell. Now time to feed the LED back in, and now we should start putting the cooler back on. There's a reflective piece, and they just kind of stick right on. Now it's time to put the cooler back on.
I used my old thermal paste rag.
Here I am getting rid of the thermal paste and about to apply my own, which is the Entech Formula 7.
Intec Formula 7. I don't use that anymore. I use Arctic.
Great. Look at that. Ooh, man. Slow down the video just to show.
I don't remember using Antec Formula 7. That's strange. Oh, I remember that stuff. Yep. That was old. I'm sure it was just mediocre thermal paste.
And now we need to get the screws back on.
This reminds me a bit of the Xbox project, like in terms of like the way it's moving.
Carnival astonishing.
Forgetting the word for it, but I guess the pace. Yes, that's correct. It's
in my opinion, even looks more sick than the black and
Slow.
white MSI already sells. Man, that looks really good.
but it's better than the Xbox project, just because the video is more appealing.
Rest of the cooler on.
Slightly higher production quality. I think it's the background music, even though this music makes me sick anymore. It's more like the YouTube free ones. Wow, my old MSI Z87 Empower.
Thank you for watching.
Should
this
never have
video.
gotten rid of that.
First in like a month. Sorry for all the wait. I've gained like 10 subscribers since I stopped, and I don't want to keep you guys waiting anymore.
Oh, I've gained 10. Oh, but I've lost 50 in the last 2 weeks. Okay, that video. That's a C. Enough said. Oh, simulating CPUs. This little exercise of us going through all my old content, hair was getting kind of bad there. I'll be the first to admit that. I watched these videos somewhat recently when I had the idea of doing this Channelversary, and I rewatched these, and there wasn't too much to say really, because it's not. I rechecked my like. It's not that it's not accurate. I just. It doesn't really say too much. Like I guess I did mention the like, amount of cache in the processors. Gigadrees. So I was just simulating processors. So the difference in the score here.
Now, that's like an 18.
I don't remember, what did I do here?
The i3 and a 5-point difference between the i3 and the i5, but I think this is interesting. Now we ran a couple of games, Shadow of Mordor.
Did I change anything about them yet in this video? I don't think so.
We have that change Antec Formula 7 thermal compound.
Oh, they're all at the same speed, that's right, in this video.
72, even though I had VSync on. Better frame rate. Just pixels. I don't know how much. This is on the i5.
This guy's not funny, he's lame.
This is on the
Who's with me?
And on the Pentium, we have 55 degrees Celsius processors. Now, also, the architecture seems like it kind of stays the same between the Pentium to i3 to i5 to i7 to Xeon, with just changing features. The i3 with its hyper threading, i5 with its 2 extra processing cores and
yes.
turbo boost, and i7 with both
Let's see, number one.
hyper-threading and turbo boost, and the i7
This is
4 cores,
either a D or an F. It doesn't do very much.
or just between my
I just wanted to make this before I made eventually the second and then third one.
Sometimes it seemed like
I'll put this one an F
winning, but all the benchmarks were kind of weird. Cinebench actually did show
for the hair. It's a bit choppy.
which would make the difference.
I think the next one's worse though.
You know, I have an idea. Now that we kind of know we can sort of get a similar score, at least you saw between these benchmarks. Now we can test Intel's integrated graphics. Yes.
Yes, shut the fuck up. Okay. I'm glad there's a few videos in between this and the next one. 950 review. I forget.
Hey guys,
Oh
By the
God.
way, next time you can choose what I review. I
Oh,
will either
no-
review
what?
an R7 250, an R7 360.
Gamer, you got that right,
an
Ando.
750. I'm hoping
I'm
for
going through all my old videos and I'm cringing hard.
an R7
I miss my
360
old
because
computer
that's
and
the
stuff
newest.
though.
So leave your choices in
I don't
the
remember
comments
doing this
below, and I'll
video.
get to that next.
Sir.
Today we will be taking a
Sir,
look at
sir,
the
sir,
biggest
sir,
graphics
sir,
card
sir,
GeForce
sir, sir.
950. Now I got the EVGA for the win version. On the front we see it is an EVGA GeForce
This is one of the old
950.
parts that I think I just bought from Fry's Electronics and then returned later.
1080p gaming. You get dynamic super resolution, which is really freaking
DLSS. Wow.
You're really still on GameStream, GameWorks, ACX 2.0 cooler.
Remember the 950, you could SLI them, and if you had two of them, they only had 2 gigs of GDDR5, but if you SLI them, it's like having a 970 with only 2 gigs of VRAM.
Up to only a two-way configuration. CUDA, of course, included for free. Now let's take a look at the beauty of this card. The
Honestly,
ACX
here's better in this video than the last video.
really good. And I absolutely love the inclusion of the backplate for this $190
Yes, grab onto those
It makes the
fingerprints.
card noticeably heavy, but there certainly is
I had a 960 for the win.
There is a dual
Maybe I
bypass
shouldn't have gotten rid of that one.
of your unnecessary modifications or overclock. And this card requires only an
Yeah, dual BIOS.
PSU cable, and it even comes with a 2 6-pin to an 8-pin connector. And the card has a max power draw of 125 watts, so it will be recommended you have at least a 350 watt power supply. I'm certainly not the first person
Ooh,
who
we
wants
got a little
to
transition there. I've not done that in
so
some
I'm
time.
basically saying the
That might be the
exact
last time I
same thing,
transitioned.
not much else to say differently.
A
This
little
is
Star
a
Wars swipe.
version, basically, of a 960. She has 768 CUDA cores, a base clock of 1203 megahertz, a boost clock of 1400.
Ooh, and then the 280 is like a 960.
GDDR5 memory clocked at 6610
I'm on my toes. How does it perform? Oh, I'm retracting my legs. Sorry.
Max resolution of 5120 by 3200. Yeah. Now we can talk about how this card performs. We're testing our usual games: Shadow of Mordor, BioShock Infinite, and Tomb Raider 2013 on.
Fair enough. Yeah, those are my benchmarking games
First test
of
bench
old.
has an i5
Ooh, I got a little
46
graphic.
stock, so at
And
3.3
B-roll. Yeah.
Watt core processor with 16.
I had a Minecraft poster.
The test bench 2 has an i3 3.7 gigahertz, so it's
Oh wow, I tested on different systems.
8 gigabytes RAM, and on our third bench we have the
Oh right, the
2258
Pentium.
dual core,
Dang.
3.2 gigahertz. With
I was on
4
it.
gigabytes RAM. So there's just 3 test benches. So if you decide you have a higher end system, you can look at those numbers, rather than if you have a lower end system, you kind of match yours with the Pentium, or somewhere in between, like a 6-core AMD processor. You can look at the i3's benchmarks and
Fair enough.
each bench 3 times and then to average. On Tomb Raider Ultimate
Yeah,
settings,
running each bench 3 times.
Actually, all 3 got a minimum of 30 FPS.
Oh wow,
and
that is a
very much
GPU
the
bottleneck.
maximum state of 60. On the G3258, for some reason, they got the 61.3.
I should have turned VSync off. Why did I have VSync on?
58 Pentium.
Bro, you get fucking banned.
I was very aware
Bro.
Tomb Raider was mainly a
Get outta here.
benchmark, but maybe the amounts of RAM have a small difference here, like 4 gigs to 8 gigs. On Shadow of Mordor at very high at 1080p, we're seeing a minimum of 44.
Okay, ooh, that's interesting that the G3258 got more FPSs. Or that's maximum, but still.
56, so the same as the i5.
Honestly, Ando, you're not wrong. And I will continue to benchmark Tomb Raider for that same exact reason.
FPS, which was kind of weird. The Pentium got 4 less than
Mark my words.
so 8 less than the i5 for the minimum. 59, so a little bit better than the other averages, and 95.7 as the maximum.
Okay, move on.
Kind of playing leapfrog, because the i3 can't really reach past 70, but 70 hertz monitor. And lastly, on BioShock Infinite,
I forgot to change the title on the benchmark. run
mid
this
90s to higher 90 FPS
graph.
max. Or
And again, a GPU bottleneck.
66,
Wow.
67 for the average
So the
processor,
950
and 56
was bottleneck in those
for
three
the minimum
processors,
expected
even down to a
Well,
G3258.
ending to see this configuration even being the Pentium plus the GTX 950 was no problem running Shadow of Mordor on very high. Now I couldn't run Ultra on Shadow of Mordor. It decided that there wasn't enough VRAM or something. That might have been the problem.
That
But
would
it
make sense.
recommended I turn the settings down to very high, which is still looks display port. And if you suggestion of which of those three cards you want to see next, the R7 360, the R7 250, or the GTX 750, I will do any one of those three cards. That
I ended up doing the
see.
750, I think.
See you guys next time.
That wasn't too... Oh, okay, you lost my subscription from that. God dang, okay, where's... Was that the video? No. What video was that? What did I just watch? I blinked. I spaced out. Alright, the 950. Here you go. I'd give it a B, honestly. At lowest C, or yeah, somewhere in there. I might move it down later, but honestly, if I'm being really honest, I gotta do one of these, be right back, because I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. I've returned from the underground. Okay, bye-bye DDR4. Thanks for sticking around. It's been good. Glad you could make it to join us. All right. So far, this seems to be a very good trend, with the exception of the Yogurt Mini. Everything else that I first made down here, and it's slowly going up there. There's a couple slightly higher production ones, but I don't know if we're going to see an A or S tier anytime soon. How about the R7 360? Oh, I'm less a fan of this shot. Better audio coming next week? Yeah, that never happened.
Let's begin with the looks of the card. By the way, I got the XFX version.
Yeah, I'm doing transitions. I remember that cooler was just plastic. No, no. Now I think those are really cool looking, and those suck. Like what I have there, it looks really bad. Those old XFX ones look nice. I currently have an R7 370, so slight step up from this one. And another computer. Mantle? Is Mantle still a thing?
And for the rest of the specs, let's just compare it to the GTX 950 I reviewed last time with a small little graph I'll make after the video. They both have two
MS release 8 years ago.
memory. They're both on a 128-bit bus, 768 string processor.
Oh, what kind of graph did I make here?
Available for two-way crossfire or in
Oh, okay.
SLI.
So on paper, they're similar.
Crossfire over the PCI Oh, I forgot to mention temperatures on this card. They got about 70 degrees, which is kind of hot, but not terrible. It's still pretty hot. There is a 1050 megahertz core clock with a 6000 megahertz memory
I
clock.
grabbed this screenshot from somewhere.
How many watts this thing pulls out, but it requires a 500 watt power supply unit minimum, and it recommends a 650 watt. For benchmarks, I'm trying different things to make my graphs better and easier to read and comprehend.
Are you?
So I'm going to show minimums and averages and round up from the decimal place.
Oh, minimums and averages. Okay, yeah.
Tell me if you don't want
I was-
minimums or if you want minimums and averages.
Oh, I was almost ahead of the curve here. I just had to figure out frame times.
Minimums are also important. So, by the way, I'm playing on this card. I'm testing on this card overclocked, and the GTX 950 with 2 test benches instead of 3. The first one has an i5 4670K at 3.4 gigahertz stock, but it does turbo at 3.8 gigahertz with 16 gigabytes of 1600 megahertz RAM.
Okay.
Test bench 2 has a Pentium G32.
All right, so I just opted for the much slower one.
As well with 4 gigabytes of 1600 megahertz. Now on the graphs it says i3. But
Can't tell if the hair is getting better or worse.
for Pentium, so they say i3, but it's the Pentium G32.
Still messy, as always.
I tested our usual Shadow of Mordor, Bioshock Infinite, and Tomb Raider 2013. What are you doing, kitty? You do it. You do it. You do it. Oh, you're done. Oh, there you go. On Tomb Raider 2013 Ultimate settings, yes, Ultimate settings at 1080p, the 950 got 48 FPS.
Oh wow,
average
that was a wash.
and the R7 360.
I'm interested if the how much faster the R7 370 is,
While on the second test bench, you
because that's very
no FPS difference, maybe 1 FPS difference, but it might be inside of tiny margin.
between the i5 and i3. I guess is GPU bound, or I guess CPU bound.
The Fusion at 1080p.
Or I guess that would make the most sense.
Around the same for both cards. The cards, you can see it again, a big difference. And again, frame rates are playable on Ultra.
Or GPU bound, but the CPU does
enjoyable.
make a.
Mordor 1080p, very
Or
high.
no, the CPU yeah, makes no difference.
Got 56.
GPU bound, my bad. The two graphs messed me up.
Got about 43 to 46. We're seeing here the 950 obviously crushes the 360. I mean, the card is $50 more, but for $120, this card.
Ooh, the 360 was 120. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, the
Except for Shadow
the 460 was 100, right over 100, 560.
But because it only has 2 gigabytes of VRAM.
Are we gonna get something that's also very cheap, like a good budget card? Are we ever gonna see one of those again for $100? I think not.
Now with the benchmarks, you could see the FPS was kind of low, but that was to be able to compare it to the 950, which is I'm sure what you guys might have wanted to see. But
I don't think anyone wanted to see this.
very high to high. If you did that, the FPS was very playable. The high settings are. If you turn it off, your frame rates are a lot better. So in conclusion, this card, where is it? This card, XFX, you did a really good job with your cooler, but of course there are.
Did they?
flaws.
Did they really?
Flaws being the performance, but it's $120, so that would be a pro. One
I guess
comment
being
would
cheap,
be
yeah.
The noise. The noise level was terrible with this thing. Pro, you can overclock it and get like 3 or 4 more FPS.
I guess that's a pro.
35 to 39, that's a big jump. But from like 40 to 44, there might not be too much difference. Or like 54 to 58, there might be no difference. But something lower, like this card is getting an FPS.
I'm talking like
Maybe
percent
what this
boosts.
jump is. Because I might be doing another review next, maybe. I don't know. So tell me what you would like to see, and I might also buy some more. I might just do another build. You know, I know there are builds coming up. Stick around, leave a like if you thought this video.
Wow.
it
Oh,
deserves it.
retracting that like. Dang, 22,000 views? That did not deserve it.
What I do, you might as well subscribe.
What are the comments like? Okay. What? Jordan Black asked 5 years ago. Strange question. How is the resolution of this card on a 46-inch TV screen? Depends on the resolution of the 46-inch TV screen. Yes. Yeah, this is worse than the others. That is a matter of fact, not opinion. A matter of fact, not an onion. Is this video? No. What is this video? Oh, here it is. Okay. Was it worse than the... Okay, no. That's a C. Alright, next. Little sister computer build. Whoa, this video's too orange.
I hope the audio is good.
No,
So
you're...
this
I don't want to hear this video.
mom's for the first time in quite a while. This is my little sister.
This video was super unnecessary. It would do better now. Actually, she's built another computer since then.
So today, we're gonna be taking a look and building her computer.
Uh,
She's had this for a while. She doesn't use it. I'm gonna teach her to use it. So
this is going to F. Straight away, I'm telling you now.
get the case a little bit. Are you mocking me?
What a jerk.
Yeah. Okay, so
I was 15. Actually, no, I was 16 there. Jeez.
this is the Intermax Ostrog case. What else is there to say about it? It's pink, and it was more money because it was pink. So,
Yes, I remember. I think I paid like $75. Okay, yeah.
and then there's a train.
Quoted it right away.
It's been built, but we're gonna rebuild it for you guys. So this is the case. The case we will
This
work
computer
with.
sucked.
Oh,
This
we're
was
showing
like
off all the perks. So we've
half
got
of this was like my original
Intermax
computer.
case, the Intermax Ostrog case. I believe this is the Cooler Master Evo 212 CPU cooler.
Close enough.
This is gonna take a while. This is the ASRock M3A785GXH /128M.
I still never remember that motherboard's name.
CX600M Corsair 600-watt power supply. I believe it's 80 plus bronze, and it is semi-modular. What is this, Bella?
It's WD Black.
A 750 gig Western Digital Caviar Black hard drive. Okay, we have 4 gigs, 2 sticks of 2 of G-Skill RAM.
You know, you could put Linux on this and still be good, but I mean, at the time,
And
this
what
was
is
real
this?
rough. I mean, you could like play Skyrim on it and do like very basic computing, but
This is a Phenom 2X
Quad core Phenom.
So I believe they rounded.
I have a
up
6 core or a Phenom
Quad
X6 now,
core, of course, but it's like 2.9.
so I guess I've upgraded what that is, and that's
And
not
we
great.
have, so
But I do want to use it for something.
Wireless adapter, and one last thing. An IO shield. No.
GT620.
GeForce GT620. I
Yes,
believe this is 1 gigabyte DDR.
that was too much money at the time, and it's
We're gonna
not
start
probably
with
better
this.
price now.
We're gonna put in
Computer.
motherboard.
Ah, even better than my answer.
And might get a little messy, but not messy. That's
Might get messy because you don't know what you're doing. All right.
A
Let's kind of line it up.
little
It's going to here, okay? So put it down a bit. So this stuff.
little
right there.
5-year-old talk.
Right.
This gonna get messy, but not messy.
There you go. Just lay it
I
right
mean,
there. Good.
she's not doing too bad considering it's first time touching computer bits.
Shut up.
Oh yes, this music. Oh, installs RAM. Can your 5-year-old do that? I don't think so. Probably if you taught it to, they learn quick, but they're also very dumb. Of course, I did most of it. This part never needs to be in a video. We're showing where the pins go. I mean, unless it's like an instructional video. Any video with someone building a computer, almost necessary to show all the little wiring. Or screwing stuff in. I mean, okay, she did half of it. It's fair enough. These clips are too long. Get to the point. Wow, they're benchmarks? Was that it? That was it. Wow. Wow. Retracting my like. Alright. That goes into D tier. It's terrible, almost unwatchable, but I still managed to watch it. Okay, flops versus performance.
So not long ago, this very intelligent guy started talking to me.
One of my eldest subscribers, not like oldest, but one of my longest running subscribers, I believe. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
The average overclock is around 1300 megahertz on air, and some have clocked as high as 2200 megahertz on liquid nitrogen. 1300 megahertz would be an achievement, and anything higher would be that much better. Would the PCI Express slot power supply of 75 watts be the limiting factor, or simply the chip itself?
Yes. I was not qualified to try to answer this.
GTX 750 I bought to see just how similar the cards get. And in case you haven't seen my review of the GT 730, you can find that here. MSI Afterburner wouldn't let me mess with the voltage.
Annotations are dead.
So I found another program called Thundermaster, which is Pallet's version.
I tried using Thundermaster recently, and it kind of worked. It's changed over time.
280 megahertz on the core of the GT 730, 203 megahertz boost on the memory, and with only 0.175 volts being pumped into this little thing. So basically, the floating
That hurts.
performance measures how many polygons and triangles it can calculate and move around per second. I couldn't do the math myself, but I do have some links in the description for some forums that do talk about stuff relating to flops. But our friend here did the math for us.
Yeah,
The
four
GTX
links.
750 has 1044 gigaflops at stock speed, and at its 1085 megahertz boost, it's at 1111 gigaflops. On the GT 730, on the other hand, when overclocked to 1286 megahertz, it was at 987.6 gigaflops. And here
Gigaflops don't measure anything.
As you can see from the test, the overclocked 730 did get higher FPS than the non-overclocked.
Well, it's measuring floating point operations per second, but it's not a real world performance metric.
The GTX 750 is far superior, even though they have a very, very close floating point performance. I asked how low we'd have to clock the 750 to reach the same floating point performance of the 730, and I'd have to clock it as low as 964.5 megahertz. I wasn't able to test this, but I'm quite positive that the 750 would still come out on top from a higher shader count, doubled memory bandwidth, and bit rate.
Oh yes,
Today we learned that
memory.
flops won't always guarantee the highest performance. But thank you guys for watching. I had a lot of fun making this video, and
I was not qualified to talk about this in any any meaning of the word or imagination. This outro was so long. 30 seconds? Why? Okay. Here we go. That's an F. You don't really learn anything in this. Alright, GPU Vault. That's another F. Don't do a joke. Oh, that was the worst thing you could have done. Retracting my like.
so what is it?
300 views!
Basically what I
300 views, let's go!
violation of graphics cards
Oh, that same guy
using
commented on this one.
benchmarks. So we're testing GT 730, an HD 7770, a GTX 750, an R7360, a GTX 660 in one test, a GTX 950, and a GTX.
Oh yeah, I remember I tested basically every card I had in my hands plus other cards I've tested in the past. And that's what I considered my GPU vault. Just numbers.
Benchmark on Ultra with diffusion at 1080p. But don't worry, I'll be getting more
Hair's getting worse.
soon. Like GTA
The
5,
bangs
City
at least.
Skylines for processors. I know that game's good for those.
I was playing City Skylines the other day.
And
Or last night.
Thief. Oh, and Fallout 4. I pre-ordered Fallout 4, so you will benchmarks of those games if you'd like.
Well, I had a little graphic, but oh, it looks like a little processor. Was that the joke?
So here are my results.
Maybe that should be the joke.
First Tomb Raider
Is little graphics of like processors with like words on it.
We see at the very bottom the 750.
I'm gonna pretend that's what that was, because that's a good idea.
The 730. Now, I never did
Wait a
review
minute. Wait, the GTX 750 PNY? No, these have to be reversed. There's no way the 750 did that poorly.
The 750 actually did worse.
What?
Than the 730. Now, I never did a review of the 750, but I did get one real quick to test against the 730 when I overclocked this thing as far as I could to see how similar they got. You can check out the video here. The GT 730, which actually surprisingly did a couple FPS better. I did 3 tests. I took the average, and all of the tests came out the same for the 750.
That's interesting.
The 7770, the Sapphire one, and then the R7360 did better than that. The 660 did better than that. 950 did better, and the 970 did much better. I just took averages and minimums, of course, for these tests. Next, we will see the Shadow of Mordor, 1080p, very high settings. The 730 now did the worst, 7770. Then the
This is just data to
760, the 950,
help show which cards is faster, yes.
DirectX 11 with the Fusion at 1080p. We see the 730 on the bottom, and then the same exact correlation.
God, I have these at such high settings that it's hard to...
970, getting the best of the scores.
I mean, when it does punish a card, it will punish it harder if you're at higher settings. Like if it can't keep up with like memory bandwidth.
2015. The lighter green is what I paid for the cards, and for the 7770, there's no, you actually can't buy it on Newegg. But I do see it online for about $90, but I got mine for 37 used. And so that must be a great deal. Actually, it's right over here. Here you go. 7770.
Decent card. Good little
I
card.
know this video was very short, but I like doing these kinds of videos. I like doing benchmarks. And hey, you never know. Maybe
Do
this
you?
helps somebody. I know
Do you really?
blogs.
No, they're long and boring and tedious.
Time to fill up, and then I'll check out what the most popular, maybe 2 things are. It's just to see how much you guys care about certain stuff. So in the next 2 weeks, you're gonna see.
Someone said, an autograph before you go sky high tech famous.
Part 1, where I took them the exact same clock speed in i3, Pentium, and i5, all Haswell architecture, move them to 3.7 gigahertz and dual cores, and see how similar they were in the Haswell architecture.
Okay. Yeah, that's another one with zero substance. I think this is one of the ones that oh, that's the wrong video. Or I had to grab a different thumbnail because it tried saving a wrong file type. Yes, this one. Okay. That's enough. Yeah, it kind of fell off right around this mark. Oh, great. In part 2. I did watch this one recently. Oh, the hair is getting bad. Growing pains.
If you'd like to see last episode,
This one's not necessary.
processors. So now we're taking a look, comparing 4000 to 4400 and 40.
Even today, this graph trips me up. It doesn't make sense to me.
33 millimeters squared.
I was looking at it the other day and I was just confused at like I think the shader units, 16, 20, 20, the pixel rate could be just incorrect, but it's saying that this pixel rate for the HD 4000 graphics is way better than the 4400 or 4600. I think it's just an issue on
7 millimeters squared.
this
Once we go up
site.
from 4000.
Yeah, tech power up
GPU
perhaps.
decreases, moving to 4400, 4600. We ran Tomb Raider 2013 normal settings at 720p. Did game, however.
This is not interesting. I dislike the hair, but we get Lara Croft. Lara Croft. Might be.
And same with the 4400 and 4600.
I mean, looking at these numbers, it's not bad seeing what the Intel integrated graphics could do years ago, like on a AAA game.
4000, even though you can see the clock speed is lower on the 4400, it's still faster than the 4000.
I mean, you could
Probably
run it.
for shader count and the die increase in general. Shadow of Mordor, lowest settings at 720p. I'm not saying these are playable frame rates. We're just testing the game.
Wait, in this, did I actually disable cores and threads to match them up to 2 cores? Or did I just clock them all at 3.7 gigahertz and let it ride?
In Bioshock Infinite, we see this same
Because I completely forget what methodology I
And
did.
Thief, the same correlation.
Okay, all with
So this
Haswell
is
dual
good.
core
We,
3.7
now
gigahertz.
we know,
Okay.
that the graphics do kind of go upwards.
They
which
scale
is nice to
somewhat
know, instead of
linearly.
my graphs being like this the whole time, or like the 4400 got lower than the 4000, and it gets really weird. We can see that this is accurate.
Yeah, I worry when I do benchmarks, I'll find an anomaly, not be able to explain it.
So I do hope this helps someone out. So next week we have, maybe I'll do the third part of this if I don't have anything else.
What was this? We're still in 2015. Still in the first year of videos.
Comparing dual core to dual core hyper-threaded to 4 cores. Cores will just destroy. It'll be right there in the comments as well. People are seeming to going toward vlogs. We have, I think, 4 votes, 4 or 5 on vlogs right now. So I did record my very first vlog, and hopefully it
What
didn't
the hell?
suck.
Did I do that?
You'll know.
I don't recall that. I am taking back this like, oh yeah, only 200 views. Yeah, this series was very unpopular. 500 views for the first one, 200 for the second one. Yeah, let's go ahead and drop this where it belongs. CPUs 2. Where you at? There's 3. There you go. There's 2. I guess it's considered better than the first one. Yeah. All right. Steam controller unboxing.
So this morning.
Oh, I got a haircut. Poor guy.
I played the 5th. I woke up, checked some emails, and it said
That
my Steam
might be the
controller
shortest my hair's
was
been.
a couple weeks ago.
Or the last time my hair was short.
Right outside my apartment door.
An NZXT S. Yes, I had an S340 years ago.
Thing, and I don't like it when it comes to apartments because they leave your package if you don't pick it up. If you're not at the door, they leave your package at the door. And I've had a package stolen before. Luckily, it was like a $10 USB, and I told Amazon.
Look at that iMac in the back. Do you see that? I think my dad got that on offer up, and then I think immediately sold it
Ooh, this is awesome.
on offer
We
up.
have 2 Steam controllers, and we're going to unbox them, and I'll give you my very first impressions.
Steam
I've seen
controllers.
videos of them, but I have not yet used them.
Oh, this vloggy style of mine. The video needs to be
Can't
chopped
believe they
up.
all come like this. This looks so fancy.
Oh yeah, that was a
It's
nice
blue
box.
cardboard. There's a bit of a mess on the back. It's like you glued something to it and then tried peeling it right off.
Like tape?
So I'm gonna look at. Oh wow. Okay, this is cool. Okay, so check this out. I got a bit of a ding right here. Looks like
It was just tape.
glued at some point and something ripped off. I don't know how.
You're okay. It's tape.
The box looks cool. How it opens. Opens like this. There is a ring of tape holding this on. Small controller logo with the 2
Saves
Has
on
all
material because you use the inside of that ring for other taping.
thing assembled in the USA. You don't see that very often.
Good
That's all
jokes.
I can say about the box.
Past cam. Oh, my dad has the aquarium too.
Ooh,
It's been a while
play all
since
your
that was a
Steam
thing.
games from your couch. Okay.
But what do you think about it? Give me something.
Okay. That was painful, but it had to be done. On the inside, we see the
Oh, I didn't keep that.
creation of the Steam controller itself. This is the top.
I still kind of like the Steam controller.
Actual Steam controller. And I'll give you my very first impressions, and then I'll use it a lot during my gameplay of games.
Only 400 views. That seems about right. This was late 2015.
Perfection. Okay.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. The suspense, it kills me. I do not remember this bit. What is this? All of that for literally nothing.
So we have some pretty awesome custom phone here.
Oh, it's so shiny.
The Steam logo, the Steam controller itself. I can see a lot of glossy plastic, and this foam feels nice actually. And there's a little Steam logo down here as well. I don't know if you can see that. The Steam controller is quite cold. Feels like it's been in a freezer.
Probably because it's been outside.
So you get the Steam controller, the wireless USB thingy with the little Steam thing on it. I think this looks pretty cool. DOS batteries.
I ended up having one of the batteries, I think, corrode
Actually, it's
inside of the Steam controller and had to
feels
like
thick
scrape
foam.
out all the
Looks like
corrosion.
foam at least, but it's the quick. So this is broken or something. So it was actually in the box.
It's Cornland,
Okay,
yes.
right here we have the actual
Correct.
cable if you're not going to play wirelessly with the battery.
I put the little wireless dongle and the little black extender and I got it stuck. It was like stuck for like weeks.
Game Boy Color, because you could either use the batteries and play on batteries, or you could plug it in, be very restricted, but you could still play. Still deciding whether I wasted $100.
Oh, I think I ended up giving away one of the codes I got with it. 'Cause I think I got like Rocket League and or no, it was either Rocket League or Portal 2. I think it was Rocket League that I gave to somebody for like the 100 subscriber special.
I don't think so.
Now,
Wait, does that mean I was less than 100 subscribers at this point?
But it fits my hands.
Oh,
right.
John, I've not seen you in so long. Where are you, John?
So it's all right.
John Laird.
Kind of, your thumbs go right on the D-pad. You can kinda move it
It's
around.
even better when it's
I do
plugged in,
notice
Cam.
when
You
I
should
have
plug it
this
in and try
playing
it because then the
as
haptic
well,
actually
you
gives
move
you
on the
feedback.
D-pad, you kind of squeeze this a little bit. People say it's kind of hard to get these buttons. I see if you have smaller hands, my thumb is almost
There are actually places you can just walk up and grab an ear of corn.
Kind of using them, but I'm more interested of how sensitive these are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that. But
Glossy plastic.
I am
glossy
not
wood,
taking
a lot
part
of-
in that.
Steam button in the middle.
Nah,
which
why
is
not? I'll eat some
whatever.
corn straight off the
Joystick.
stalk.
Joystick feels fine. Actually.
Still me a
Joystick
stalk of
feels
corn.
Like it is trying to stay here, so when you push it away, it has resistance, and that's good. So overall, I think I can use it. I don't know how good it is yet.
Upgrade when it comes to the layout. I don't know how it is. I have seen reports, however, that performance is just throttled and destroyed and other stuff that I don't feel comfortable talking about. When you play games on it, your FPS will go from here to down here.
What am I talking about?
Check it out. I have
Steam OS?
talk about it.
So there's that.
As for SteamOS itself,
Ah,
I'll
yes.
talk about it. It's on it.
I was gonna make a video on Steam OS years ago, but
Goes to SteamOS. It doesn't
bit
sound
for a
good.
video.
I don't know. I'll test it out myself.
Yeah, for a bit I would do it.
By incorrect knowledge, but that's what it seems.
I
to be.
think at this point, is this where I get it
So
stuck?
the extender,
I don't know if I do it right here, but I definitely get the dongle stuck,
so either you
or
plug
the
this
extension
right
of the
into
dongle.
your computer, the USB, that looks really cool. Get out the charger, or you plug this into your computer, one side of the USB to this, and this side, the micro USB or the mini B. I don't actually.
It's
know
not mini B.
That's good. It's pretty stiff in here. I'm glad it just doesn't fall out like no one's business. It's pretty in here. You have to pull pretty hard.
I forget which cables came with it, but I guess they do look like the thin ones I've been pairing with them. So that's good, I guess.
Or and plug this into this.
Oh, is it stuck here?
And plug.
Oh, please be the bit where it's stuck.
I hope I got it in right. Yes. Okay. Good. Into your computer, so you have a pretty mighty extension. I think this is 3 feet.
3 feet. I made that mistake recently in one of my new setup video. I cut my arm span. I'm like 3 feet. No, that's 6 feet, or it's 5
I'm trying
feet.
to give off like as much in-depth stuff as I can because I noticed that a lot of people I was watching do these videos didn't give all the information I wanted. Like I wanted to know if these clicked in. I didn't really see that very clear. One thing I am noticing instantly, however, is how scratchy the glossy plastic is.
This makes me
Yeah,
a bit upset. I don't know
it
if
scratches
there's,
and it glosses.
Scratches happening. I'm on my second
Oh,
controller.
I actually play on it. Okay. Oh, I remember. Okay, Super Meat Boy. Oh, I'm so good. I'm drinking tea. And I'm playing Gang Beasts by myself. Those are games that I would play on this. I mean, still, all three of these are games that work really well on the Steam controller. Definitely not for shooters, but any kind of like side-scrolly game, they're really good for. Oh, why do I have this song playing? No! I don't remember that.
Oh, I hope the camera's on me, right? Okay. I understand my hair might be terrible, but I don't care right now. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
shortest my hair has
My first
been
impressions of the
since.
Steam controller after doing some gaming. I guess I've already shown you the footage of that. It works well in certain games. Some games like CS:GO, you probably saw. It was way too sensitive. I tried turning my sensitivity.
Oh, but I don't know if I mentioned this, but there's a gyro thing with CS:GO.
CS:GO's out of the picture.
You can like hold your,
unless maybe
just
there's
like touch your thumb to one of the pads and move the
Never thought
controller
it was
around and it'll move your
shooters.
mouse. It's like moving your mouse.
Installation was pretty easy. I just popped the USB in. I don't know if you can see it. But I popped it in.
Yes,
and
we
then,
can see it.
It read a controller, and that was it. I could even use it on my desktop. I can actually do it right now. I'm moving
Oh yeah,
it
that's
on
another
my
cool thing about
desktop.
the Steam controllers is you can just use it on your desktop.
There is a bit of noise. I guess
Noise?
haptic feedback. They're haptic pads or whatever.
I, of course, will keep utilizing this hardware. It's pretty cool.
Yes, I like it.
I'll probably utilize it later today. Callum's coming over, I believe, or we're going somewhere together. I don't know. But we will be experiencing the Steam controller and give you a more in-depth of this. But I think
Yeah, there's a whole lot of nothing in that video. Let's see, where's the thumbnail for that one? Okay. Yeah, that's a straight D. Maybe even an F. Just because it's... You know, I'll give it a D. It's a D. Yeah, that feels right. Okay. Wait, did I already do?
this is the third and final
Okay,
part
no, I
comparing
didn't.
CPUs. You can find the other two videos.
I would say my hair is
They are
better
not
than the other two in
shared
this one.
Video. They just also utilize the same Atari Haswell processors. My i5 4670, we just clocked all of our combatants to 3.7 gigahertz. So now we have 2 cores plus hyperthreading, and 4 cores.
Presentation
all at
not
the same
terrible.
clock speed. The rest of our test bench consists of 16 gigabytes of 1600 megahertz DDR3 RAM and an MSI GTX 970. We ran lots of tests in this video. First,
I
we ran
bet
the
you
bench.
did.
From the test scores, you can see that it certainly prefers actual physical cores rather than hyperthreading. In Mirror Ultimate at 1080p.
So in this video, they're all 2 cores. All 3 of these processors are, or not 2 cores. Yes? No, they're just clocked at 3.7 gigahertz.
Very high at 1080p. The hyperthreading gave a small advantage, but the 4 cores runs away with 10 extra FPS.
There is a cache difference, but I don't know if that made much of a difference.
Shadow of Mordor Ultra settings at 1080p. We see the minimum jump at least 10 FPS every time. To test Grand Theft Auto 5, high settings at 1080p.
Alright, and the
I started
G3258 did not work
block
here.
Downtown Los Santos 3 times per processor. Well,
I
actually,
retract my
3
leg.
times for the i3 and the i5. The dual core of
Dual core. Yeah, you should have cut that out. What are you doing?
We do see a nice increase in FPS though. It is recommended you fit a quad core into your system when playing GTA 5, and i3 can work though. Oh yes, we are testing Fallout 4 Ultra settings at same.
Oh yes, Fallout 4 is a new game. Brand new.
When I entered the power armor for the first time, wrecked some
I
records.
still use this benchmark when I benchmark Fallout 4. I do the same exact thing. I think I load the exact same save.
Dual core works, but there is a sizable decrease each rung down the ladder as you drop.
I just killed the first Deathclaw.
Very playable with the Pentium, arguably the fastest.
I've done this
overclock
dozens of
curve.
times.
Overclocked like a freaking monster. You're playing with the stutters and not super high FPS. City Skylines love CPUs. We've seen almost perfect correlation.
It would be great to do kind of an update to show like, because now i3s, I mean, Pentium start at 2 core 4 thread, I believe, and i3s are 4 core 8 thread, i5s are 6 cores,
Lastly,
depending on the generation, I think maybe 12 thread, like the newest ones.
the dual core is is shown on the graph.
I mean,
is
with all the
more
different,
FPS
with the
3,
efficiency cores, it's a
4,
different monster
5,
entirely, but
it can still be playable. Games are
I
getting better, man.
digress.
Just a couple of years ago, a dual core could have gotten the job done, but now, a year and a half after the release of the G3258, Intel's anniversary unlocked speedy, quick, low-price Pentium processor, it's already almost outdated. For
yes.
new AAA games, a quad core is becoming a need, something me and many other people probably aren't ready for yet.
What do you mean? You got a quad core?
For independent systems, though, it is just a matter of time before 2 cores and 4 threads becomes outdated as well.
I should have taken that a step further and said it's only a matter of time until quad cores are outdated. Because now, 2-core 4-thread, also outdated. It was probably outdated back when this video was made, but Intel did not have the balls to release something. Actually, they didn't have to. AMD wasn't ready to drop Ryzen on us. Overall, this video is, I would give it a C. Presentation, good. Kind of like how each of those got better over time. Okay. GTX 555 versus HD 7770.
This was going to be a full review of the GTX 555, and in case you
Who knows what a 555 is? Didn't think so.
It's an Alien card used in Alienware X51 some years ago, and it's like a GTX 550 Ti, but with it's a bit faster with more CUDA cores and such.
It's actually more like a
It's from
560.
eBay from a seller called Central Valley. They work off eBay and sell mostly used computer parts. They have some bad reviews out there. Some
Not
people are
necessary.
selling it, and for about 42, and I live nearby, so I was able to snag it without shipping. So $35 for a
This video is only unnecessary because of the fact that the 555 is a very niche card that nobody cares about. But I couldn't decide which video or which card I should review slash which made the most sense.
Have similar performance, and I got this one for 30.
Or like I didn't want to make a video about each of them and have it just be a bunch of no substance, so combine them into one.
This video now to the point of this video. And now to the point of this
You
video.
got us.
2 years ago, the 7770.
That was too many times. Any more times, it's not funny.
So I wonder how a 555 and a 7770 will compare against each other through a set of benchmarks. Sounds appetizing. And this
Sounds
will be as well a
appetizing.
Team Green and Team Red review in the same video. Let's start with the 555. It comes with the blower style cooler.
Terrible.
which keeps
Oh yeah,
the
this card sucks.
Cool of its air.
It's all coming back to me
It
now.
does get a bit hotter because
It is hot
does
and
get
loud
this little fan
and
it
slow.
blows it out through the back, while a card with a bunch of fans on it, like card.
Actually got B-roll.
like this
I mean,
cooler
anymore I have
it's
B-roll.
awesome, and it definitely stays above the 3.8, and 16 gigabytes of 1600 megahertz DDR3 RAM. And we're beginning these tests with Fallout 4 with medium settings.
The
on
same
900p,
benchmark.
with 4 samples of anisotropic filtering.
Medium at
from
900p.
The 555
Heck yeah.
wins minimums, but the 7770 wins on averages. So when we overclock each card to 50 megahertz, both on the core
And the
the
77.7
now
beats it?
average 75 settings. Okay. The 7770 got 1 to 2 FPS higher on the minimum.
7770 still beats it.
On high settings at 1680 by 1050, because that's the resolution that is 550 Ti.
7770 beats
This
it
game,
by just a couple
it's
of.
really
Actually, no, the
fine
555 won that one.
7770,
Shoot.
Even though it's just a couple frames per second, which is actually really
Okay, I'm gonna
good
try to use her
because,
benchmark, and I'm gonna
Tomb Raider
see.
is an AMD kind of gaming evolved.
Yes,
game, you know?
Tomb Raider's
So
AMD
I think
title.
This card would do better, and this one wouldn't.
555
Because usually
versus
cards do better on their
7770.
games. NVIDIA cards do better on their games, like games with GameWorks.
Checks out.
Cards usually destroy.
A few percent
Like,
faster.
Good example, my R9280 that I fried. Oh yeah. And the GTX 970 in the computer currently.
If I still had that card, I would do that again right now.
I think, yeah, Tomb Raider, and this one did a lot better than the 970, and the 970 is a better card in general, so that was pretty. I'm gonna wipe my spit off. That's kind of disgusting. Shadow, because of the 1 gigabyte VRAM.
All right, they both only have 1 gig of VRAM.
Skyrim 11 and
The biggest limiting factor.
mods, I was playing at Ultra at 1080p.
I would use a 7770 today.
Completely stomps the 550. These cards
I mean, I wouldn't be able to play too much,
1
but
gig memory,
you could
and so the game
play old games, I guess.
Probably shouldn't have to award it to the HD 7770 because
If I were to get another one, I would get only that exact version.
it's just
'Cause that's the best cooler for
the
it.
game is better. I'm gonna be using this and the build coming up next. More people.
I look it
on
again.
that, and, it's gonna be a pretty great build. So stay tuned for that, guys. And just to really mess with you, I'm gonna link this again.
Gross. Gross, you did it. I'm scared. That's a D. I mean, that is just an unnecessary video. So far I mean, at least we've got a couple not terrible ones in here. Oh, the GT 730 overclock guide. Okay, we're going into, this is a nice little downhill cruise in quality.
GTX 555
Oh, Spanish.
a GT 730. You're most likely able to overclock it a little bit and get
Un
some extra
poco.
performance out of it. I got a suggestion to
Tengo una hacer un poco de sobre la forma de overclock. Y aquí es un poco de este operator todo. Usted no solo utilizar MSI para como yo estoy. Así que voy a tener que usar. I'm talking. It's going too fast.
make sure you have the latest drivers for your exact card. AMD cards may be a slight different in getting the drivers. This screen, however,
I'm sorry to say this, but I still have to record my screen with the camera because I don't have a capture card. Yay. That's how I'm getting a lot of footage right now. It's just recording my screen.
i5 4670K at 3.8 gigahertz overclocked. So I'm overclocked to its boost or its turbo mode, and I'm using 24 gigs RAM, I think. Yes, 24.
Get to it.
After, so it's gonna be advanced.
Ooh, those are old. 359.06. I think we're on like 390 or something like that.
The program I usually use. So let's run a game with Fraps running, or if you don't have Fraps, any other benchmarking software, or even a straight up game with built-in benchmark like Tomb Raider, Shadow of Mordor, Bioshock Infinite. I don't know. Also, in case you can't tell, you can probably tell by the waving of my fingers, this is a 60 FPS camera now. It's a new camera I'm using. Also, I'm gonna turn
Oh, is this where I got the new camera? Shoot.
We are running at 60
Oh, I didn't even
FPS
notice.
slow.
Yeah, it suddenly changed in
Alias
quality.
Shadow. But now let's see if we can bottleneck the card a bit more by running at a higher resolution. Let's go 900p. We're gonna run a TAA with 8 samples on. Let's just do high quality. Let's see if this card can do high quality. I doubt it can, but let's just try.
Well,
We'll
okay.
see the FPS afterwards, so I'll see you then. Alright, we got our base numbers. So it's in these two columns because I actually forgot.
If only I was doing frame times at this point, I would have been ahead of the curve. Because Fraps can do that.
How far we can go without voltage and then with adding voltage. Mess with the core and memory clock.
Apparently, it's with 128,000 views,
Voltage.
almost 129,000 views. I should probably remake this video. I mean, I don't have a 1030 anymore. Maybe I'll make a 710 overclock guide
Let's add 100 megahertz
because this is
and memory now.
ancient and not good quality.
So after adding the 100 megahertz boost on both the core and the clock, we get a +4 on the minimum, +3 on the average, and +6 FPS on the maximum. So that's obviously an increase, and now the game is, well, still not super playable, but it's a lot better than it was before. So let's continue this
Okay.
overclock and see what else we can get.
Retract my
So now
like.
we're overclocking by 200 megahertz on the core and 150 on the memory. So now we're at
It's a big overclock for a little card.
4 and 2656 for the memory. And let's see what we can get now. At 40 FPS about. Okay, start benchmark and let's go. So we've not crashed yet. That's cool. So now we're going to look at.
Honestly, this video is not as bad as I remember.
And basically, we
Like, it's
did
put together all right.
everything. That didn't add any extra FPS. Look at that. Maximum stayed the same. Minimum actually decreased by 1, but average went up. Let's see how long the video lasted. Now the frame count was much more this time, or much less. So that was, I guess, more room for the averages to stay up there. But now I want to go all out, and I want to see exactly how far I can push the card, which I know is about 280 megahertz. And I'm going to go and download a program so I can actually mess with the voltage. Because if I go any higher, maybe even this is its.
I've come back to Palette Thundermaster after all this time recently
So we can increase
because I need to edit the voltage, or I need to increase the voltage on a card that doesn't allow it.
See how much FPS is.
Maybe there's other programs out there that'll help with that, or that's better for it.
Just type in Palette Thundermaster, and it should be the first link, palette.biz. Why you probably haven't heard of them is because they're foreign.
The foreign.
If you look up where to buy, go click on that. It will
I had a
say
Gario
location,
bookmarked.
which there are no options yet. And basically, there is no United States, there's United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, but there's no US, so that's probably why you haven't seen any in stores. You can go to the products. Or
Probably why I haven't seen any in stores.
Download your Thundermaster. So now we get this, we open that up, and we open up the setup, extract all.
We know how this works.
But it's alright.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. It looks a lot different.
Kind of really weird. So the temperature, the fan. I actually don't really know how to control this very much. Overclocker. So it says your current.
Megahertage.
Current core and the current memory, which is actually still to overclocked mode. Okay, so overclocker. You can see right now it's 0.000 volts, and we want to increase that all the way.
Plus 0.162 volts.
How many volts I got into the card, which I forget exactly how many it is. I think it's 0.175 or something, and with only 0.175 volts, so it won't actually increase until it needs to increase more. So we're going to go ahead and.
Oh, yes,
go
I
to the
remember
2
this.
Mark right where I was. I'm just going to record this in case we do crash, so I can go ahead. And
Frank, I think you are a bot, so I'm going to. Oh.
One thing I've been really interested
PC Nazi. Hello.
Whenever I have the chance, I do this.
You're here.
Actually, I can't do it with this gun, so never mind.
I couldn't tell. You were so quiet
I shoot a
today.
bunch and I just go like, oh, that's a crash. All right, cool. What I was doing there is I do like dun 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 dun. Okay, so
What is the dun dun dun?
And now we
Da
actually-
da 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 da.
If you can see,
With the Tomb Raider. Da 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 da.
now it's at
Da 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 da.
0.175, so it actually did increase a bit for some reason. I don't know why it would do that.
Okay,
But it did.
yeah.
So
I'm
now
using
let's go
Paladin Master, and because I need to put extra voltage into a old card.
And then 150.
Because believe it or not, the GT710 is not a bad card.
Okay, so
Okay,
144
it's a
is
bad
fine,
card.
150, so we're good. Just say okay.
But video soon about that, perhaps. And by soon I mean maybe in a week.
Extra 1 FPS on the max, and an extra FPS on the.
This is very drawn out. No, this isn't accurate anymore. I don't have an Instagram.
Twitter, because on Instagram I barely post on there. I don't ever post on Twitter either. But if you're following me on Twitter, you wanna follow me on Twitter or on YouTube's so far. Or
The last bit of this video is unnecessary.
A stick of DDR3 RAM and a Rocket League copy for.
Oh, okay, I was talking about. I think this was 100 subscribers area. I think. Gosh, okay. This video, bad. This video. Well, it's between C and D for me. Like, it got a lot of views, that doesn't mean it's good though. But, I mean, I could have cut it down more, it could have been a lot better. But really, I'm torn. It's more like a D+, you know? Or a C-. Next though, A4 7300. Rejecting my like.
Hey guys, today we're taking a look at the.
Oh, I got all fancy for this one.
7300, which is a dual core that is paired
How
with
cute.
MSI
I remember this. This was, yeah, okay, late 2015.
I'm going to show you a preview to build over on Basic Builders PC.
so please check this small clip out.
Oh.
To subscribe. However,
Basement Dealer PC. Oh, does he exist anymore? I think he changed his name a few times. He's gone. He's
Guys,
dead.
Jack here from Basement Dweller PCs, and today I'm going to be going over my $150 bill.
Wow. I like that music. Can I use that? Am I allowed to use that music? Is that copyright free?
To the full video if you're interested. Now, I'm well aware
Did I leave a...
it's going on 2 years from its release date, but is it capable of still
Bro, it exists. It exists.
or not
Now it's
still
called Jacktastic Tech. Oh, he died the same time I did. Just kidding. He died before and after. Bruh. Wow. I remember this guy. Well, yeah, he makes different kinds of content now. Or back when he last did content. Neat. Okay. I didn't know that video still existed.
I don't think it has been. Is it capable of running today's games?
No, it's not. That is a very bad processor.
I bought them as a combo.
It's a 1-core, 2-thread.
With a $10 mail-in rebate. I actually forgot to mail it, so it was $85. Okay. We're going to be looking at benchmarks with this processor and its onboard graphics, and then compare this with a GTX 970 to see exactly.
Presentation
That is.
fairly solid.
To the G3258 clock at 3.8
14,000
You
views.
can also
Hey.
compare the 4600 graphics to the 8470D and this. But wait!
Ah, I still like that joke.
G3258 has 4000 graphics, not 4600 graphics, you idiot. Good eye. And also that hurt. We're disguising our i5 by dropping 2 processing cores and changing the clock speed, because I actually don't have the Pentium on me anymore.
You're gonna have to disable 3 cores for that. Oh, jeez.
This is a GPU based
That close
on
up.
22 nanometer Richland architecture, which actually is the same architecture as the Athlon X4 760K. Nope, not the popular X4 860K. Clocked at 3.8 gigahertz.
I know the difference.
Turbo to 4 gigahertz when thermal and power limitations allow it to, but with only a 65 watt TDP, it shouldn't be getting too hot. Which actually, I wrote this before I actually tested that, and I think it got to like 92 degrees Celsius when running Cinebench.
Yeah, but okay, so the measurements for the temperature of these older AMD chips is very off. Like the thermal probe is not correct or something, I don't know.
Isn't actually exciting at all. Also note, this APU, or Advanced Processing Unit, or Accelerated Processing Unit, has 8470D graphics clocked at 800 megahertz, while fitting the FM2 and the FM2 Plus motherboards. To accompany here, we have the MSI A68HM Grenade motherboard. This is a micro ATX board that can fit FM2 or FM2 Plus motherboards. Note this is an FM2
Don't
Plus
misspeak. You are dumb.
FM2 boards will not support FM2 Plus processors, but FM2 Plus boards can fit FM2 and FM2 Plus CPUs. So there are 2 DIMMs.
As far as I know, that is correct.
32 gigabytes of 2.133 gigahertz DDR3 memory. We have a PCI Express.
I might still have that memory.
3 slot, a PCI Express X1 Gen 2 slot, and a PCI slot, so that's not super exciting either. Also, there's 4 6 gigabit per second SATA ports that can actually be in a RAID 0, 1, and 10 for redundant uses. Also on this board we have
Redundant uses, my favorite.
From IO on your case. Oh, and for your IO, usually
The VRMs look really bad on that board, but
some legacy
I
USB
could.
ports for your mouse
I
and
think I could overclock.
Cool stuff. 4 USB 2.0 ports, VGA, DVI, HDMI, 2 USB 3.0 ports, and your basic 3 audio ports. And then all of that aside, this is my favorite feature.
Oh shoot!
So BA. As far as
So
benchmarks go,
BA.
Minecraft, Tomb Raider, Shadow of Mordor, and Fallout 4 using
I was running it without the cooler.
G3258i5 simulated whatever, using 8 gigabytes of
of 1600 megahertz RAM. Note that on an APU, faster RAM will make a difference for the dedicated GPU in there.
Yes. Minecraft 12 chunks, 1080p, fancy all particle smooth lighting. Oh, I didn't even get to. Okay. Hello, Richard Thomas 88. How are you? Thanks for joining us today. Just going through old videos, and I'm ranking them on a tier list. So far, this is actually feeling like a C or a B.
Something really weird is with this processor on CPU-Z, Cinebench, and Windows Task Manager, it counts this as 1 core, 2 threads.
Yes, because it is 1 core and 2 threads. This was before the AMD lawsuit.
And that's kind of fishy, considering that AMD just recently got really yelled at.
There we go.
Because of their bulldozer architecture, 8-core processors not really being 8 cores, like their 8150, I think, and others not really being 8 cores. So I don't know.
Single core processor.
Surf the web and play games like Delver and Super Meat Boy, which, by the way, average 58 FPS. So
VSync.
little games like that. Also, Minecraft didn't just do bad at all. But obviously, when a high-end card like the GTX 970 is held back really hard by this thing,
And it
it's
is.
not that great. You can obviously tell. So
I've been watching your substantive video. Yes, Jalen, we'll get to that build eventually. Or that video. Good to have you. Glad you joined from such a long time ago. Glad you're still sticking around.
Twitter, will do things. I might.
Thank you for not leaving like the other 500 people that have left in the 5 years I was, or the 3 years I was gone. Jalen Fred, yes. This video I would like to say C. Yes, not bad at all. Good to see you, mate. Steam controller final thoughts. It's got 200 views.
Sorry there was no video. Wednesday.
I just got out of the shower.
I can explain, however, on Wednesday I was doing an overclocking of the monitor guide when stuff went wrong. My monitor is fine. It's actually right over there.
Okay.
Hello, buddy.
Simon. Simon, he's dead now.
He's years old. I don't know how.
He's years.
We're gonna be talking.
Yeah,
about
he
C
was
controllers.
getting up there in age.
These things I have unboxed before and gave my very first review look at them, and I've used them a bit more. Actually,
I think this is another video with zero substance.
My brother, when I come over here, I have him test.
But I think I just had to shoot out
He's not a younger brother. He's not
SH exclamation point T out a bunch of videos while I was at this location.
Decided exactly where this stands, and I've also decided whether we will keep using this or not.
I'm glad I got like footage for this.
The trackpads, I understand that they're very unusual. It's a new thing. They didn't have to do this. However, when I heard about them, since I heard about them, I've wanted them, and I've played.
Steam controllers not bad. I should do another video on Steam controllers.
This round, it's really fun.
All the games you should and shouldn't play on it.
Sitting, not near my desk. Sometimes I'll just, sit over on like a couch and play off the TV, and that's fun. On certain games, I have some documents on my phone. There's a thing in my eye. But we've played different games. 5 games I knew would work fine, and 5 games I wasn't so sure about or knew wouldn't work. Castle Crashers first. It's a really fun small game. It's multiplayer, single player, and it recommends a controller. With these, he says it's simple. My brother, he says it's simple, easy to play, mostly because you don't need to use the trackpads. And I agree, you don't need to use them, but it is, however, fun and easy to play. Next, Lego Star Wars, the same. Controllers, they are reliable, no main pad use. You can, however, move around a tiny bit with, I guess, how the screen is showing with these, but it's really not completely necessary to use them. So look at the way he likes them. Rocket League works great. We've played that before together. Very straightforward. Also, Gang Beasts.
What else is this the only? Okay, there's nothing else in this video.
And it works great.
I'm a favorite person to watch on the. That's so sweet, man. That's so sweet. I'm glad I'm making content again for you to absorb. Sorry if you watched any of my other streams.
That you don't really need a ton of precision
trying to get back into videos, and I should be uploading more frequently than I have in the past.
Sit far away on a couch.
But I might not stay like that forever.
First-person
I'm
shooter
just
story
free to do
relates to the
videos
show,
for the
much
time being, but
confident.
not for long.
Fallout 4, those games don't work very well.
I gotta
since
make a
I
living, you know.
downloaded a custom, what's it called? A custom template for all the keys, like, you know, able to play all right with the trackpad. It's not super fun, but it felt like it was sturdy. Some games like Left 4 Dead, I've noticed no matter what I try, I start using these and there's an acceleration, and like it's really bad and really hard to aim.
Ah, yes.
The farther you get away, the faster it
Pokemon
accelerates,
Blue.
and that's not really fun at all. However, it does fit well. into
Thinking of
the
playing another
hands of
Pokemon game on stream, but
it fits right in my palm.
it seems
Thumbs go right
tech
in.
is more up my audience's alley.
I know a lot of people complain about needing to move your thumb to.
I'm glad there's a few people watching.
Just having the thumbs
It's very
just like
kind.
this, right here and right here, and then-
Better than 0 or 1, just streaming to
but I really didn't have
Mr.
much
Pizza
idea
Nazi himself.
doing this.
Pizza Nazi.
What else is there to say about them? Games like Tomb Raider and Shadow of Mordor, I couldn't really download a controller.
This is a bad video. Sorry for making you guys sit through this. This is terrible.
Starve, Super Meat Boy, Delver. I don't know if it correlates the same, but multiplayer games, co-op, local co-op games like Rocket League and Castle Crashers and the Lego franchise
Alright.
work well with this. I don't know if those things correlate, but they
Steam Controller 2,
really well.
you get an F. You didn't need to exist. This was a cheap cash grab. I don't need to see the end. I know how this ends. It ends poorly. And by that I mean not entertainingly. Oh, I remember this one. 800 views. Can a console gamer see more than 30 FPS? This was not scientific. An unnecessary mention of lore.
So a prior game, a prior gaming you're not a gaming console. In the past, he was a console gamer. Recently, in the last year, he's been using a computer. But can he tell the? I know I can, but can he tell the difference between
Remove
30
the
and
like.
60 FPS? So to test this, I have random.org.
2 videos in 7 days. That's
On
rookie
30
numbers.
FPS, even
Cold
60
shower.
FPS.
I think we're almost to cold shower.
Generates what we'll turn it to, and to be messing with the FPS.
I also love cold shower. I think that's one of the only A's.
Up here, and when it's yellow going over 100, that's 60 FPS because of refresh rates. And when I hit record, it'll drop to 30.
Ooh, but when yeah, this is not scientific at all. When you start recording, there should be a way to just change VSync quickly. It'd take a lot more time to do it like that, because when you're recording, your frame times could drop a lot lower, so it will be a lot more stutterier.
60 FPS or 30 FPS?
Because I'm a console gamer.
You were, but we've converted you.
I still use a console when the computer's not around.
And 64 doesn't count. That was the only good console.
I like the Atari.
I want
The
to-
scream was the best. Aw, thank you.
Get up. Get
I'm
up.
just a boy
Dress.
trying to pass gas from math class. Oh, that's more lore.
So let's generate. Right.
Yeah. I didn't have to vocalize anything.
Okay. Sit down and give me your answer when you feel like you have your answer. Or your guess.
I'm just a boy trying to pass gas in math class. I believe the entire song was wrote around that line. I would vocalize in scream form, but I think I would destroy it right now.
Pick it up. I can't tell you till the end, you're right. Okay, next we have. No. I'm not
Eh.
showing the camera the thing.
I mean, scientific enough. No, not enough. Not really. I mean, there it's. I mean, yeah, 60 frames refreshes per second.
I'll say 60 for this.
Right, you are, buddy. Oh boyo.
Back up.
I'll say 30.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Tapping on the button, you can sit back down. The tapping on the buttons is to trick you onto what I'm doing. Okay.
Why do I have a gore on there? I don't know why for the thumbnail either I had the Legend of Zelda theme.
Okay.
Like a bit of Zora.
And last one.
I could try to redo this but better. Maybe like between 3060 and 144 or something.
There's no wrong answer.
Yes, there's a wrong answer.
I'm gonna call this one 30.
It's conclusive. You got 5 out of 5.
Which is pretty easy because I can obviously tell the difference between laggy and not laggy. There's that.
Hmm.
See, to me, this 30 isn't bad enough to be considered laggy. To me, laggy is when it's skipping.
Yeah, you can tell the difference as I keep moving around. It's good because it's a 60 hertz camera or 60p camera. You can tell the difference as I press enter. You can tell it like it sudden like shift from being really smooth as she walks to kind of skippy, or some slower pulls. Like it's much smoother when I put the button. All right, it's conclusive.
Nice.
What I'm trying to say, even console peasants, which is what your kind is called. But you're transitioning, so it's, what am I getting at? They can.
They
You
can.
don't know because they're playing on a console. Except not
Does he call me a bigot here?
You are a bigot.
Yes.
Don't know that.
PC Master Race. A person who is intolerant toward those holding different opinions. Accurate. Cool. Okay. Honestly, that was not as bad as I recall that being, even though like it wasn't like an informative video. Where is it at? There it is. I'll put it D. You feel old? Yeah, you and me both. Alright, oh geez, we have some ways to go. Oh no, we have a long ways to go. Silverstone build vlog thing!
Okay, so right here I have
I already hate this.
Silverstone RVZ02. It's a really tiny MITX case. Now there's something I've done to it. Now you might know the RVZ01, which looks a lot like this, and I thought
I like
oh,
that
look at
case a lot more.
No, this case is better. It is, I think, a bit thinner. It obviously looks a bit thinner than the RVZ01. I kind of don't like in the front, this right here turns into an orange LED when it's turned on. Not my favorite color, obviously, but
Obviously, because it's a bad
here supports two
color.
2.5-inch
You're
SSDs,
27 in October?
a 3.5-inch
Oh,
drive back
that's
here.
rough.
On the other side,
I'm 22 and a half.
if your GPU
Jeez,
is
I was
left
15 in those old
the
videos.
video card I'm gonna be using
Actually,
is
in this
much
one
larger
I'm
than
16
that. It
or
is
17.
a bit longer, which is
Or no,
unfortunate
I'm
because
16 here.
3.5-inch drives are still a thing. So what I've done over here is I've taken out an SSD sled, bent this metal over where this thing is supposed to go right onto, and you can actually take it out.
Build vlog thing.
Close.
This is me
really
putting a
tight
hard
fit,
drive in this thin
but it
case.
does fit, and that's good. So when you lower this thing, you get two USB 3.0 ports, a headphone, and then a microphone jack right there. That's pretty cool. Maybe hard drive if your GPU is less than.
I'm now
30
sitting through 10 minutes of
go
this.
Right here. But I'm not showing you the case because
Time
I
is
what I did
fly.
a couple days ago. Right over here, through the hallway, we see this, which is the Silverstone
Oh,
power supply I
shoot.
ordered. It's 450 watt of 80 plus bronze efficiency power supply.
That still exists.
All this juice will be for the computer. It'll be
Still my
plenty.
brother's computer.
But I needed a nice. So hey guys, I have all these parts laid out. So just
My computer, current computer is very similar to
I'm going
this.
to be building a system inside of this computer for this build, or inside of the case.
I am
So
almost
what
thought
is
you
it?
were 23.
The
Yes.
450 watt EVGA power supply, and yes, all this stuff will
I-
be able to fit in here.
You mean
I,
you think I'm 23
used
now?
the power
Because I
supply
mean,
calculator,
or do you mean you
and
thought I
this
was that in the
375
past?
would be fine. Okay, so the components are this: the 450 watt 80 plus bronze power supply. For storage, I have a 2 terabyte Seagate Barracuda. This is my main mass storage drive I actually use, and this is my SSD, a 250 gig Crucial MX200.
Okay, please move
Gaming
on.
MSI mother. Right now I'm using.
I still
Ethernet,
have
but
this same
with
motherboard.
Discord,
This
I'm
is the
using
same one I'm
Ethernet
using
case,
currently.
Onboard wireless.
I still have the SSD as well.
And I was like, oh, whatever, that's fine. The box and the thing. But okay, it also doesn't come with SATA, a manual, and I get if you lose the SATA or you're using the SATA, you lose the manual.
You losed?
How do you forget an
How-
IO shield? Like, what are you using that for? Yeah.
Well, I
don't
mean,
really
I
do anything.
should melt it down and make more
I
metal.
have tiny
Now, I
bits
mean,
of
okay, yes, yes, I am
16 gigabytes of Patriot
of
versus
that
8
age.
megabit RAM. I think that's it. I have this wrench here because I was taking off some.
See,
some
because
on this thing, which had
uh,
a cooler on it, so.
4 or 5 years ago, this Jalen's build.
That
That means you started watching me roughly. I don't know exactly when, but roughly when you were my age now. That's rough. How does it feel to be old?
So I'll just be facing IO out this.
Oh, who remembers the copper slugs?
Of the heatsink, which by
The
way,
OG
this is
Intel
the
coolers.
one we never used. The standoffs are already pre-installed. This was it for a little while, but the pins on this are a bit thinner than the USB ones, so I decided that wasn't it after I was like bending the pins back and forth. So I realized the audio is back here, and it was like really hidden. So yeah, I'm happy. Yet another thing is that I might have a bit of problem routing all the cables.
Small cases are always a bitch to work in.
Let me go put in the RAMs now. So
The Rams.
I think I do this. Yeah. So drop it in like this.
Nope.
Not like that.
Fell right through.
There, like that. Snaps back down. Easy as pie. Screws have to be put in.
I don't think pie is that easy.
This. So let's find out about the graphics card. It looks like it is. Alright, cool.
Wow.
So let's
Time is a bird,
see, this
and
card is
it's
pretty long.
flying.
Managing was alright. Actually, no, not at all. I'll do the top
Yeah,
first, 'cause
that
it
cable
seems
management.
like-
I actually don't like this case. I've lost like all the screws
So tucking this
for the back of it just over time,
these down,
and that's all this video was.
pleasing to each corner and
Like this didn't need to exist. I just had an itch to record something. Let's see, where's this video? It wasn't this video, it was... Where are you at? Build vlog thing. What if... I mean, it hasn't changed since back then. I have a 4790K, so something considered entry level these days, because i3s are as fast. And an RX 590 graphics card. which is between a 580 or a 480 and a 1070. So it's less than mid-range today. So basically I have like an entry-level computer these days. Do I have that? Oh, I do. Okay, so I would call this an F. This video doesn't need to exist. It's pretty bad. Next, this video doesn't make any sense. Title is, does texture quality affect temperatures? Answer, no frickin' duh.
Hey,
It was
so
the
much
dislike,
But look.
let's see.
Hey, none of that. 1 second. Hey.
Not a great like to dislike ratio.
Kitty, she's all big now.
I'll say that.
And also, this is a new futon. So in case you don't remember, my very first video had a red futon.
Yes,
Before I get into anything
that is a
else,
continuity
the
error.
RAM from the giveaway is going to John Laird because it got all the way to 30
John-
people in first and second
John
place
got the RAM.
replied to my messages. So I knew John Laird would, so he did, and that was fun because he actually watches my videos a lot. So it's like he deserves this.
Yay!
You other guys don't
John got
deserve
a
it, but it's like,
RAM, I forgot.
here's go free stuff, you know. This case has very unreasonable temperatures. It's very small. It doesn't have any fans built onto it.
Yes.
The only fans in here are the CPU cooler right here, which is a stock Intel heatsink, Silverstone power supply, a little 450 watt, and then back here a dual fan graphics card. It's the twin Frozer cooler on
A
it.
5600X GTX 980 and
so
two
does
oh 16 gig of RAM, two 1 M.2, 1 terabyte. Oh, okay, two 1 terabyte M.2. That's a pretty dang good computer. That's solid.
The best games, the highest settings, or newer games at super high settings. Or
Me
if you
likey.
just kinda want lower
980 is still a good card.
to increase the lifespan of your components. So I was thinking
Increased life heat would degrade lifespan, I guess, over time if it's like really hot.
I had to like lower the clock on my i5 4670K from stock from 3.4 gigahertz because it turbos to 3.8, and I had to turn it down to 3 gigahertz. Not on this current configuration. I ran all these tests at stock speed. Stock speed. But before I'd have to turn it down to 3 gigahertz, so it wouldn't reach 72.
Okay, get to the point.
Really dumb. Idle temperature is 41 degrees. Now this varies because temperatures always bounce around in this. I didn't get a YouTube temperature because I feel like the graphics cards aren't really doing anything. So.
YouTube temp is just, yeah, watching some videos. Because that does raise the, that does utilize GPU and raise the temp of whatever your entire system by a little bit.
Hotter and moving the mouse around. Now this uses up wattage as well, and that uses up just CPU power in general to just move the mouse around. So obviously,
Oh hell yeah, 2070 Super. Please don't overpay. A 980 is perfectly fine. Do not overpay, please.
It's 50 degrees.
Don't pay someone you shouldn't be paying.
Yeah, 53.
How much are 2070s?
57. Wow. Right. Yeah, simple tasks though. But right, so it's really
No, don't pay 800.
always
Oh.
where to get to. Temperatures really fluctuate a lot.
Okay, they're selling for
I did not
Oh.
turn on VSync.
This one's
and I should test something
good
like-
price, yeah.
or I tested
Good.
with VSync at all times, so it capped at 60 FPS. But I was
Get one for as
thinking
close
maybe
to,
I should try, like, lowest
I guess,
setting
$500 as you can.
because what VSync does, of course, is caps the FPS, the refresh rate of your monitor, and
Or less if you can find it for less.
if it the FPS, so and then low in
This video is really bad.
temperatures.
No, I didn't. I guess I was too lazy to make graphs. I don't know if this vlog style of content's better, but IMO, it is not. Yeah, this is as bad as the other one. Dang, yeah, I've got some flops in here. Nothing in A yet. Okay, my brother's computer build using this hardware.
Okay, so if what? Yeah.
I still like that.
Adventure where you don't
I
know
make
what's
people
up.
build their own
So
computers
what we're gonna have is
to
we-
this
in
day.
case you don't remember,
Retract my
during the
like.
Summer, we made a video where I talked about his computer, and it had an old Antec 900 case.
And when is this?
with a
This was
750
January
power supply,
2016.
but
I
that
was
video
20.
not-
I was. Wait a minute. Still. Okay, yeah, I
not
was
only
still
that video
16 here.
unpopular, it was also not very great. So this time we have a much better.
Yeah, not very great. Oh, I gave that a C. God dang.
Better components. So I'm going to run through all the components real quick for the case.
I don't know if I want to give this above a
The
C.
last two videos were all about the Silverstone RVZ02. You can check those
Yes,
out
you have
on
milked that more than enough.
cards. For the motherboard, we have the MSI Z87i gaming motherboard.
Again, the same motherboard I still have and use.
eBay used. It didn't come with an I/O shield, but be perfect to fit his i5 4690 3.5 gigahertz quad core turbos to 3.8 gigahertz processor, and 8 gigabytes of G-Skill Ripjaw's RAM, 1600 megahertz. MSI GTX 660 and a
Again, still have one of those.
450 watt Silverstone SFX power supply that is 80 plus bronze. And lastly, a 1 terabyte HDSD hard drive. We're going to work with the motherboard. We're going to install the processor,
Not accurate.
the RAM, and the cooler, and then we'll start installing stuff into the case. Now grab your processor by the edges.
Goes, what's the processor? I don't know what that is.
Here's the thing. Your warmer.
Maybe in the late 90s that would have been closer.
Now lift the retention arm. Yep, you know this part, right? Right. And find the triangle on the board, and find the triangle on the
I could also, explain things better. That would really help.
Dot to indicate, or little triangle, or
I was really just trying to hint to him. I should have been more
triangle on the
specific.
corner. First of all, on the processor.
I see the triangle.
Okay. Now align that with the
There's other ways to
indicator
help
on the
line
board
this up.
somewhere where it indicates where the first pin is.
I still like making people build their own computer. It's fun for both party. Actually, just fun for me. And then I end up doing half of it anyway.
It should fall right in. Right. Yep. Okay, you got that. Next, close it. Make sure to put the retention arm over the bolt on the bottom. Just like that. Yep. And then close it down. Let's do the cooler first, because I don't know exactly what the clearance issues would be with the RAM. So next, grab the cooler in the box. The blue box. The blue box.
Go for cooler, goes for hard drive.
Upside down on the fan to expose the to now install the brackets and stuff. Open that up. Pictures. Intel and AMD. Okay, find it. Intel.
Oh, I still have this music
brackets they're
saved.
using. Find the brackets in the box. They're like the C-shaped brackets. Okay, cool.
I gotta use this again.
Other than the thermal paste. Nah, let's use the Arctic Silver, so don't worry about the thermal paste. Move the box aside now. It's
What
fine.
are you going to do about the straight brackets? Just leave them there?
Yeah, it's for different kinds of processors. The bracket. Yeah,
Eventually, this fan that he's using in the heatsink, it died. I think I remember there being like a bunch of hair caught in like the middle part of the fan, and it eventually died. And how he found out was like, oh, my computer's crashing, and it says overheating. It's like, oh, it was already missing a fan blade at that point too, so it was on its last leg. So I replaced that fan with a Nock 201, and it's working great now. I think this is the last time I had that screwdriver. It was a really nice screwdriver because it like torqued or something, like a ratchet.
You see how it's oriented?
I think I lost it at that location I was
So
recording
see if I'm
at.
going to the first slot. No. PCI Express. Okay, yeah, that's the RAM slots. So first open the closest one to the heatsink. But yeah, first slot, so it is upgradable to 16
Oh,
or even 32.
Right after this, I take over.
The side facing out the back.
Oh, this is the back side.
Plug in the power switch.
That's not the back. That's technically the top, I think.
Right, top right.
Oh no, that'd be the bottom. Actually, I don't remember how this case is
Power
oriented.
slides in. We actually need one more thing right here. All right. And the I/O, this stuff goes out the back. So just watch that. It like goes out the back, so you angle it. Yeah, you angle it that way.
I'm really good at explaining stuff, and I've not gotten better at it.
Standoffs all over the place.
When I said I'm really good at explaining stuff, that was sarcasm on my part.
Right here. Next, these screws, which I will take care of. Building a computer that difficult.
Oh, you're doing 95% of it, so no.
Really
Accurate.
hits you when people aren't screwing stuff in again fast enough, because that's not the point of stuff, you know? Screwing should happen really quickly. Just like a rabbit. Screw like a rabbit.
This is still good advice. It holds up.
And also, these things are really difficult to plug in. The orange LED might not light up in the front. Is it alright?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine, I don't bother much.
I'm just
All the wiring. Nobody
This is
cares.
not the hard drive LED, so this will flash and stuff. I've made this. So hard drive will sit right here. A lot in the last week, so that's a real coincidence. It'll screw in from the back.
What'd I say?
Firmly grasp it.
I've been saying firmly grasp a lot in the last week, so that's a real
Firmly
coincidence.
grasp. And I have not said firmly grasp since then.
A good mod, if I do say so myself, because it's supposed to be another card. Probably my favorite part. So what we're going to need to do. Okay, so you know how to begin this, Matthew.
GPU installation. Best part.
Your graphics processing unit, GPU. And you're going to need a riser, which is right here. So you need to...
Oh, I've already figured out where to put it.
The stream's almost going on for 3 hours. Oh no.
Right there. Yep, just like that. And it goes right in
And there will be a video, even if it's not a great video, there will be a video Wednesday, a couple days from now.
Yeah, outside.
And then a new and improved listings video on Friday. I don't know why I'm looking this way. Hello. I see you.
Let's see. Yeah, it's in there, yep. Alright, cool.
God, I love the 660. I'm gonna retest that card.
We'll find it. And then this data. You only need... Right.
A lot of this is extra arbitrary, no one cares garbage. Oh, yes, he had a screw end up for me already. How nice. Oh, I give you screw. No thanks, nerd. So he just looks at it. I remember this bit. Oh, I cry.
Get queer. Please, I'm not gay. I'm just fabulous.
And this is where a CD drive would go if you
However, CD drive will not fit with the hard drive. Benchmark time. Oh, okay. So I think I just re-showed the benchmarks that I took from the last video. Okay. I wouldn't say that's any better. In all of the honest. Let's see, where's the thumbnail? Boom, here you are. Yeah, it's just as good as... It's not any better than the original. Another C. Oh. Okay. I bought stuff number 1.
It's Christmas morning. Because I've got a package. I don't know what this is yet.
Do I have my address just on there? Can you make that out? Come on, come on, let me know where to ship stuff. Let me know how to find you. Come on.
Most likely it's a motherboard. And I just wanted to vlog this. Oh, I hope I don't cut into it. Alright.
Ah, yes, the bought stuff series. I could have made 100 more videos of these. The speeding up process is unnecessary. Just clip it. Or just cut it.
Mark in it, though. A big scissor mark. Okay. Bubble wrap for the kitties. Kitties. We got you a bubble. Oh, yes. Here it is.
Why did I buy this board?
8-bit motherboard, the i45CV. Now this also comes with no RAM, but it comes with an IO shield. Oh, what's it say? Unknown, likely Intel Core Duo chip. Yeah, okay. So this was from eBay.
I remember I ended up destroying this motherboard. I don't know why I bought
At
it.
least an LGA 775 socket motherboard. So it's definitely an LGA 775 motherboard, and it has a chip under there, but it is not known what. And I claimed it for 30 bucks on a bid. I can't wait to see what it is.
Can't be that good.
It was unknown, so I'm gonna go ahead and take off my
Like an
socks,
E8400?
grab myself, and then I'm going to grab my thermal paste remover rag thing. It also did not come with a CR2032 battery, so I have one right here for that. But I am interested. Grab myself. I am interested in learning the content.
Was the sink still
of
grounding?
this motherboard?
I
Nice
think
shiny
so. It's this
blue
metal.
metallic heatsink looks nice, and I cannot wait to see what CPU is under here. So I'm going
Then do it.
fan header.
Hey, you two, Richard, Thomas,
Oh, I
88.
can't wait
I'll catch you later.
to
Thanks
see
for
the
sticking around for so long.
6600, I swear to God, man.
Means a lot.
It
Makes
is.
my heart warm and
Intel
wet
Core Duo.
and wild.
Can't
Oh,
see
I
it.
still have that. It's the really scratched up CPU. Why was it so scratched up? God dang.
2.4 gigahertz Intel Core Duo.
E2200?
Oh yeah, but it doesn't say the name because it's been scratched off. You can tell this metal has kind of been scratched on it, or the. Oh no,
Heat
never mind,
spreader.
never mind. It's there.
E4600?
It's just really dull.
Yeah.
4600 looks like.
I still have that, I think.
That feels weird. It feels sharper on the edges than a LGA 1150 socket. Feels sharper on the edges.
You already said that.
The heat spreader, of course, looks a bit different. It's a bit fatter. Pins itself has a bigger kind of square in the middle.
Some non-dairy.
Like a ring, I think.
Yes, that would be
I'm using
helpful.
DDR2 RAM. I've actually,
A
I
lot
have
of us
some
here
little
are
tiny
lactose
RAMs.
intolerant, so dairy-free is nice as long as it's not Greek. Greek yogurt is bad.
Need more RAM because I think I only have like a gig.
How you doing, Cody?
So there's
Good to
that.
see ya.
Hope you kind of enjoyed this tiny, useless, pointless vlog. Also, just our sharp.
Oh, I still have that cooler, I think.
Yeah. Weekend.
I think I still have that one.
So I'm
Alright, bad video. Dislike. Alright. Where did this go? I have so many more to go through. Okay, I bought stuff number 1. That's a solid F. No one cares. Not a good board. You could have did better. How good's this one?
So hey, it's Sunday night, and apparently I got this package in yesterday from eBay.
Oh, wait.
See if I can open this up with keys, or if I can just-
Oh, I remember what this is.
Gross.
I recall.
This is really weird, but whenever I have an incandescent
It's the
light
brand new
on me, I get, like,
Q6600.
hot and itchy. Right, have you got any idea what this is? It's definitely something by Intel. Looks pretty aged, doesn't it?
Oh,
It's a brand
shoot.
new Intel Core 2 Quad Q6600. What's that? Peel this away. It looks like this was the original pricing. $340.
Ooh. It's the price of an i7.
$40.
An unlocked i7.
Oh, it looks definitely like it's 10 years old. Now what's on the side here? Upright shows the key, which probably means unlocked. Core
I
2 Quad
wouldn't know.
Q66
Just a random key on it.
775.
Maybe that means lock this up because it's
8
expensive.
L2 cache and a 1066 megahertz front side bus. And made in Malaysia.
I need me another 6600. Actually, no, a 9450S.
31st
That's what I want.
of 2008. 8 years ago. So let's see how we open this. Now I saw it out of the box, but apparently it's never been used. Apparently it's brand new. It also appears to have been taken out of the box for some pictures from eBay. Let's see if I can figure out how to open this up. That's completely lost. I've just kind of torn off the side, which may be more brutal than it could have gone, but
Oh, God. Worth nothing now.
okay, here we go. There's the manual.
It came with a
It's
big old
quad inside
monster looking cooler, too.
Beautiful. Still has the original thermal paste on it.
Nice.
And here it is, the Q6600.
Untouched.
Being
I wish I would have kept this. I haven't had a good board to go with it.
Old stock Intel heatsink. Look how thick that is. Newer ones are so tiny. Also, the blades are really sharp compared to today's. Today's they're fatter. It's a really sharp angle on them. Really thick aluminum with a nice copper plate with the original thermal paste on it. Still has their push pin kind of mountings that they still stick with today. I'll play that over here. And then here's the processor. Ooh, nice little that.
I still have that little
Nice little
black sled or
it's like backplated.
clamshell thing. Not clamshell, but just holder.
Here it is.
You're my dad. My dad's nose
Brand new
whistling.
6600. Now this processor came out in 2007, the very beginning of 2007, and it started to retail at about $850.
Yes, thank you, Cody. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for being a loyal sub.
To about $530.
Thank you.
And then a couple months
Good to
after
have
that,
you.
the Q6700 came out about that price, and then the QX6850 came out at around $1,000. That was the Extreme Edition of the Kensfield architecture, which this is, and this was finally dropped down to $260, which was the retail price. Now, of course, this was unlocked, so you can overclock it to about 3 gigahertz, and today it's still runs
Heart, right back at you.
relatively nice.
This was a lot better than the first one. Like, I wouldn't say there's enough substance to call it, you know, a C tier, but that's a good D. Things you'll only hear me say once or twice. That's a good D. Now, where is it? I bought stuff to... Hello? Ah, this. There you go. Okay, and mystery motherboard. I remember this
Today we
one.
have yet another package. A lot coming in the last week. That's for sure. I need some scissors.
Oh, that was my rose gold 6S.
Now I know what this is. This has to be. I think it's.
I didn't want to show my address.
HP.
Come on. We can see it through there. Come on.
I think it's Acer.
Ah, so
It's
close.
probably an HP workstation.
Come on. Where do I
It's,
send my
the X38
my
chipset,
excrement?
which I needed to be able to overclock. Actually, I think there's another chipset I can use. Hey, Cat, you're right in my line of fire right here. Now, so workstation motherboard. What was this? Thank you.
I should have kept this one too.
So,
I still have a motherboard,
Vision Line.
LGA 775.
Here's a new hat for you. Here you go. Hey, I'll make you a hat. Come here. Or a jacket. Okay, ooh, nice thick foam. Nice packaging. Kind of got.
Yeah, I do have an LGA 775 board I could
Right, there's a processor in
throw
there.
together.
I didn't know what it was. I asked if there was one on eBay, and he was like, "Yeah," but didn't really tell me exactly what. Cool. Okay, so this motherboard, I looked into it a bit, and it supports.
Come
8
on,
gigabytes
camera, keep up.
of,
DDR2,
800
18,
megahertz
18, yeah,
or-
800 megahertz.
the 1066 megahertz RAM. In ECC or non-ECC memory, because there's a workstation board, so it can support buffered memory. Cool, nice big heat spreader. And what's this? Core
Q9300.
2 Quad Q9300.
Heck yeah.
Whoa, with the 13th. Okay, what are you doing, first of all? Okay, so I brought the Q6600 with me. I need to do some research real quick, like really fast. Right, I just found out a bit more about this processor. So it has 6 megs of L2 cache. This has the Q6600 has 8. This has a higher clock speed, a low is a 30.
Yeah, Q600 is a little better when overclocked, I believe.
External SATA.
Well, I don't know, because the
There's
94,
two
no,
PCI
9300, even though it's less
Supply
cache,
or Crossfire.
newer manufacturing
I don't
process.
know, I haven't seen that anywhere online. So like some old cards. That I don't know. We'll have to benchmark the two of these processors because they seem.
Dang,
really
I think I
close
eventually got rid of that board and
really close
processor.
together. So I'm gonna do is test their clock or test their
I ended up showing these in a later video.
speed. Saying pull out the one, but I don't know. Wafer made out of enable overclock to right above 3 gigahertz. I don't really know about that because now I have 3 LGA 775 processors. So you better be sure to stay tuned for new upcoming.
Oh,
stuff.
you hear that,
I know
guys?
I've
First of
done
all,
3 of these,
unlike.
so I'll get back to, I emailed them. Of course, they only board, so I'll have to bide time until then.
Alright.
So I'll be doing this stuff probably. Once
This
I get
is
back,
an
I'll do
F tier
a
video.
video on this
Oof.
stuff, trying to overclock.
There's
these.
not a lot of substance
All
here.
That'll be fun. So you guys can stick around for that or don't. Only X38 board that was on eBay for less than like 70.
I need
bucks or something.
X48.
And it was like 30 or something, and then the price was lowered to 22. And then I got it. So I got this X38 overclocking board, 1333 megahertz frontside bus, a max of 8 gigs of RAM, ECC.
I don't think this board can overclock. I think I just went for the chipset.
Multiple PCI Express slots for
Yep.
possible
I
crossfire
could not
SLI
overclock.
with a good amount of USB ports. I used.
Alright, yeah, I've already rated this one. I actually be right back. One viewer, sorry. Be back shortly. Is this thing on? Hello. You don't want to go in there. It's very smelly. That's all I'm gonna say. Alright, let's continue. So far, this is what we got. Only 3 BT videos. A lot of C's, D's, and F's, though. Mostly F's. I'm hoping we'll find an A soon. Alright, the next video that's on here is Super Biz Rant of the non-privated videos. That's all I grabbed. The rest, shucks, we can't view them anymore.
So hey guys, originally I was going to do a video on
Audio not great.
600
Disliking that.
RAM, but I ordered some RAM off eBay, and when I got it, it was kind of dead. So I was doing tests all day yesterday.
Can you hear that alright?
Just trying to get it to work. I changed every variable but the RAM because I don't have any extra DDR2.
Ooh,
I changed
old
the
CSGO.
processor, the power supply, even the monitor, the graphics card, everything.
Ooh, I should just kept those. The hemoglobin
And also, I want to bring up
dualies, I should have kept those. They're expensive now.
on eBay. You can look at it right now. Just type DDR2 RAM. It'll say for AMD motherboard only. And I've read many places that is a complete DDR2 in general it should be proprietary for.
I think that is actually a thing. The difference in memory, like the DDR2 being high density, and only working on old AMD chips. I believe that is a thing.
Feelings with SuperBiz. You know them, but they seem to have good prices. I use PC Part Picker, and it gives me the best prices for this graphics card. $65. And there's a little plus sign, and that means of course.
This was the start of my commentary, or I think I had just a couple CS:GO commentary videos.
Okay, so here,
This got 1,000 views.
This began a little while ago. Remember the Silverstone build I did with my brother, and right before that. So I ordered that power supply for it, the SFX 450 watt 80 plus bronze power supply, and the problem with it was that it took forever to get here. So SuperBiz has this thing where they take forever, literally forever, and on purpose, I bet, to ship out items.
Whoa, is this a comp?
You can even, when you purchase an item, you can click, and you can pay an extra $6 and click a little box or something, or I don't know what it is, but you can pay an extra $5 or $6, so your item gets processed much faster, and that's bogus. That's really stupid. But
Yeah.
what are you gonna do? So
It's a dumb practice,
$6
SuperBiz.
to get it shipped out 4 days sooner is the difference maybe between Newegg's price and SuperBiz's price. So you might as well just, I'm not saying order from Newegg, don't buy from SuperBiz. I'm probably just gonna buy from SuperBiz right after this video.
How about don't buy from Newegg or SuperBiz? Is SuperBiz still around?
Take forever to ship out. So if you don't really
I don't know about
care
that.
when the package is gonna get here, today, tomorrow, 5 years from now, it doesn't matter. Go ahead and just order from them because it might take that long. So my problem with it is I ordered 3 days shipping on it. So I spent $80 on this power supply. It was crazy, and it still took 4 days before it shipped out. And I even emailed them.
I'm more into the gameplay.
Well, since it's taking forever, can I just kind of take off that extra 3-day shipping, express shipping, and then I didn't get a reply to the next day. And first email I get was saying your package was shipped, and then right after that they said, sorry, your package was just shipped out. I was like, God dang it! Serious? Right. So my next problem, well, that's basically so SuperBiz, I don't know, I feel like they don't need workers. It's not like that, they just take forever processing because there's not enough people. I'm sure there's plenty of people. It's marketing. It's how they make more money. Pay $6, maybe we'll get this out a bit sooner. But it's stupid. And today I bought a graphics card.
I think the Alienware rant's a bit
very much not
more deserved.
which graphics card, but I just ordered it. So I'll do a review on that later when it comes in. But it just shipped today, and I ordered it Sunday or something.
What graphics
Newegg
card?
would be right on that, man. They'd be like, okay, ships next day immediately, or 5 minutes after you purchased it.
What, a 710?
Bought, with your MasterCard.
And band.
It's just 4 days later, maybe it'll be out. And it's just so inconvenient, because doing what I do.
Hey Nazi, thanks for being here.
ASAP. So probably another reason why I'm doing this video is because I have nothing to review right now. So you know, that's just all I wanted to say. This video is pretty short, you know, small 5-minute video. I hope you enjoyed the little CSGO footage. I don't know. So you tell me what you want to see me do. I'll pretty much do anything, you know. I can just open up mail and do more of this if you want. Just talk about things.
Okay, so this one. Honestly, it's not as bad as the others. I would give it a D. It doesn't quite make it into C territory, but it's not terrible. Yes, the 710. I might redo. Oh, you're loud.
GT730, which became instantly popular. By the way, there's a new version by MSI. It's white, has like a white PCB and a little black cooler. It's the same exact thing as this. I'm a bit jealous because that looks a lot better than this thing. But 8 months ago, I reviewed the GT730.
Oh yes. Yeah, get in here with rating them. I might need some some help deciding, especially more of a less biased approach.
Being an average human, I don't really have hundreds upon hundreds of dollars.
So I have to go through and dislike all the videos I've liked of myself. Every small creator does it. I don't do it anymore.
GeForce GT710. This specific version is from
Sometimes I dislike my videos.
$50. I know. I only buy from MSI. However, they were taking literally forever to get theirs out, and the version they did have out had no fan. It was just passively cooled, and you know, whatever card I got, I was going to be overclocking. My next option was this pancake-looking one from EVGA, because honestly, just
Oh, I like that one.
wanted that, but it wasn't out yet. So I saw this one and decided, you know, Gigabyte is a great brand, and I should buy from them more often. However, if there's an MSI equivalent out, I will usually almost always go with that. The box
I'm a
is
fanboy.
only about 1 inch thick, and right inside you can find 2
I will be making more content on the 710
file
soon.
brackets. In case you want to get rid of the VGA, which I don't blame you.
Because I didn't realize, but it's actually not. I mean, it's a bad card, but like, I was playing Oblivion and Skyrim on it yesterday.
And then this anti-static bag carrying the GT710, and underneath some cardboard you can find a easy setup guide and a CD from. Or actually, I have it right here. So I have the quick guide.
Throw
right
it.
Here. Not gonna open it. Never looked at it before. And a gigabyte.
Throw the disc.
CD, but
Throw it.
I always, as well, always,
Yay!
100% always
You did the
recommend
thing.
that you download the latest drivers off GeForce.com, and if need be, Gigabyte software off their website.
Yes.
However, for overclocking utilities and such, I always use MSI Afterburner. It's just
Hair's not too bad in this video, I would say.
So, let's go to the card, shall
That's
we?
part of the
So
rating.
First thing you'll probably notice is this card is freaking tiny compared to the GT730.
Itty bitty.
Yeah, it's pretty small, and don't even get me started what it looks like compared to a GTX 970, or at least the MSI Twin Frozer cooler. So before removing them, which you probably will if you plan on using
174,000 views. Gosh dang.
that protect the PCI Express connector, as well as the VGA, HDMI, and DVI slots, which are nice. So then there's a 45mm fan on top of the
Pop.
black
Consider
case,
subscribing. I need to add that pop in.
and it will keep the card very, very cool. Also, should be noted, the PCB is black.
57 degrees Celsius. Okay, I'm going to keep that in mind when retesting it here. Because I don't think it got that high.
And what I can get from that is it supports full HD. So the GK208
Yeah, the gold connection means nothing.
actually of the aging Kepler architecture, not something from Maxwell like you might expect.
Boo-hoo.
This clocked at 954 megahertz, so this would actually apply to all, or at least most GT710s, because that is the base clock speed for the 710, and as well as they don't really factory overclock these lower end cards. You know I'm going to be overclocking to at least 1 gigahertz with this thing. Probably more. There's also 192 CUDA cores, which sounds alright until you compare it to the GT730, which has 384 cores.
3
These
times.
just sound crappy until
Almost.
you get to the
2.5.
GT610, which only has 96 CUDA cores. So this thing, the 710 versus the GT620, most likely much faster than this thing. The 10 can either come with 1 or 2 gigabytes of video memory. This is the 2 gigabyte version at the slower DDR3 standard, clocked at 1800 megahertz on the 64-bit memory interface, just like its bigger brother, the GT730. In terms of
Yes.
features, the card supports DirectX 12,
The 64-bit memory interface, just like the 6600 or 6500 XT.
Is at the 16x bandwidth.
That PCB is so bare.
14.4 gigabytes per second, 2.0 bandwidth, not yet 3.0. A lot of the lower end cards are still at 2.0. Also, a lot of comments I got on really any video card video I have is, I have this power supply, will it work? Well, it recommends a minimum of a 300 watt power supply. However, on GeForce.com, it says its power is only 19 watts, so that would depend on the rest of your system. Again, this card has
So really, it could run on a 200 watt power supply. The rest of your system's not power hungry.
resolution is
Or a Pico PSU.
2048 by 1536, and this card can support right over 1440p at 20.
Quite a bit of talking, but this was well thought out
and 4K
for
at
me.
30 hertz. So that's really cool that this little card can handle 4K, but of course at 30 hertz, and not in gaming, mind you. So a lot of the hype that's surrounding this card is saying that it's 10 times faster than integrated graphics, which might, I don't know,
False.
why you're here is thinking you should upgrade from your integrated graphics. So I'll be testing this claim with my i5 4670K at 3.7 gigahertz. I did that for a reason and then forgot the reason, so now it's at 3.7 gigahertz. No, whatever, who cares? Testing with that, it's Intel HD integrated 4600 graphics.
I probably put 3.7 gigahertz to test another processor at that
It
speed.
says on the box, it says the same thing, but there's a little tiny star, and the star reads video editing as measured by Basemark CL benchmark. So
I mean, the 10x video performance is just a buzzword.
So for the
Or
test
marketing
I'll be running the
ploy.
GT710, obviously, and this overclocked to 120 megahertz on both the core clock and the memory clock. So, and then you can do simple math to figure out that this thing is running at
1074?
74 megahertz on the core and 1920 megahertz on memory. And I'll be using 8 gigabytes of 1600 megahertz DDR3 RAM as well as the i5 I talked about earlier.
Okay. Benchmark time. Wow. I mean, the overclock, it added a little bit of extra performance. 4600 wouldn't run on here. But yeah, the 730. Really not bad. And then the 1030. Even better. It's more of a sub 720p card, you know? Yeah, if you play like 800 by 600, you might be able to play more games.
Do very well, nor did I even expect
You don't need
it.
pixels.
So now we have some lighter titles to test, because this card is most likely for if you don't play high-end games and you just want to play Minecraft or whatever, or your processor doesn't even come with integrated graphics, which is probably
You just want multiple displays.
NVIDIA does
It's
not
the only real reason to get it.
advertise these as gaming cards anyway, so they aren't really meant to be treated as such. But who cares? We're gonna game with them anyway. So now let's take a look at games like Minecraft, Super Meat Boy, Delver, CS:GO, just really light games. And all I can say is this card did great in all scenarios here. Pulled 60 FPS in like every really light game I tested.
Because they all have VSync on, they'll all show up as 60.
900p, I thought I'd point this little graph
Some
out.
games you just can't disable VSync easily.
Beat out the 710, even when overclocked, and the 730 again ran away with it. Ran away with the victory. Yep. So obviously, in my findings, I wanted to see if this is really 10 times faster than
It was not, and no one expected it would be.
Test synthetic benchmarks, which it probably looks at, because I don't care what those say.
We just trying to game.
Real world stuff like gaming, and me being a gamer.
Gaming is the only real world thing you can do with the card.
Not only is it on
Proven by
par
science.
worse than Intel's 4600 graphics, Intel, before Iris Pro, mind you, is known for having bad graphics compared to AMD. So what made me excited about this card is that it didn't just outperform
See how Intel comes back.
but if it were to perform or at least be on par with
This is,
AMD's integrated R5,
I would say, one of the best videos so far, if not the best.
did not amaze me.
I don't know if I want to put it in A tier, but it's at least in B.
From you, the consumer standpoint, is if your processor, and a couple examples, does not have onboard graphics and you're not looking to game heavily. So remember, it did well on smaller titles. So when Athlon makes 60K,
It's either an A or a B.
you know, 8350
graphically demanding tasks. It's much more efficient as well. It's not as power hungry as lower end cards. You can look on eBay and say, well, there's cheaper cards here than 50 bucks or whatever, but this is much more efficient. It's much lower power.
That's
It's
true.
3 displays or whatever you're. So that's all
You've
I
sold
say
me.
about this
I'm
card.
buying one.
So you guys, please leave suggestions on how you want me to utilize this card in the future, because I've got nothing. If you enjoyed, you can leave a like on this video, as well as consider subscribing to be informed when my next video comes out next week. So also feel free to tell me or ask me anything you'd like in the comments. I've been thinking of maybe doing a Q&A soon, because I'm original, and if you're still bored, I have a couple videos.
I am original. Don't try to say I'm not. Okay. You know, I'm gonna put it in A just because I think it is the best so far out of all of these. Okay, next. Another I bought stuff. The next two are I bought stuff. Great. Dislike. Unlike.
Okay. So we've got. Oh, good. My bubble wrap came in the mail. Okay. Okay. No. Seriously.
This is a good meme.
And put you down. I actually was supposed to be getting 2 packages in today. Actually, yesterday. I didn't know this was delivered. And it was supposed to be a full system with only like 1 or 2 parts I actually wanted to salvage. But this.
Ooh, I remember that board. I remember when I sold it too.
GA 1155 ITX motherboard.
It wasn't a great
I'm not
motherboard.
going to disclose just yet what this is for. But this
Xbox project, which didn't actually happen.
got for pretty cheap. This was about 40 bucks. Oh, there might be drivers. Nope, there are not. Features on this board include a PCI Express, probably Gen 2, X16 slot. We've got where's our front headers? Oh, they're up here. It looks like very top. Kind of noticed by the color. There's a 4 SATA right here. Here's the clear CMOS thingy.
I can't remember if I sold it, if I gave them, if I put it in a box. I feel like I remember it was like raining and I was just trying to like cover it up, make sure it didn't get wet. But I don't remember if I put it in a box or an anti-static bag.
That can contain up to
I must put it in at least a box.
Oh, by the way, this is an Intel board. Usually I've never really used an Intel board before, but I hope it's nice. I hope it's plain nice. It has a built-on speaker, which is pretty cool. As well as we've got 2 USB 3.0 ports, Ethernet port.
Luckily these videos aren't long.
Gigabit or not.
Otherwise I'd be here for
only
hours more than I'm already going to be here for.
PC members, subscribers will know that reference.
Wait, the reference that it's
YogertPC member
intense?
It's intense. Only
Yeah, nobody gets that meme. It's not even good.
DVI, and then our audio.
Gigabit Ethernet is not intense anymore.
This is interesting. I just hope.
Maybe if it was like
I hope. This is actually
10 gig or 25 gig
Got
or 2.5 gig, I don't know.
unusual. Maybe it's common, but I'm not used to it being like this. But for the protection over the pins.
This is also not a great video.
Being attached to this socket, so you're not welcomed here. However, I do want you guys to leave a suggestion.
Suggestion?
What do you think this board is for? Just your goal is to leave a comment saying what you think this is for. Okay? Have
Building a
really,
Terminator
lay
robot.
out their ideas. I don't care. I just want your guess. That's what I'm interested in.
Okay. Yeah. So rating that one. Where is it? Where's bot stuff? These are all sorted by file name, but I was really just the file names, so they're very misspelled and scattered. Did I grab and I bought stuff for this one? No way I didn't. Yeah, Linus Detectives unboxings. Yeah, those were the days. Gosh, I'm missing it. Wait, was it? Oh, it was this one. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'd give that an F. Like, unless this one's worse somehow.
If I learned anything from Dexter, it's this.
Dexter reference. Anyone get the Dexter reference? I have a bobblehead of Dexter somewhere on the shelf.
Okay. Ooh, lots of packing here. Oh my god, really? Okay, well I got power cord apparently. I didn't know that'd be coming.
Oh, I remember what this is.
Really kind of them. You've provided such a necessity.
This was March 2016.
This is. Oh, okay.
I made a lot of videos at the beginning of this year.
Underneath all this mayhem to find this thing. Oh god. I should open this from the other way around.
Boring. Cut the video.
I'm not that strong. Okay. I'll deal with that later. Is there anything else in there actually? Oh, I kicked a cat.
Cat got kicked.
Okay, here it is. And I got it for about $67, and that sounds like a ton until you realize that the i3 that's in here sells for $50 alone. And I'm
Now the i3 is probably like 20 bucks.
got a microphone headphone combo jack and then a headphone jack.
I still have this case.
Power supply. That looks kind of funny. We have
But I think I need a couple cables to get it working again,
That's
if
weird.
the motherboard even works.
Display port. And we've got 6 more USB ports as well as Ethernet. This neat little mechanism right here. Okay, zoom out a bit more.
Oh yeah, this entire OEM system was like full of little
What it just said right there.
engineering
Care.
miracles, masteries.
Quite a big motherboard. This LJ1155.
It's like it was made with
So maybe I should.
what you call upgrading or maintenance in mind.
It's a very odd power supply. Huh. Because it's like. It's weird.
Keep it thin, but also have a big fan so you don't have like a really loud fan.
This is above two. Mechanisms here. Really neat. Okay, and then can I lift you back down?
Somehow this is as bad.
Gotta hit it hard. There we go. And that lifts off the front bezel. This is so insane. Can you pull out the hard drive? This is like so toolless and it's neat. Can you pull out the hard drive or the optical drive by doing something here? Maybe. Nope. Okay. Got our SATA. It's a RAM. Yep, 2 GB, 1600 maybe PMEMs. I've not seen the stuff I haven't seen. A lot of really weird cable managing, consumer style stuff. This really weird looking tall heatsink.
I might have a chip that would work in this.
Pulling in air through the front bezel. Okay.
But yeah, I do still need different
There's definitely a
cables to get this to work.
So it's more than just I guess it's still an average OEM system, but there was definitely thought going into this rather than a stock heatsink. So this kind of cooling mechanism they have going on here might actually perform better than a stock Intel heatsink. And it's something you probably can't put in your computer other than this thing, because this has the little thing that directs all the airflow from the front.
It's OEM to OEM.
And it doesn't hear, but it's not aiming really well. But this might be good for
OEM stuff sometimes sucks to work with.
Still hooked. Okay, it's just this last one.
Too proprietary.
Right. Actually, I'm not going to underestimate HP. They're probably really cool. I don't know. And then we've got a little guy right here.
At 32120.
3.3 gigahertz, I believe. Not a focus.
I think I have a 3120? 3130? I think it's Ivy Bridge that I have now.
This little motherboard. Just like
Yay!
Oh, there we go. Nice, and that's exactly what I was going for.
Now the last video and this video make sense together.
RAM there too. RAM. Because the notch is further back, and usually on DDR3 it's up forward a bit more, but these were kind of swapped around.
Yeah, older DDR3 is also like that, where the notch was lower.
There's a little system I have right there.
Okay. that was as bad. This one. Yeah, quite a few F tiers currently. I have a lot of bad videos. Maybe I turn this around. Oh, finally. Okay, an Alienware one. I remember this one being
Okay, hey guys, what's up? This is
better than Super Biz. Ooh, get him with a no scope.
About talking about Super Biz, so
1080 60.
I'm going to be complaining about something again. This time it's going to be about Alienware as well as Dell, because not only do I just have problems in general with their brand, but stuff that they do very wrong. Dell/Alienware, they've been doing this for quite a while.
I need to check on them, see if they've improved.
So much that they're borderline lying about things. So about the Alienware X51, let's go to their site right now real quick. Let's look up Alienware, just so I have more context real quick.
Old Inferno.
Alienware X51,
Wow.
the main desktop you can get, or like the normal X desktop, because you can get the Alienware Alpha, the Alienware X51, and then the Alienware Area 51, and that's like the big like triangle type thing. But the little desktop, the thin one, that's the Alienware X51. So I'm going to talk about that real quick. Right. So right on the front, it says like the hardware. It says up to, which the up to is of course.
Everyone uses the up to.
You kind of look right past that. Intel Core i7 6700K. Right there, great processor. Up to a GTX 970, up to 512 gig SSD, and a 2 terabyte hard drive, starting at $700. Now you're gonna look at that and say that's a great deal, but then that's the wordplay. Up to says 6700K, up to a 970, starting at $700. So to get the $700 price tag, you actually have to go with an i3 6100, a GTX 745, which they've been using for quite a while.
Yeah, 745 is bad.
And it's I think 4 gigabytes DDR3. It's because
They're like $50 still today.
Round upwards, because I know the GTX 555.
Wow.
That is actually a reference.
Well, Zlin.
I know that it is pretty much 560. So if there's ever a 5 at the end of something, they just round up.
Mirkova.
And a 1 terabyte.
That was the last name.
So really, you're getting a very terrible.
Yeah, I'll just report that.
It seems to be normal configuration for about that stuff. Now, when you want to look at the 6700K,
The only way I get views these days is bots.
it's actually going to be a $1,600 price tag. So you're adding on $900 to that initial $700. And where it said, or I initially said on the front, a set 6700K and a 970.
God, when
So
was
again,
this?
They're technically not
Q1 going into Q2 of 2016 still, dang.
And next, just an everyday error.
God, I'm missing all my
These
shots.
guys are supposed to be professional, and they get lots and lots of money per day. Lots and lots of money by how much they're charging for these things. Right.
True.
So, if we go to configure, which I'll have a screenshot of it, it'll say you can choose an i5 6400. Decent processor, yeah, but it apparently has
Ooh.
hyper-threading.
Haha, you
Oh,
dummies.
No, it doesn't. Oh, come on, Dell. The variation of graphics cards you can actually choose from is like this. GTX 745. Oh, this is with the Alienware X51 still. The GTX 745, the R9 370, the GTX 960, and the GTX 970. That's 4 different cards you can choose from. I feel like there needs to be maybe just be nicer to AMD. They're just not paid as much or something.
That's probably more what it was, or maybe that AMD didn't have compelling stuff at the time.
Either you want entry level,
But they're using a really old card as well as the lowest end.
either from AMD or Nvidia, or full out GTX 970. And also something I noticed is from the R9 370 to the GTX 960. The 960 is faster. However, they're using the 4 gigabyte R9 370s, and if you're not aware, the 370 can either come in 2 gig or 4 gig variety or variations, and the GTX 960 also has that ability. But this one's a 2 gig 960, so you're actually going down in VRAM, however up in performance. So they could have made it a 2 gig 370 or a 4 gig 960, but they just decided not to for some reason.
Also, we've got some more borderline lying here with the triple SLI 980s. Now we're looking at the Alienware X50.
Triple SLI. That's so unnecessary.
Area 51s.
Just
So
burning
these are
money.
16 Core Intel Core i7 processors, supporting single, dual, or triple graphics cards. And with triple, I just put SLI 980s because this was before 980 Ti's. I saw this. I never really talked about it though. It tells you, this is again borderline lying. They're not incorrect, but it's basically bullshit. I'll just say that. It'll tell you that you'll get 12 gigs of GDDR5 memory. For SLI, the truth is 4 plus 4 plus 4 equals 12, yeah? No, actually, 4 plus 4 plus 4 equals 4. So they are slightly lying with that.
Yeah, the VRAM doesn't stack. Everyone knows this. So claiming 2 cards, an SLI or Crossfire is the combined total of RAM. I feel like Best Buy, or not Best Buy, Dell should not be messing something like that up. Same with the hyper-threading i5. Not acceptable.
You'll not only save money, but you'll also have like 30 times that amount of configuration options available. I've never used
More like 100,000 times configure options.
if I'm just a hater, but honestly, I just think you're buying the name when you buy them, and there are other options. It's like the brand that you know when it comes to computers.
Yeah.
It's the brand that you would just know straight off the bat, like, I want a gaming computer, where do I get one? Oh, Alienware, there we go. I feel like it's similar to just when I used to play Xbox.
Oh, the Turtle Beaches.
Years ago, I know that when I wanted headphones, you would know to get Turtle Beaches. However, you'd later find out that they're garbage. They just break after a couple months. But
Depends on the model, probably.
Alienware, do better. So with the Alienware Steam Machine, they also use Network Play, where it says up to an i7 4785T, which is a quad core apparently, so that would have hyper-threading. Up to 3.2 gigahertz, so that's only probably to 1 core, and only when thermal and heat restrictions allow it. It comes with SteamOS and a 2 gigabyte GDDR5 graphics card. Or in other areas, it would tell you it's basically a cut down version of like I think a 980 or 980. I think an 860M, which is
That's
the
correct.
performance of a 750 Ti, I think. It's the wedge
760 maybe.
I hope you guys understand and make for an alright video. So I hope
That
you
wasn't
guys
bad.
see us go comment
I actually
if you'd like me to
sat through the
do
entire
that,
thing.
And see you guys later.
Hell yeah. Okay, that one, yeah, not bad at all. Where is other one? Other commentary video. Should be, I feel like entitled. Okay, yeah. Titled it like Alienware. I would say that's a B. At least a C. Actually, yeah, I'm not going to put it up here with the others, but... It's either a B or a C. That's for sure. But I don't think I want to put it up with the other guys. Maybe we'll find a better gym. Here's a Thing versus Slightly Better Thing. A series that I had 3 parts of.
And that is a good note to start off on.
Is it?
The first episode of Thing versus Slightly Better Thing, we will look at the performance.
I made my own custom
960 and a
banner for that.
970, both with MSI's sexy twin Frozer 5 cooler. This may tell you which is better for your money or how much performance you even need for that new game of yours to run. So starting off with the spec list, the 960 has 1024 CUDA cores versus the 970 with 1664, which is quite a huge margin between the two.
Quality feel like it's gone up a little bit.
We have missed out on adding a 960 Ti with more CUDA cores because there's a big gap in there. MSI is gaming 2G and the 4G versions of their 960s and 970s will have a base clock of 1297 megahertz and 1140 megahertz, and these boost clocks I have shown are the boost clocks of my cards. Yours may be very different. The memory for the 960 is 2 gigabytes of GDDR5 memory and 4 gigabytes for the 970. And yes, there are 4 gigabyte versions of the 960, but I managed to pick up a 2 gig version. Both cards have a memory clock of 3506 megahertz.
My ears are
960
feeling
is
wet,
on a
so I'm
1
gonna
bit
clean them
bus,
out.
And the 970 is on a 256-bit bus.
I do this about daily, sitting here when I have headphones on for too long.
970 can be an up to a 3-way. They are both very attractive, yes, and the MSRP is roughly $210 for the 960 and roughly $340 for the 970. All tests are being run at 1080p. The system being used has
It's
670K. All tests
that where it's like the lighting changes. That's me like holding a lamp and like moving it around.
at 4 gigahertz.
It's like that's cinematic, right?
Cooler paired with 16 gigabytes of Patriot Viper 1600 megahertz memory, all on an MSI Z87M power motherboard. The boot drive is a Crucial MX200 250.
How did the game streaming go?
Mass storage,
Uh,
Barracuda 2 terabytes, all powered.
I didn't. I ended up not. Yeah, with Parsec. I ended up just not. I think the connection, something with like the connection seemed like it was dropping. I don't know if it was like the CPU wasn't enough or there was some other limit because one of the computers goes through a gigabit networking. Actually, I think it's 100 megabit network switch.
So the main difference appears to be the 960 is great on high settings on most games. However, sometimes the 2 gig VRAM bottleneck is shown. There is a 4
This was a really short video.
but it's up to you to decide whether that's a better deal. The 970, however, is great at maxing out most games, or at least coming pretty close to doing so. Not to mention, it is the most popular card on the Steam hardware survey, and it is VR ready. While the 960 is more of a sweet spot value-oriented card, where you don't want to spend over $300 on a brick that makes Lara Croft's hair look a bit more realistic.
Yes.
So let these results be interpreted in your own way, and make your own decision from them. Thank you for watching, and thank you.
That wasn't bad. That really jumped up the quality. I'd say it's a solid B right there. Easy. All right, next. All the way from bought stuff number 8 all the way to offer up listings number 4. Here we go. This got 5,000 views. Gonna have to unlike all my old videos.
So what are we doing?
August 3rd, 2016.
Yeah, is my face red too?
I was almost 17 here. Yay, happy 7th anniversary. Woo.
Probably in a while. In a while, I don't swim. Last time I swam was, I think, because I had to for school. Yeah. Yeah. So I got something. What'd you buy? For very cheap. I'm not saying just. Oh my gosh. I was waiting all day for it. What price
The anticipation kills.
of the RX40. I'd like to say it was because of that. Because that is the performance of a 970 for $200. Well, if you can find it in stock. So prices on eBay for anything around there is just dropping. Around there in performance, that is.
Okay, all sound so far.
So, aha, useless junk, but this key. What does it do though?
I forgot how that. I remember now how they did that.
There it is.
Whenever you got a package,
I got a box.
you would get a key.
Obviously, it's a graphics card because I was talking about the RX480. And this is also mainly going to be an upgrade for my brother. That is, if you decide not to get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe, maybe not.
Yeah. If you choose not to buy it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm building a computer.
Oh yes, that happened.
Yeah,
So,
run.
this would either go to him or to my brother, who is currently using a GTX 660. So this would be quite an
Yeah, I forgot you were still using a 660 back then.
Ski source.
Cut away from yourself, guys.
Yeah. Away.
As I do the opposite.
Away from yourself.
Just like that. Same over here. Make sure.
Make sure you don't put your face near it.
I like do as I say, not as I do.
Okay. How? I have no idea how you open this box.
Just punch a hole in it.
Wait, I still don't know. I'm just gonna rip it. Okay.
Yep, that's the play.
And make sure not to eat this. This
I'll
little
eat it.
gel. Never.
I crunch it.
And here we are.
Why does this rice make my tummy feel dry?
Here is a pretty good condition, so they say.
I ended up selling that, I think for $80.
The
Like,
acrylic, I think it is right here.
almost a year ago at this point.
GeForce GTX
Which, that person got a really good deal,
790
whether or not they know it.
And I assume
They're still about. I'd say they should be about $100.
Stickers, so I feel like they may have already opened this up. I don't care.
Right before or right after COVID struck, I got a 780 Ti for $100.
So as a blower style cooler, it might get a bit more toasty, but in my brother's case, he's using a kind of a really thin or console sized PC. He's using a Raven RBZ02, so something like this would still be fine, or would work better, so I hear, in that case, rather than in a bigger desktop. I'm going to be testing this. One of my favorite things about these cards are the illuminated GeForce logo. I would like to see how this performs against GTX 970 and see how big of an upgrade it would be for him. So we've got
I got a GT 420 for weed,
as well as a 8-pin
says somebody in the comment.
and I think this can go.
Okay. I mean, that wasn't a great video by any stretch of the imagination, but it wasn't bad. So, give it a, it's either a C or D. I mean, there's not enough substance to call it a C, but it's watchable. Oh, it was a 780. If you didn't get that yet. Sorry, I just saw what you said. Wow. Okay, we have made it. Kids' first gaming PC. It is about time. Wow. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, don't worry. Okay, music. You weren't supposed to like it. This video was supposed to be a big joke. I didn't know it was going to be my most viewed video at 318,740 views.
It didn't work.
My hair was about a 4 here. And this wasn't much later than the last episode. It was filmed a month later.
Jeez.
By episode, I mean video.
Jeez. So here we are again. Another computer build. Looks like it. And look, guys, this time I have an i5.
Another computer build. This time, I have an i5. Okay, that's two things in the first 40 seconds to indicate this is not my first computer, including the computer behind me. However, it feels like a third of the people who watched this thought I was the kid the computer was for, as in it was my first computer. The people in this, that I feel like everyone that watched this video didn't actually watch it. They just jumped to the comments after seeing the first 10 seconds.
6400, 2.7 to 3.2 gigahertz, full 4 physical cores, unlike that i3 baloney you guys were really upset about last time. We also got the MSI H1.
Yeah, like you would be surprised how many people. Like if I can just scroll somewhere random, but I'll find one. Okay, stopping here. Come on, load me in some comments. Come on, you know you want to do it. Come on, load me in some comments. Come on. This guy says noob PC build lol. I'm sure. Why is that? I just think that this PC build sucks, and you could build a better one for a little bit more money or less. I could build one that is much better for same price or $50 more. Some guy said, then do it. All brand new parts, same performance, better or less. And then random guy jumps in and says, I have a GTX 1080. Okay, well I didn't actually find anything that proved what I was saying, which was that people think that I am the kid. Okay, good thing you built it. This guy's so cringe. You could do something. What? It has. You shouldn't really buy 1 GB stick. You should get 2 4 GB RAM sticks. I know they are. It has better performance because you're not relying on one stick to not overwork itself. I guess that's the gist of dual channel, but I don't know for certain. It's quite obvious you're a novice, but it does not matter. I'm sure you learned from your mistakes and became better. What do you mean? What experience do you have? I'm sure you don't also... Well, at the time I only had like 3 years experience with computers, but now it's like 8. And I don't see too much in this video that's like I got... Like, I don't see anything that I got inherently wrong. I must admit, some of them are not needed. They don't... Why don't they bother to post videos instead? Yeah. Wait, some of what are not needed? The comments or the... I don't know, I'm actually lost. But yeah, I think because of the title, a lot of like actual children flocked in, and that's why everyone feels brain dead in this comment section. I wish I was as privileged as your kid. This isn't my kid. I'm a great big brother. Well, based on what? What kid needs a PC? No kid needs a PC. Oh, this guy is still in the comments. There was some like really dumb ones. Oh, thanks Tech360. Someone actually liked the music. Shocker. I didn't actually put it in the description. I forgot to do that. There's one person trying to figure out how old AMD was slower if it ran at higher gigahertz. Wait, you're not a kid, you're a teenager. Yeah, so that person. This guy said 5 years ago, can you build a PC for me this summer? I missed that one. CPU is trash. Could have at least got the guy an actual i5 at 3+ gigahertz or an 8320 with a decent motherboard and Hyper 2.0 Evo so you could overclock the shit out of it before you could give it to him. Okay, well, why would you want an 8320 or anything FX? You don't. And then says a 3+ gigahertz i5 just because this one's base clock speed is just under 3 gigahertz. It's really not that big of a difference because it will boost to low 3 gigahertz range. A lot of people didn't see the thermal paste, but it was on the cooler. It was pre-applied. and I pointed at it. Somebody thinks it looked like Max Mofo. What a surprise. Hey, what's up, P-Blazer? I'm just reading old dumb comments. Yeah, there's 1,400 comments on this video. It's pretty bad. Everyone's complaining about the cards, but I'm complaining about him saying S. Is it because of a lisp? Perhaps. Now you can't unhear it. Sorry, I consider 40 FPS unplayable, but yeah, okay. Some guy said you don't know AMD exists. I said if they made processors that were competitive to Intel's, I would know of their existence. Zen better not disappoint. Oh, we talked about their GPUs. Yes, the 660 is, I think, the lowest end card that can use GeForce Experience. Another guy thinks it looks like Max Mofo. This guy is 12 years old and has a GTX 1080 and an i7, and he's lying. Don't tell the guy that consoles have been less than 30 FPS until recently. Yeah. In some games, mid 40 FPS is playable. I mean, I would rather not. I'd rather turn down some settings and get smoother, but to each their own. Where's this thermal paste? It was on the socket. Apparently I look like GBay99. I looked him up in the past. Them specs are bad, apparently. I'm looking for something about... I'm looking for really dumb ones. Where's thermal paste? This guy reminds me of that dork I used to beat up in junior high all the time. Oh man. Don't pick on the transgender man. Another person says Max Mofo. It's not his first look in the background and left and you see gaming PC because it wasn't mine. Another person likes the music. Okay, that's like the second person. I probably spent too much time on this. Someone says they look like Salazar Studio. No, I do not. It's children. That's who's written these because of the title. Another person says Max Mofo. HyperX is better, apparently. Apparently the PC is sexy? What? Someone tells me get a haircut. Where is thermal paste? It is reapplied. Maximuffle's brother. Anyone else cringe? Yes. Too many time. You call yourself a kid? We're building crap as a gift. At least use something better. Somebody say Harambe, and I say dicks out. This music fucked up. Okay. Okay, yeah, I think because I spent all the time on the comments, I don't need to watch this video. The comments say everything it needs to. I'm not sitting 20 minutes through this. It's very rough. It's not a good watch.
Graphics cards. So I'm using that as
I didn't ever want this to be my most viewed video.
no fancy spreader, however, 660, 2 gigs of GDDR5
You'd give it an A?
for pretty cheap.
I was thinking more of like a
Retail for when it came out.
like a B in that range.
1060, 3 gig.
I mean, for what it is, okay, it's starting to lag, up. There we go. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I'd say that's a fine place to put it. We need something else up in here. All right, yeah, that's enough of that. I don't want to watch that. Next we have the case review. I used the same music. And Fiona. A cat.
This is
I haven't watched this.
This is the Xeon, I think 560BK, which is for black. Nice box. Look at this foam though. Now this case was about $43 after shipping. It was about $40 beforehand. Foam, not bad. Now I should look
You gotta
at
test your foam.
exactly
Stress
what
test it.
materials are used, but it's a glossy metal, it looks like, and it's astonishing to say the least. Look at that
I
glossy,
liked it. I
different
liked the case.
metal. We have one thing, vent up here for a 120 mil fan. We have a fan up here installed. There's one in the front as well. Yeah, there's a front blue LED fan up here. They're both Molex. They're not PWM. We have
Yeah. The most cinematic thing about my channel.
But on some cheap cases, they just use the cheapest screws I've ever seen.
It was a view of a Walmart parking lot.
Side panels for you. The side panels are identical, other than one thing, so they are reversible. Except you, looks like the mounting. There's meshing on both sides, but there's holes right here for mounting. I can't tell what size that is. Maybe 80 mil to. I mean, you could even do 120. But when you take this off, black on the inside as well. Not silver, like some cases are.
Not a bad case.
Silvery on the inside. The side panel, no flex at all. Well, I mean, if you flex it, it's gonna flex, but no like the wobbly kind of flex like I have seen on other cheap cases. They're very similar, except this one does not have.
Yeah, I took advantage of the outside or the balcony
So they are reversible.
in a few videos.
Can distinguish which
I know I did that in the 2007 PC and the 1030.
USB 2.0's USB 3.0, power and reset. Oh, this thing will track hair, by the way. You see this hair right here?
Oh,
You
gosh.
don't want to get into that. That's not yours. So this thing is a full piece, just comes off. Well, right here you can kind of see how it's.
Oh, this was September 17th of 2016.
There's actually only two 5¼ inches. This is a 3.5 inch. Only one comes kind of bent out. You have to bend these other two out. You don't have very much cable room back here. However, there are little tiny areas where you can use.
Yeah, that is no space at all. The 24 pin cable is not gonna fit back there. Cases need a lot more room in the back.
Then this one actually kind of has some flex to it. Yeah, you just put your SSD on this side, I believe. Screw it in from the bottom, and you go. When
Oh, it was my old case.
and when grown, it was one of my first cases I've used, but they were kind of a bit more flexible in what you would do, because you see there's not really screws on the side.
On those ones you had to like flex it outwards and put the drive inside. These ones, however, much better. That was $100 case. In this one though, $40 case.
Oh, I forgot that mechanism.
You just pull them outwards.
That's better than a lot of drive.
Like that, and then yeah.
That's good for $40. This is better than a lot of drive installations in more expensive cases.
There we go. Up the sides in, and then it just slides inwards. That easy. These are easy sleds to use. There's nice CPU cutout back here. Pre-installed standoffs.
Pre-installed standoffs. Everything's black. This is a good case.
3 down here, and then 1, 2, and you're missing one on this side. But that's okay, because inside the bag of hardware you get one of the it's a little plastic piece. I'll show you here in a sec. But you can put that on there. If so, your MATX board requires it. We have 4 PCI Express slots. That is correct. This one's the only one that you can unscrew. These ones just bend out. So let me unscrew this real quick. This one unscrews. The other ones just bend out. So I guess that's fine. I mean, how much money extra would that have costed?
It's really annoying when you have a case that has the PCI Express covers that you have to bend out, and you forget to bend them out until after your motherboard's in there. Then you have to be really careful pushing them because it can the metal can break off little SMDs or scrape a trace on the motherboard. It sucks, and you have to be very careful. Recently, I had to deal with that.
It's right here. Let's go and look at your headers. So you have your HD audio along with your, is this AC97? You got your USB, the square one like I mentioned earlier. I guess you could use this for your 4-pin CPU, 4 to 8 pin. 5, I can count.
Oh, I did a build in this.
Which is very, very handy. Here's the manual. Again, not
Oh, yay, I get to remove this
4
comment
80mm fans.
for
Here's
no
your
stuff.
slide again, your hard drives that you're gonna have to guess. One exception, we get a speak. So we get 3 types of screws. We get these ones. These are for your 5 1/4 inch bays. I know this because they're a bit bigger. Okay, so these you get 2, 4. You get 8 of these. I lied. There's one more. You get an extra 6 of these hex screws. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and allocate 4 of these little dome-shaped ones, little circle on them. I don't
How do I call them
but
dome
they are 4 of
screws?
those for the SSD,
They're like for
2,
SSDs, finer
4,
threaded.
6, 8 for the motherboard. Okay, so I lost some hardware that came
They got the little ring around them.
that you don't have that extra standoff, so you'd kind of put it through here and it'd sit against the case and wouldn't have to touch the case or just kind of be hanging there. Okay, so hardware. It's 150 in here with the stock.
Oh, the Athlon 5150,
That's all
hell
I
yeah.
really need. Instead of an SSD, I just brought a little 2.5 inch drive. This is 500 gig. Why not? Throwing a 97
That drive is
there.
now dead.
I know it's completely.
I didn't have to do a build for this, but I guess for case review,
Route that around as well.
might as well have.
USB, 2 USBs are routed to this one, so it's going to be USB 1. And we've got our headers.
Overall, what are we feeling for a review? Or for a rating, a tier? Where does it stand?
On this, or just tall enough to where you can't.
Because quality is kind of going up, as it has been over time, trending, I guess.
The SSD sled does have a lot of flex to
But
it.
there's not a lot of...
That's the only downside of this case.
But the quality of the content inside. Not necessarily the quality of the video.
The PCI. It's kind of. Or you want to
Oh, I did it here. Yeah, where you had to break it off while it's already plugged in.
Here and you want to add an expansion card, but it's going to be difficult because it could be scraping up your board.
USB 3.0 on that motherboard's in the very dead center.
Going this way first. There we go.
Just a blue cable hanging from the very middle. B or an A? That's very generous. I was thinking more like C.
Have to shove all those cables in there, but yeah. Or if you don't have a USB 3.0, all these match up. This used the screw it came with as well as the extra hex screw I had. So by default, these match up right along the holes right here. Matches up on both sides, so I assume that's right where it needs to be. Here, the hard drive plugged in. Very get my thing. So you have to.
Okay.
Very conflict. And then, boom.
Boom, all put together. Wow, yay.
Guys, if you big thumb.
It's not bad. I'll say it. It's not a bad video. A high B? Yeah, sure, fine. I'll put it in B. Next is the Cooler Master Devastator 2. Quick review, apparently.
$30, man. Just $30. And you can have a full backlit mouse and keyboard from Cooler Master. But, is it worth it?
No. Yes.
It depends.
Nah.
I use the G502 Proteus Core from Logitech. It's my favorite mouse of all time. It's $60, and for the same price, you can get the G502 Proteus Spectrum.
Still my favorite mouse.
Wasn't out when I got mine. For keyboard, I use a G710 from Logitech.
Or I guess it's the hero now.
Blue switches, 6 macro keys, and lights up white. However, I'm actually thinking of switching to a 10-keyless non-keyboard.
I now have a 10-keyless keyboard.
Desk. Let's begin with the aesthetics, because you know I'm all about the aesthetics.
Oh, this is cringe. But yeah.
The keyboard, first of all, has 3 colors: red, green, and blue. The one I chose.
Yeah, that drops it a whole tier right
My
there.
only complaint about the keyboard is that you have to re-enable the LEDs upon every time you turn on the computer through the scroll lock button. 4 multimedia keys: stop, pause, /play.
Not tried mini mouse.
All work really well with Spotify.
Oh, what kind of mouse do you
Keyboard
use?
buttons, increase and decrease, which is great inclusion for a keyboard in this price point. The whole build is plastic, but it doesn't feel bad, and there is a bit of glossy plastic right below the keys, as well as there are 2 feet that can raise up the keyboard.
This is a fairly short
Honestly,
video.
I love this keyboard. It feels very sturdy, and I don't mind its mechanical switches that are, in fact, Cherry MX.
Mechanical isn't terrible.
It's sort of difficult to see the letter of the keys at some angles because the LEDs aren't in the keys themselves, like many Cherry MX switches, but instead the letter is just hollow plastic, while the bottom of the keyboard is illuminated. The other downside is no onboard memory, so again, you have to re-enable the LEDs every single time. Not a huge deal in my experience, but would be nice to have lit up automatically. The cable is 1.8 meters and doesn't feel the best quality. And
Oh yeah, those cables are very thin.
and now for the mouse. It's not my favorite thing in the world. I mean, it feels great, just like the keyboard. And unlike the keyboard, the LEDs are automatically activated. There's nice rubber on the sides for nice grip, as well as back and forward
In-game
keys on the
gear
side, which I
XM1.
love, because the forward key on the mouse is what I bind as my push-to-talk key in CS:GO. The mouse wheel is nice
Lightweight.
as well, no complaints there. There is a solid click as well. No left or right mouse wheel though, but it's not something I really miss having as a feature. Not something I really use anyway.
Okay.
The DPI controls, the site says 500 to 2000, but further down it says 1000, 1600, 2000, which is pretty conflicting. I use the lowest DPI again. 'cause I play
Okay.
CS:GO.
Oh, these are cool. Do you have
DPI
any of
numbers
these?
right under the mouse wheel,
There's a lightweight
and
one,
are
a specific
indicated by the
version.
brightness of the LED. What kills
Looks
it
like a good
is
cable.
the liftoff distance. And I'm calling bullshit on lower liftoff distance because it's pretty high and too high for my liking.
A bad mouse is not good.
Centimeter. I had to switch back to my G5.
The liftoff is a
because every
big
time I tried
problem on
moving my
cheaper mice.
all the way back to the other side of my mouse pad to turn quickly, it was just awful. Hard to describe my dilemma, but in a word, awful. But again, $30. When my mouse by itself is $60.
A freaking monster with the
It's a
R8.
killer deal, and if you're just starting
Oof.
out, go for it. It won't last forever, but it's not bad.
Just the black one. Oh, okay.
So
It
if
looks
you guys
nice.
enjoyed, please leave a like and subscribe if you would like to.
A mouse needs these two, the forward and back buttons on them. That's my main requirement. This video, I would say it's not better. I would give it a C, probably. I mean, it's not a bad video. It's just was too heavy. Wow, really? I mean, I don't have any weights in mine. Oh my god, that was hairy. That was kind of gross inside my mouse. That was a lot of hair. Dang cats. I mean, it is a little heavy. I mean, I don't have any weights in it. Though, to be fair, I haven't really tried really light mice, like a good light mouse. That might really change it for me. I'd give this video a C. I would say it's... Actually... There's a bit more good information. I'd low B, high C. I don't know if I'd also give it a B. What do you think, Tech? Mr. Tech. Really? That's strange. I really like to bind the forward button to push to talk for online games. Or a commonly used button like I don't know, health in some games. See? Yeah, that's totally fair. All right. I don't think I remember this. Fry's Hall A6 7470K and R7 250. All right. Oh, yes. Bruh. Should have continued to do that. I don't think I have an S tier video. Did I catch my hand on?
Hello. I was just at Fry's Electronics, so I have 3 things. Gonna review them all eventually. Just gonna unbox them real quick. So I have stuff to do today.
That shirt became orange and see-through. I didn't know it was brown originally. Ball slacks. That is the S tier video. Ball slacks.
See the cables? We have a full straight and a straight and a 90 degree and a straight, you know.
I don't know what happened to that anonymous mask.
As well as easy
I think
set
someone
drive.
took it. Look, it's Hey, fuck off, Ando.
Drivers.
You know what? That does look like Max Mofo a little bit.
Anti-static bag inside that.
I think my Max Mofo peaked in 2017.
Itself. This one has red LEDs in the back. When you turn it on, it'll light up in 4 areas on the back. Red. It's pretty cool when you see it in person. On the side, we have.
I like how I kept the classical music theme for a little bit.
Types of display that are display port. We have HDMI, DVI, and VGA with 4 USB 2.0, 2 USB 3.0. Your basic audio, though a whole section of the motherboard is cut off for that. PCI Express 6 slot. You can't forget about that PS2.
I'm sick.
Don't be sick.
Okay.
Off on the board.
No, I just had to point that out because I'm making a lot of weird sounds right now.
We have some SATA and USB 3.0, which is pretty cool. And then
So far, I think this video is good. It's not great though.
motherboard. Next, we have La Processor. We have an A8 A6 7470K. This is a God of Vari processor. And last time I used this, I had an A4 7300, I think. So this is slightly better. This actually has integrated R5 graphics, while the other one had, I think, 8470D integrated. I need something to cut this open. Have you got a knife? Sweet. That's a heat. Okay. Same thing. That's enough. Oh. And here we have got the cooler. The CPU. Keeping all my boxes. Here's cooler. Advanced micro devices.
That shirt looks so different now.
Its own shade
I
there.
don't remember it being brown
I
ever.
have a feeling this processor is going to get to 80 degrees at all times, so I'll probably use a different cooler because this is not good.
That's a thin cooler.
For the X4 A60K, so I'll probably use that. It's
88.
no, you have the A60K.
Oh, I was thinking my motherboard. No. I'm not good with computers, guys.
Yeah, probably a lot more thermal dissipation right here. So I'm gonna be using this probably on that.
That'll work with the red.
Will work great. Plus, there's a big copper base on the bottom instead of this aluminum bulk crap.
That bull hockey.
And then here is the processor. A-series
Yeah, that
sticker.
looks like mine.
It does. They all look the same.
Racist.
I like the beginning, but the middle's a bit slow.
Something I don't think I'm gonna keep very long. R7 250 with 2 gigs of DDR3. This was $65, and I could either gotten this or an R7 240 with 2 gigs of GDDR5. So I chose this one.
I think I'd rather the GDDR5.
DDR3 plus this one. The deciding factor was that it looked cooler than the other one. So drivers and manual thing.
How could the other one look less or less cool than this?
And let's see.
They're like the cheapest cooler.
Not bad. We have some glossy plastic. PCB is really sharp. So got a little fan right here. I like how the blades look. Little fans.
Yes, to your video,
This is
yes.
very plastic.
Okay, I agree. That's at least an A. Of course, they still give people CD drivers.
Covers are all red and stuff.
It's only useful if you don't have an internet connection and you can't get like the drivers don't install automatically. Like some like Wi-Fi add-ons. Like if you need Wi-Fi. Yeah, kill. Yeah, why would you do that? That was a terrible edit.
30, but this is the very first really bad.
Some Wi-Fi drivers don't work right out of the box. I've had issue with that. That's where it's really required.
Which I don't think I can, because that's integrated R5.
Linux.
I don't think I can do graphics. If I could, that'd be pretty cool. But,
Yeah,
we'll see how
they're
it
just
goes.
obsolete. I only use a CD drive for like Windows 98 and XP stuff.
3 different products. So
Who installs drivers?
Look forward to 90s build.
I heard look forward to 90s build at the end. That wasn't a bad video at all. I kind of like that. But the rating.
Hardcore overclocking.
Ah, don't play a new video. Okay, it was. Okay, the first one. All right. This one. I would say B or A. It's a B. It's not an A. It's B. That's a B tier video. All right, and then this is all about the processor. I did it here as well. Yes. Oh, I like this. I forget doing this. My hair is almost at a low here.
Can't wait. So here's something from AMD, came out a little while ago. On the cheap side, say $70. Now I don't want to hear it. I know you can get the Athlon X4 A60K for around $70 or $80.
Wait for Zoom.
Straight up, this sucks. It has 2 physical cores. However, in every program like Cinebench and Windows Task Manager, it shows up as 1 core and 2 threads.
Because that's what it is.
Why not let that bother me? Because I know the way AMD's cores work are different from Intel's. It's clock tie though, 3.7 gigahertz, with the ability to boost to 4 gigahertz, and the cherry on top is it's unlocked. The biggest bottleneck of the APU, in my opinion, is not even the 2 cores. It's the 1 meg of L2 cache. It makes everything go slower than it should be.
Yeah,
Even while
that
using
could
the
very well
16
be
main
it.
drive in these tests, it's noticeably delayed. So far, there's no reason to go with this.
Buggers.
X4 A60K, which is also unlocked, has 4 physical cores and 4 megabytes of L2 cache. However, it does not have onboard
Post link
graphics.
tree.
And that's the only selling point I see this guy has. It has onboard R5 Radeon graphics clocked to 800 megahertz.
Let me see them feet. What are you saying?
Parts list of what you should be using with this processor. No aftermarket cooler, as long as you don't plan on doing any overclocking. More on that later. The motherboard.
Is this even HD? This is not HD.
You need for this APU, other than official overclocking support, which you can do that on many boards anyway. The RAM is exactly what I have here: 8 gigabytes of 21.
I still have this.
Memory from G.Skill, higher clocked memory, of course, for the iGPU. Here's a 1 terabyte hard drive. However, I would personally go with the 120 gig SSD for slightly cheaper because I prefer speed over capacity.
Those SSDs aren't great.
Lastly, here's a cheap case. And a system like this will be fine with the case that comes with the PSU. What? What's that? Don't use those PSUs? Boy, all these tests are being run off a 300 watt SFX power supply, generic power supply that came in a case, and it's perfectly fine. I even overclocked to 4.4 gigahertz. And I've
Use at your own risk, but
years, so I don't.
those PSUs are fine.
Total is $230, and that's really freaking cheap for the hardware of a
Nebula 1 mil substitute supposed to 480.
including the CPU.
Who like
This is
PewDiePie?
actually different. I'm using an MSI A68.
SSD is still an SSD.
I've used
But
this
with no
one for
DRM
this
cache,
on
you're
video, but this is
gonna
the
run into
second one.
issues.
I bought another one because it was cheap. That 8 gigabytes of 2133 megahertz memory I talked about earlier, 300 watt power supply that came with old case, an SSD for boot drive with a hard drive housing all my games on it. And lastly,
My
God,
wallpaper.
What is that thing on top? Okay, I have tried. Tried. This thing runs so hot. I thought maybe I wouldn't have this problem anymore because this is.
I still have that
not
cooler.
like a Kaveri processor I did a video on with 4 cores.
Or I used to have
running
that cooler.
Celsius.
I remember that.
So I thought maybe the refresh would slightly fix how hot the
Such a monster. That was on my first PC.
Classic AMD. All God of War really did was give a slight boost.
I don't even think it was just high temperatures.
Improve thermals or IPs.
I think just the thermal probe was off because that was a common issue.
Use case individual. You play small games, and I'll tell you which ones work well in a minute. And you're not looking for a discrete GPU, and that's the important part. Because if you're getting a discrete GPU, you might as well go with the faster X4 860K. And no.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called though at all.
Dual graphics mode with this and like an R7 240 or 250.
It ended up
But if I'm wrong, do
staying
let
on
me know
a
in the comments. If you
FX
install
6300 system.
you, son.
I installed it to upgrade a friend's system, and I don't know what happened to it since, but the computer no longer exists.
Alright, now let me show you what this little $70 chip can do. So what can the A6 7470K run? At 4.2 gigahertz, because that is what MSI automatically overclocked to when I clicked on the OC Genie button in the BIOS.
Yeah, AM3 chip.
The old one, at 720p medium high settings.
Oh
and the
no,
remastered
that's
one at
bad.
1080p. This is really weird. Don't ask why this makes any sense. 16x anisotropic filtering, anti-aliasing on, and it got around 30 FPS average on a fight with a Big Daddy. Unfortunately, the new LEGO Star Wars was too demanding.
Hey, Miguel.
1080p. Castle Crashers 1080p Ultra consistent 60 FPS.
Yeah, FM2.
Rocket League, if you turn down
Yeah, for real.
900p
But they were really cheap. Really cheap processors.
Trine, an older indie game, at 720p high settings.
Oh, sorry, I remember you don't like me saying your name. I just recall.
I couldn't do it. Oblivion, medium settings at 720p, around 50 to 80 FPS. There is some legroom there for higher settings. Escapist runs great. Starbound 720p, around 45 FPS.
Yes, I'm tier listing every single video of mine.
High settings, 60 to 80 FPS. And lastly, Minecraft max settings. I ran on 1.10.2, 900p, with only 8 chunks because that's actually what killed it, was turning up the render distance. Now if I turn the chunks up, my FPS would just drop. So this APU actually does great on lighter titles,
Starbound.
resolution, typically, with no graphics card.
I've hardly touched that
So what do you
game.
think about this APU? Leave a comment and I will see you guys next time.
Oh, I like the ending. How I don't know how they ruined it. I mean, I guess they like added or they changed like the story and stuff. I remember there was one point and there was like some Steam achievements and there was it was like for drinking a can of soda, and then yeah, the ending was good. that might make it bump it up a little bit. I remember that you could. There was a mod to turn a dirt into soda, so you just got a bunch of dirt, drank a bunch of soda, and your Steam level goes crazy. It's all on my Steam level, or my Steam accounts are high level. That video, like these newer ones are like somewhat watchable. Oh, I think it ended up being no, it wasn't this one, was it? No, it was this the video. It's at least a B. I might call it an A. Yeah, that's an A. That video is good. It's like that's one of the hidden gems. I forgot I did that. It only got 6,800 views. Thing versus slightly better thing, number 2.
Why are you even mentioning the
Unlike.
770 cam? It's 2 generations old now.
I still have a 770. It's still good.
I picked up this bad boy on eBay for $120.
That's too much now.
A few weeks ago, I got a whole freaking 780 for $140. I got both of them by a bid. It'll be long gone by the time this video is posted. But at the time of typing,
Really? You missed thing versus slightly better thing? I had one that was like I was gonna work on years ago, and I just gave up because I was like, no, it's not worth it. No one cares. I have like footage and stuff for that. Damn, maybe I should bring that back.
Which retails for as little as $300. However, a better deal would be the GTX 1060, which is the 3 gig version is about $100.
What kind of music was I using in this? Gross.
Now we know this card is so much better.
I don't like this music.
Please leave a comment and/or like if you want to see the 780.
Bring it back to classical.
Because I would have to go borrow it from a friend who I sold it to. We begin with the aesthetics.
470 versus 480. I don't have either of those. GTX or RX.
Both including this exact cooler from MSI. Illuminated MSI logo, 3 smaller and 2 larger heat pipes.
I don't have either of them.
6 and 8 pin for power. Such a beauty. MSI is my favorite brand to go get motherboards and graphics cards from.
My crabs. That was Kingler.
The 770, however, features MSI's Twin Frozer 4 cooler. The fins look pretty fancy, and I like the gaming series logo on the middle of this card. I have one of those both on mine and my brother's case.
On this card, you have 4 tiny heat pipes on one side and a larger one on the other.
Noted.
So just 2 8-pins for power.
I'm glad the vloggy style some people enjoy.
Overclock modes, which you can get through
Nombre.
gaming app software. The base clocks are 1137.
This thing versus slightly better thing, like I noticed like my graphs here are a bit more comprehensive.
Cores 1536 on the 770 and 1664 on the 970.
Reach out to Newegg.
And the VRAM 2 or 4 gigs on the 770. Mine has 2 gigs. And on the 970 we have 4 gigs. Bus width, they're both 256 bits. The 970 we have 4 gigs. Bus width, they're both 256 bits. The test bench consists of an i5 4670K clocked at 4 gigahertz, 16 gigabytes of 1600 megahertz DDR3 RAM. I don't really think the rest
Not
of
bad shots.
in terms of performance. I'll leave all the specs in the description in case you're curious.
2080 Ti artifacting background for the graph. 770 slightly faster. Okay, noted, noted. Wait a minute. Oh, versus 960. Oh, okay. 770 versus 960. Really? They're not 10 FPS difference. Another 10 FPS difference there. Much bigger jump. One email wouldn't hurt. You want me to email Newegg right now and be like, hey, I'll cover your backs. Just send me some free shit. In what world is that gonna work? I'm sure Newegg is covering their ass in other ways. I'm sure the last thing I need is an email asking for free shit. Can somebody change the music? I hate this.
So the 970 is obviously much faster, but the 770 is good enough for what it is, and for being half the price used. What do you think about the 770? Is it still plausible for today as a graphics card for modern games? No, it's faster than a 760 in some cases. And also there are 4 gigabyte versions of the 772 in case VRAM is...
I misspoke. I said 760. I meant 960.
Which I still don't think 2 gigabytes is that bad for some games. Thanks for watching this video.
Pink PC got sold. Oh, rip. That's rough to hear. This video. Thing versus slightly better thing 2. Oh, this is the first one. Oh, it was also in B. I'll also put this in B. Definitely going up in quality. Trending upwards. Alright, 60 sec tech. The only video made that was 60 seconds long. And I should have reused this format. I made this graph on the side, this bar on the side, just for this. It took a long time.
It has a plastic body with one fan. It's not really loud and runs about 57 degrees. It has these video outputs and can take 2 displays.
I could have been more in depth with the text on here. This gets a B.
50 megahertz, boost to 1.1 gigahertz, but mine does not overclock very well at all. It has 2 gigabytes of DDR3 memory on a 128-bit bus clocked to 1800 megahertz, and it has DirectX 12 API as well. I'm running a Haswell i5 at 4.6 gigahertz with 16 gigabytes of RAM. And here are some different games tested.
Okay. So low settings on all these games. You know, you're getting 40 FPS average. YogertPC, founder of YouTube Shorts. Yes, exactly, Peeplezor. Exactly. I basically created the TikTok. You know? Yeah, I agree. That's a B. We're well over halfway as well. Yes, I agree, Mr. Nielsen. Saying which, like if it's HDMI 1.4 or 2.1 or 2.0, is it the 2.0 2.0 and 2.1, the one that's like it can have features but doesn't have to. What card you once had? No one doing shit. Yeah, I could do more of that. 60-second videos, that's... Yeah, I mean, I could try to do another one. That's literally, I made a... I should still maybe have those assets, and if not, I can make another one that works like it. With the bar on the side and the timer. Oh! Discord, Mr. Nielsen. Yes. With 5 ads, yes. Oh, an ad every 10 seconds. Oh. A pre-roll ad, mid-roll ads, ending ad. Alright, we're doing Cold Shower next. We'll do the skit, and I don't think the song is necessary if we just do the skit.
Cam, I need help writing a... What are you doing, dude?
I'm sick of this everlasting nightmare, so I'm hanging myself with a hanger.
So, a couple notes right here. I noticed in this shot, like, I'm struggling, and then the rope breaks. Pop.
I'm sick of this everlasting nightmare, so I'm hanging
myself, and it cuts, and then the with a hanger is a different audio bit.
with a hanger.
With a hanger.
That's not what they're made for. Stop.
Can I say pass gas in math class?
What? No. Why?
Can I growl?
Stop. Stop that. First we need a plot. A story people can relate to.
God, I was so edgy. I need to stop.
Perfect.
And she hangs herself.
Stop it.
A sad song about a boy.
Don't say it.
Discovers a hidden talent
Go on.
for killing himself.
We're on a roll. You know what? Let's just improvise.
Corey Taylor, no idea who that is. Me running in the distance. Shoo. I need a bag of flour. Satisfy my needs. Little boy playing on a swing. The song doesn't make any sense. Trying to pass gas in math class. The ending is the best part of this music video. Filled with grief. Ah, what is that thing? Oh, it's not the end of the video. I tricked you.
That was awful. Terrible. Just terrible.
Full circle. I like it. What do we think? Oh, Beep Lazor, 5 years ago, you're here. Oh, I found your comment. Oh, subscribe for computer videos. Got this instead. I am quite pleased. Easily S tier. If something has S tier, it's probably this. I'll leave it there for now. I don't remember if I grabbed both thumbnails or just the one. I think I just have the one. SS for Science Studio. Ah, yeah, Science Studio needs to be on there. Why is Science Studio tier? Alright, yeah. Bad song. I like it. i3 hate. Oh, I don't want to watch this. Can we pretend this one never happened?
Oh, I can't wait to die. So, this is obviously a different kind of video. So,
oh, right. The 07 build.
What are you doing on the internet, you fat fuck? So, a lot of you, and I mean a lot of you, really hate the idea of me using an i3.
Really hate the idea of me using... Oh, I can't do that.
As a lot of you know, Core i3 processors...
I was really bad at doing that voice. I swear I've gotten a bit better.
Games require 4 cores, or 4 threads. 4 threads.
Are my nails pink?
You guys get really offended about that I used one, and that's really fucking cute. And, let's read off some of the comments.
Did we skip something? No. Wait, what? Did I skip? Because I'm defending the... I skipped videos. I skipped videos! I didn't realize! I skipped a whole section. Okay. We're holding off on that one. Where did I mess that up? After, Thing versus Slightly Better Thing? Number 1? I guess I just forgot to scroll up and I went, oh, that's the end. Oh. Yep, I was like, that came after Jalen's build. Okay, well, we got most of a page, or half a page through. We're gonna backtrack a little bit. Actually, we might as well watch this one first for some context before we go back.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
An i3 is not exactly a gaming processor. Should have gotten an i5, am I right?
He has no idea!
It is filtered by date, it's just backwards.
He has no idea! I don't get that one. I guess I don't.
God, the filthy Frank is too strong. I should just let him die.
Makes no sense. And some guy's like, well, why doesn't it make sense? He's just like, shut up, peasant. The fuck?
I would have gotten an i5. Gaming PC. i3. Good job, guys.
This isn't me, by the way. This is Cockhead. It's somebody else.
Yeah, you don't need an i7 4.5 gigahertz. Overclocked, water-cooled to game, lol.
You could easily have built a PC better performance at a similar price.
Yo, fuck, you can today. Yeah. But you couldn't back then.
Yeah, I know. It's so heavily inspired. I mean, I was literally just imitating Filthy Frank.
Video not for been bad, instead because you could tell this is not your PC or money by the way you're handling.
By the way, I'm so bad at reading this or in the video because I don't have my glasses on and I have to get an inch from the screen to actually read.
How am I mishandling? Like, they're not that fragile. Like, if I lick this, yeah, it's dead. I don't think you know that, like, and then I can do whatever. Actually, no, this is broken. But you don't have to hold, like, things are more anti-static than you might first think. And I dropped a stick of frame. Oh god, that wasn't...
The only other option was to use AM3, yes.
Dumbass.
Instead of 16 gigabytes...
And an equal amount of people would have been mad about that.
RAM, you could have easily used an 8 gigabyte and got a 120 gigabyte SSD.
No shit. That wasn't the plan. If you had watched the video, you would...
If anyone watched the video,
he didn't mean to buy
there's context in there.
That wasn't the alternative. He didn't mean to spend the other $30.
I'd use an i3 for surfing, internet, as movie maker. That's about it.
Are you fucking dumb?
A 750 watt power supply for them components.
What a waste of money. Except you didn't watch the fucking video, or you know.
Yeah.
He didn't have to.
Some people have very thick skulls, I guess.
This guy, kids these days. Oh, kids.
It's days these kids.
Kids. Except you're just like the other kids. Subscribe to Jacksepticeye and Leafy.
And Filthy Frank.
Oh, we got a Leafy fan here, boys. The new
Who fucking likes Leafy?
So
what a loser.
Okay, this guy is so fucking dumb. Foul.
You have DDR4 on R9 380. I have DDR3 and a GTX 1070. Like that doesn't.
How does that? Yeah, that has nothing to do. They're not mutually exclusive.
Because you have expensive
Or
RAM,
is it
but
no?
cheapest GPU, lol. No. DDR3 versus DDR4 is not a huge price difference.
Yeah, I
don't
know,
understand
literally.
At all. Should have saved money and gotten better parts. Oh. Should I get the i3 6100 or i5 6500? I'll be playing games like GTA 5 and games which both use GPU and CPU intensely. I'm also getting an RX 480. This guy recommends an FX processor. And the original commenter goes, if you meant the FX 8320, just stop. I'm not wasting my money on a 5+-year-old CPU. The bottleneck is 750 Ti. It's terrible for what you pay, especially for gaming. Okay. And this guy gets so triggered. Overclockable, it's not 5 years old, and I have one on my PC. I'm running an R9 380 without issue, so please show a little respect before you and think before you criticize. What a fucking idiot. Don't buy FX CPUs. If you buy an FX CPU today, you're fucking stupid. It's that simple. Just don't. It's easy. Just pay for something else. Anything, please. I'm serious. Don't buy an FX 8320 or anything like that.
Whoa! What? Wait, go back. Go back.
People.
Oh shit. No shit. How am I missing it?
Anything, please. I'm
Wait a
serious.
minute.
Just don't.
Is Cockhead actually yogurt? That looks an awful like yogurt.
Don't buy an FX.
And I'm starting to think PewDiePie and Felix are the same guy.
Okay. People, if you watched the fucking video, if you paid any attention, instead of going straight to the comments.
Tech Syndicate, yes.
Power supply. I already had it. I'm just giving it to him for cheaper than you could buy an actual power supply. That doesn't
Zoom. Enhance.
gone with the CX500M or EVGA power supplies, which are slightly cheaper, and then bought an i5. There's no compromise there. There wasn't a choice.
Computer. Enhance.
By using a power supply that I didn't need. I would have just done 8 gigabytes and the RAM, put the money aside for a better CPU. Haha. Fucking it. You're fucking stupid.
Don't buy into these conspiracies. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking.
Understand that, please. Why not do an AMD CPU? I can't tell if he's serious. You used an i3 for a gaming.
Gloria Borger?
Shut the fuck up. But 2 cores is not the best for gaming.
Is Gloria Borger PewDiePie or Felix? I can't tell.
Hyper-threading. I know it's not the same thing. Fucking idiot. Should have went with an i5 CPU. Oh my.
Yeah, and then when you go with an i5, you get people that are mad that you didn't go with an i3.
God, okay.
I remember, yeah, Tech Syndicate, he used, I think, like an 8800, I want to say GTX or something, as like a coaster. Ooh. That's rough. That's real rough.
So other than the fact that there are an unlimited amount of dumbasses on the planet, especially in my comment sections, I don't think I understand the performance difference between an i3 and I will show you, which is why I'm making this video. But you don't understand the price difference. There are parts at cheaper prices for a reason, and a reason is because you could buy them.
Explain yourself more. That's not a good point.
You're just fucking stupid. An i3. Why an i3? I think some people deleted comments because I just see his and that's it. He says, no, it's a pretty shit CPU. Well, my i7 4790 with hyper-threading is better.
Duh.
That's what's really funny, is that you spend at least $100 more on what you probably don't even need at all. And that's cute. Okay, what people don't understand is that an i3 is $100, which seems like a lot of money to
to some of you folk, but that's not a lot in computers. And an i5, which I do agree is a better choice for gaming, is $200, twice as much. And an i7, which you probably don't fucking need if you're just playing games, is $300, 3 times as much. Now, if it can justify the price to performance, go for an i5. Spoiler alert, it fucking doesn't. Here are performance numbers I'm gonna show you between the i3 6100, 16 gigs of RAM, and my 970, which
I hope this still
wasn't
checks
video.
out.
I just wanted to use the same graphics card for performance, getting that all together, versus my i5 at the same clock speed, 3.8 gigahertz, with 16 gigs RAM in the 970, and you will see that, well, there's issues.
Why? Why doesn't he want to work with Tech
I
Syndicate?
fixed them later, but currently, in the old benchmarks I did, the i3 beat my fucking processor. You can say current issues.
i3 is winning all these tests.
But hopefully, I fixed them later. But currently, in the old benchmarks I did, the i3 beat my fucking processor. You can say that's not fair because you use DDR4 and the i3 uses DDR3. The i3 uses DDR4, and that's not right, right? It doesn't fucking matter. RAM speed's not going to make a difference. It's really.
With these processors, RAM speed doesn't make a difference.
Another thing I have to look at is IPC. So roughly, if I'm using an i5 at 3.8 gigahertz, but it's like a 4th gen and then like a 6th gen i3, which is the exact comparison here, the same clock speed, the i3 will be faster per clock because it has a 10% improvement. So the i3 will lose out clock per clock, but it does have 2 more physical cores, which is the main difference we're looking at here. And the i5 can lose in scenarios I've seen, or there's no difference at all. Other games, there is a significant difference. Like, I chose only 3 titles here, like GTA 5, Fallout, and Doom. Like, a lot of you are just fucking idiots, and you need to...
Oh, okay.
But you're not completely wrong.
I don't recall exactly what happened. I remember that the mountain land party.
The sunglasses of unseriousness, and an i5 is a better option. However, sometimes you don't have the money. Sometimes you don't want to spend the money. Sometimes you don't need to spend the extra money. Like people who buy i7s probably don't fucking need it. If you want a balanced system, spend $200 on the graphics, spend $200 on the processor. An i5 and the X80 variant of AMD and the X60 variant of NVIDIA, and you're golden. Unless you do.
Video checks out. Where am I putting it on the graph? On the graph. i3 I would say it's not a good quality video. It hasn't aged well, and it's not something I want to put or display as like the face of my channel, you know? Like not... Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need some context. I'm gonna lay this on a C, even though it might deserve a B. Okay, I'm gonna open that in another... Oops, something went wrong. Can I copy that link? Oh shit, don't. I don't think that link works for me. And now my stream has to reload. Okay. The link did not work for me. Open link in new tab. It just opens to Creator Studio and gives me an error. Anyway, I'll be right back. I have to urinate. something else I recall. Kim is lover party. Oh, yay. Oh, yay. Who gets to, I'm gonna report for something bad. I have to defecate. Yeah, I did that earlier. Hey, Endo, I'm gonna make you a mod, just because you're an OG and you'll probably be able to handle those damn Russian spammers. I think you're an even match for them. What do you think is a good place for the i3 hate video to sit? Because it's not the most well-spoken video, but it's not the worst. For now, I think C is a very safe place for it. All right, next. We're going back in time. C? Yeah, that's fair. We're gonna go to the very first OfferUp video. OfferUp people lie and overprice things. But right before we get into that, I'm gonna grab Pop-Tarts because I am a little hungry. F for Frank. Because it's very frank. Why not B for blunt?
Let's make this a short rant if we can. People think their crap is
Got it.
worth more than it
Unlike
really
all my
is.
videos.
That, or they just love trying to rip off people. Either shows the cruelness or stupidity of the population. So if you don't know what OfferUp is, it's an app where you can buy and sell stuff easily, a bit like Craigslist. So you can imagine I'm always rummaging the electronics for good deals, and sometimes I find them, but most of the time I find this crap. For $250, I'd pay you to shove that SSD up your butt, man. What really bugs me is this kid. 1 terabyte worth of hard drive space for $125. You've got to be kidding me, buddy. And I messaged him.
C for cunt.
I'll lose $75. You, buddy. I also found this old Asus card that's, get this, AGP. He's selling it for $40. And then straight up scams like this. And just like that, I have AIDS now. And get this, a dusty 9600 GT for $75. I'd rather pick up this 2 motherboards and power block. And it's really funny when you lie, like this guy. Decent card for its time. Still plays most games on medium to high.
Not true.
No, it doesn't. Nor does he stop there with a freaking Q9400 for $75. Oh my god. Those who know what this is know what it's worth. Yeah, I do. $25. My biggest deal yet tonight. Only 2 motherboards and 2 processors. Tonight only. Nope. In case you haven't seen the last rant, go watch that. Here's an Alienware this punk has the nerve to sell for $1,000. I just love his claims. Alienware M4, top of the line tech. This is the supercomputer you want if tech savvy. Yes, a GTX 750 and a mobile 2.4 GHz i7. This is what I want, guys, because I'm tech savvy. Here's Mario selling a DVD drive for $25, but wait, here's Mario countering that deal with the same one for only $10. Sometimes people don't know what they're talking about. Custom gaming PC i7 8-core. Sorry, buddy, what? i7 8-core processor? I'm calling bullshit, guys. Most likely a Sandy Bridge quad-core with 8 threads, and I'm betting my left nut, not a 5960X. But you can't beat this deal. Here's a PC with a Asus V card with power gaming card.
I want that.
Cool.
That's actually not a terrible
Don't
deal.
spam your listing.
Mario versus Mario, no.
Want to not buy your crap. Not to mention, it's a Mac, and you give literally 0 information on year or model.
This is the original.
Kylo Ren selling an FX 9370, and what's his reasoning? Perfect condition, less than a week old, isn't compatible with my build. Willing to trade for an 8350. If it's not compatible, then why trade for an 8350? They're the exact same socket. Here's some dummy selling his GT6.
Someone mentioned that. His 9350 doesn't work on his board because his board would only work with 145 watt CPUs and the lower, but the 9370 is 225 watts, so will not work with this board. He's willing to trade for lower rate card because, fair enough.
620 for $24.99. I also found a GT 610 for $40. So just to put their listings from 90 to 100% worthless, I listed my 620 for $10. And here's an experience that just happened to me today. $250 for some obviously aged crap, and another listing from the same person for the hard drive seen in this picture, a Western Digital Caviar Blue 640 gig for $100, because why not? But in the picture, they show the listing from Memory for Less, which is really the place you don't go when you want memory for less.
Yep.
Everything is overpriced and they know it. They showed the listing for a 640 gig
Such a
digital hard drive
disingenuous
with a
practice
Caviar Black.
is to show like the highest screenshot you can of someone selling something. Two people named Mario competing to sell their old hardware.
They're doing whatever they can.
Yeah, some of this is actually like cool retro stuff.
Honestly, OfferUp isn't full of bad deals and lies. Occasionally you find these. So here's a few I found. Here's a 960 that I bought from this dude my age. He's actually pretty cool, and it was the one featured in my last video here. Here's a computer case from this cool dude who I sold RAM to once and chatted with him. A free case. You can't do better than that. Here's an FX 4300 at a reasonable $50. Here's something I legit want, but I saw something slightly better today, so here's a 7850, which is basically an R9
7950,
and for the same price as a 280X. Here's a G3258 for $40, and then lastly, a gaming laptop for $500, which isn't too bad of a deal. A dual-core 4th-thread i5 with an 860M, and that's about 750 Ti. So thanks for watching this commentary of why OfferUp is a bad app, but I believe it could genuinely be a good app as long as you stop letting the humankind use it.
Why OfferUp is a bad app? 6 years later, I'm surprised at it being a bad app. OfferUp lie and overpriced things. Where is that? There you go. Okay. That's a C or B, honestly. I don't know if I throw it in C or B. Letgo is actually good. I wasn't a fan of the app, but the website was okay, I guess. I know a lot more people use Letgo than OfferUp, but I couldn't find the appeal. Yeah, I guess I'll put this up with the other rant. Alright. Next, we have 5 favorite tech YouTubers. One sec, I need water real quick. Sorry, keep leaving. Ooh, okay, no more leaving for now. All right. And I am redoing this video.
Third video for this week. I decided that maybe I should start making more videos. Because
Oh, you think?
right now I'm at 440 subscribers.
440 subscribers. Sheesh.
Kind of my duty to make more content.
I've lost that many in the last couple years.
So this week I'm going to try to make a video every single day.
How'd that work out for you?
Maybe 2 or 3 videos a week. After that, I'm going to try. It doesn't mean I'm going to. But
Oh, yeah, post on 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th. That's pretty good.
I have a notebook with stuff on it. We're going to talk about 5 of my favorite tech YouTubers. People I feel like
This list is almost completely changed.
at a really high stance yet when it comes to popularity or a subscriber count on YouTube. So first, I'm going to talk about Basement PCs.
He doesn't
You might
do this anymore.
know of them.
everything's so
Greenham Gaming!
Greenham Gaming.
Greenham Gaming!
And his slogan on the banner agreed that took the hell will make it terrible.
What a legend.
A terrible camera, and in his old videos he had a really bad one, but he was still making really good videos, and the skits that he has before the actual video, like, and I think some of his newer ones will have skits in the way he does benchmarks. He has his own noun for that. It's called a green mark, and it's a specific task that you're spelling. So his spray paint jobs minus tech can be.
Okay, I get it. Stop sucking his dick.
Intense the way he makes.
You talked about him the longest.
Bigger, around 200,000.
Theo Joe Tech is, you know, very well known. So is Bitwit. They don't need a shout out from me. They can make it themselves. But Bitwit was, or Sauce Sauce is still good. Science Studio! Yo, where are the yogurt marks? I'm not stealing his shit. I mean, I might make like a parody of his content. That sounds fun.
Those are my favorite videos. But the thing that makes him unique is
Greg! Greg, I know you're watching. I see you. I challenge you. Huh? I challenge you, Greg. Challenge you to the death. He also, yeah, he commented on this for somewhat recently, 4 months ago. Yeah, Greenham Gaming. So he said, you know, 2016, 440 subs. 2021, 6830 subs, which actually, years before this. Challenge him to what? I challenge you to challenge. It'll be very challenging. I challenge you to a challenging challenge, Greg. You're in for it now, Buster. God dang it, Elizabeth Stepanova. Elizabeth. I can read some Russian. I promise. And remove. Actually, I'll report it. Okay. I mean, 5 years ago he said epic, but yeah, he said 4 months ago, he said, yeah, you're gonna go crazy in 2022. Yeah, you don't have to prove me right. I'm doing this to prove you right. You know, I shouldn't make any content. I should delete my channel and prove you wrong. But yeah, I just replied, don't bully me. Because I thought that'd be funny. How is he doing? I mean, he finally kept the change to Greg Salazar. Not Salazar Studio, not Science Studio. Yeah, he's posting every 3 days, it seems. If he wants, they should shout you out. Yeah, I think he was... No, he's not going to do that. There's no way. My content's too edgy for him. I would ruin his image. But yeah. Oh, he's 3/4 of the way to 1 million. Nicely done. I forget how many subs he was at this time. Oh yeah, he was tiny back in the day.
Growing 5,000 without a doubt. Science.
Oh wait, how many subs is that?
He's one of the best without a doubt.
5,500 subs. At this time, Science Studio has less subs than I do now. What? That's crazy. Yogurt to the moon.
Quickly growing. He benchmarks process.
Yeah, quickly growing. Holy crap.
But the thing that makes him unique is like the bold black lettering.
Oh yeah, this is so unique. I was just trying to.
He'll put up in black letters or something. He's more deserving.
That's so original. I couldn't find anything that was really original. I mean. Yep. Overall bad video. F. Wait a minute. Where'd my tier list go? Did I remove it? Okay, good. Ooh, it's saved. Ooh, it's saved. Ooh, okay. Alright. 5 favorite tech YouTubers. It's easily a D or an F. It's not necessary content. This is a useless video. It didn't need to be made. F. Alright. Next, XPC1, the very last part of Xbox project.
So a few weeks ago, I made a video about unboxing an Intel motherboard that I bought for a build.
A few weeks ago?
I wanted you to guess.
Guess it was a couple months ago.
Dangerous. It's not portable.
Wait.
I wanted you to guess.
Put it inside of a PS shell.
I think that's dangerous. It's not portable. Nope, not a server either. This guy doesn't know. And ding ding ding, we have a winner. Sort of. It's going to be a
Oh,
media
hair wasn't too bad there. Usually hair's hit or miss, and
remember about a year ago, I started the Xbox project, and it was
there it's a smash, you know what I'm saying?
inside of an Xbox. The concept was cool, but it had a few flaws. So this time I'm recreating the idea, but I'm going to be putting better planning, hardware, and care into the build of my new media PC.
But you never finished it.
An Xbox 360.
You loser.
We're gonna keep naming simple and just call it for short the XPC or the Xbox Personal Computer. This week we can focus on the hardware that will be put
The
inside,
GT
as well as
730.
just preparation in general. But first, if you aren't subscribed already, feel free to do so. It's free and it'll keep you updated on my channel when new videos come out. The full specs will be in a PC part picker link in the description. For the basics, we're using a Sandy Bridge i3-2120, the Intel ITX motherboard, 6GB of RAM, a 500GB 2.5-inch hard drive, and a GT 730 low profile, which is a budget card that I love very much. The power supply is an issue I'm still pondering about.
Overall, this isn't a bad video, since I got to, you know, reuse a lot of footage.
There is a solution, but it's expensive. From Pico PSU, you can purchase
Pico
tiny stainless
PSUs.
power supplies with the 24
Oh yeah,
motherboard,
Oblivion,
4-pin
easy.
CPU, and a MOLA
Yesterday I was testing out the GT 710, and I was running Oblivion at medium high settings, I think. I'm retesting the 710, it's pretty good. For being, you know, 710.
but could run me $100 or more. So I'd like to ask you guys what I should do for the power supply. Leave a comment down below. For a project
Did people
like this,
comment? Did people actually... Since you're basing off Xbox external brick, okay.
it's really unnecessary to tear up
Oh, this was a short video. Holy crap.
eBay for one that was in good condition physically, but had an issue like the red ring of death or something. I also found a hard drive that appeared to have a problem or something, and I got it for $10. Then gutted it so I can put the 500 gig hard drive in the computer. Also, I scored a 120 gig hard drive from that. So here's just a layout of the future computer. Next week or so, we'll be in the garage to cut up metal and the shell. But for right now, here's footage of
That never happened.
Thank every single one of you for making it this
Thank
far.
every single one of you. All three of you consecutively. For watching. Half waiting to see people post comments of the dead memes of 2016. Post comments about dead memes or seeing all the dead memes in the comments? There's probably too many. Remember Dat Boy? I like Dat Boy.
So you may stick around.
Oh shit, here come Dat Boy.
Go ahead and click away. That's all I have for you today, and I deeply apologize for the lack of video yesterday. I will try to make one tomorrow as well, so stick around.
It worked. I mean, I never turned it into bed mode, or I did eventually, but for the most part it was always in couch mode. Before I had a futon, or before I had this futon, I would sleep on the floor. I used to do that. Like when I started making videos, I would just sleep on the floor. I was fine with it. I didn't like a big bed, and that's why I ended up getting a futon just to sit down on. I've used a futon many years. Not great. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's fine. Yeah, it's usually in the couch mode. Alright, which video is this? Xbox PC. I'll give it a C, at most a B. Just because it's not really full of substance, it doesn't really go anywhere. I mean, I do talk about it, explain, you know, what's happened, you know. Showed the options I have. But it's not quite up there, you know. Alright. Thing versus slightly better thing. 2 or 3? I don't remember. No, this must have been 2. Okay.
To the second installment
Oh, I did. Okay.
versus slightly better thing. Today
I
we're
did the
looking at
thing.
processors that are, for the most part, irrelevant today because
Unlike it.
everything on this channel is irrelevant. Everyone should know what I'm talking about when I say Q6600.
I think I was peeking around here.
Quad-core and
I think I
unlocked,
peeked.
But the Q9300 came out afterwards. And
Спасибо за как пас да икел привет.
And today, that's what I do. Side note, at the moment, I don't have
Привет
a way to overclock
тебе
these
in
processors,
Russia.
so
It's
my
like,
motherboard,
hello,
if you
greetings
should
from
be
Russia?
a better motherboard, or I'll figure out how to do it. My current one. Specless time. The clock speeds are fairly similar, 2.4 gigahertz on the Q6600. And on
Yeah, I
the
think Versus Slightly Better Thing is an okay series. I should bring it back.
100 megahertz increase. However, there is a significant increase in the manufacturing process, dropping 20 of the nanometers, as well as the front side bus is increased for better transfer speeds with between the memory and the processor. 6 megabytes of L2 cache, so it is dropped by 2 megabytes when going up to the Q9300. I don't know what happened there, but it happened. They're both quad cores with 4 threads. The Q6600 is the Kinsfield architecture, while the Q9300 is of the Yorkfield architecture. The whole system used this time is different from the last time. Here it is. It's back here. Hey. We're using our 2 CPUs cooled by a large Intel stock heatsink on an X38 workstation by HP with a GTX 960, the same one from the last episode of Thing versus Slightly Better Thing. 8 gigabytes of 800 megahertz DDR2 Kingston memory, the SSD from last time, as well as a 2 terabyte hard drive, and an EVGA 430 watt power supply. We've ran all of our tests at 1080p. We tested Bioshock Infinite on its benchmark on Ultra with diffusion.
Hardly a difference.
Fallout 4
Big win for the Q6600.
GTA 5 on high settings with normal textures because of the 2 gigabyte.
Slight run for the Q9300. Again, a slight win.
Ultimate settings.
Basically the same though.
Also have Rise of the Tomb Raider on
And the same, basically, but slight win.
is very terrible. Shadow of Mordor on very high
Slight
settings.
win.
Of course, also not ultra because of the 2 gigabyte frame buffer on the 960.
Hmm.
And lastly, we tested Cinebench R15.
The only outlier was Fallout 4.
Is faster by a couple FPS. Not a huge increase, but I was expecting more out of it. Because it's slightly higher clock speed and it's much newer manufacturing process, as well as the higher frontside bus speed. However, let's hope overclocking makes a big difference, because in some of these games, I wouldn't consider them playable. Thank you guys for watching the second installment of Thing versus Slightly Better Thing. I invite you to stay tuned for the next video.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Okay, so that one. Thing versus Slightly Better Thing. This one. I guess it's also a B. I guess all of them are, because they're all pretty much the same. Hey Martin, Bertzelin Racing. You looked at my dead channel the other day and wanted to see more Offer Up. Haha, well, welcome back. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for thinking about me, keeping me in your thoughts. I'm doing a whole channel review, and from the looks of it, it's pretty bad. I'm not liking what I'm seeing, but you thanks for watching, and I'll try to stay posting. I mean, I can't forever. I'm not going to have time moving forward, but for right now, I can post 3 times a week. So yes, thank you. And by post 3 times a week, I mean this stream counts as the Monday video. So it's a bit of a cheat. Otherwise, this would have taken how long have I been streaming? 5 hours. Well, I would have had to have edited for 3 times this amount. Moving on. Ooh, the green spray paint.
Let's not waste any time.
Unlike my video,
Computer components.
136,004 views.
Cooler. It's as easy as separating the aluminum from the plastic. The motherboard is a bit more difficult. The only red parts were on the heatsink. I unscrewed them from the back of the motherboard.
Yeah, I am really talking fast. I'm just trying to get this video done. I don't like long videos. And I know the most recent listings video was half an hour long. I just cut out all the blank space of me saying nothing, as much as I could, and just uploaded. I didn't want to cut out any parts. I just wanted to chop it up, and hopefully it's not a bad video.
But they're deadly hot for now. The heat gun was used to remove the white LED bit.
Yeah, this could have totally killed the transfer of heat on the motherboard, but according to hardware monitor temps, it's fine. What happened the past few years, and what's in the mix for the future? I don't know what happened to me the last few years. I mean, I've been alive, I've been doing things, just not posting videos. Like, I've recorded some stuff. There's some a bit older content that I will be posting. Over time, you can attribute my disappearance to burnout, potentially. Yeah, sometimes I'd record something and I'd feel like it's not worth uploading, and then I got busy with many different things, and you know, full-time jobs don't let you give you a lot of free time to do things. But I'm enjoying getting back into it. It's a lot of fun for me. It's a real, I guess I can use the word blessing. It feels I feel so blessed to at least have a few people that watch me and are like, wow, like I missed you, or I've watched you for years, and like seeing like someone actually stuck around, or like seeing names that I recognize in the comments. I might recognize your name, Martin. I'll find one of your comments, I'm sure, if you've used to comment. And in the future, we'll see. I have a lot of older hardware now. Like, I have a 6-core Phenom, I have a 1st Gen i7, I have Athlon XPs and Athlon 64s, so there's going to be content coming of that. If you're into older hardware, I definitely don't get my hands on newer hardware, so yeah, we get older, cheaper stuff on this channel.
This was a very long process, and everything in this video is sped up in case you couldn't tell. You have to be very patient, but the outcome is very good looking.
2 coats of paint, and thermals were okay. Thermals are fine.
And boom, 1 or 2 coats later. And now it's just me doing the last 2 green coats, trying to get everything very green. And I went a bit overboard. See how dark that is around the cardboard? You want to avoid probably doing that.
And the shininess. Yeah, it was a bit close of coats. Very green, very nice. I almost like my video. Let's have it. Ooh, it looks so good. Too bad this PC doesn't exist in my friend's arsenal anymore. Yes, thanks, Martin. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to say hi. Do stick around. Thank you for being part of my tiny dead channel and not leaving.
Very beautiful.
I'll try to bounce back up.
Simply went back together with the black stencil. And lastly, the heat sinks above the CPU.
I would like to retest this thermally, because it can't be that bad with the VRM cooling, because there's still a large amount of metal that's not been painted. I mean, the CPU heatsink was even fine, but then also the chipset cooler was also painted up.
I decided to apply a tiny amount of Arctic Silver 5 to the chipset before reattaching the heatsink. But this may not be necessary.
Yes, I will enjoy the grind as long as you do. That's the only thing that matters. It's for nothing if you don't also enjoy it.
Gosh, the motherboard is finished and it's beautiful as well.
I can't sit on these videos forever.
Matched up together, graphics card. Getting the stripe pieces back on consists of hot gluing them back into place. If you remember, we dremelled the little black stud that kept them there in the first place. The big green piece is held on by 2 screws near the fan. Attaching the black part with the stripes is similar.
Yes.
But you stuck the LED. Reattaching the cooler is as easy as reapplying.
There's so much blank space on that board.
Questions last time regarding this.
And the die looks a little bare.
But I might as well replace it.
God, there's so much blank space on that.
And the LED header across like button and
Oh yes, put in the green Rems. Remsies. Okay, it's perhaps a better video than the first painting. I don't know if I'd put it in B though. I mean, I guess it's a B for the rest of my channel, considering the rest. NZXT S340, okay. We get some behind the scenes. More vloggy style. I would say B, okay. Your input's always good to see, peep. Looking for scissors? Oh, there it is. This video might be unnecessary. Okay, 5 minutes long. I've said nothing yet.
hello. Case.
45 seconds in, first words.
S340 by NZXT.
Unboxing videos are so unnecessary.
Is green. There's two LED strips back here. I think, needless to say, this is the best S340.
Until the Elite.
That are on mine. One is it has this little button right here that I'm assuming will light up LEDs somewhere.
These unscripted videos usually get pretty unrailed, derailed.
There's an extra thumb screw right here. Express slots. Brass standoffs, they're black. And there's also the standoff for you to having a little basement for the power supply, as well as
I already boarded this video. It's not a good one. I'm unliking it. Puts cat in box.
You have both of the fans already connected together. You can daisy chain them. There's lots of zip ties already held down.
And then I think I ended up breaking the front LED.
I discovered something else. This Razer logo is light up. It's connected through a PWM, it looks like.
Did I break it? I think I break it eventually.
So once it's powered on, the Razer logo will also turn on. But down here,
Not
there is
PWM,
pins
okay.
for the fans. However, there's no actual. So it looks like these screwed. Unscrew them.
Cool. Unnecessary video. You get at most a C. I would even consider this a D tier with the other unboxing. With some of my other unboxings, yeah. There's no real. No, I'm bringing nothing to the table there.
Yes.
I don't remember this
And
at all.
okay. So obviously
My toes.
SSD by AData.
$40. Dang, things have changed.
I think it's the coolest thing ever. This is an SP550, a 120 gig.
Times have
SSD.
changed.
I think the read and write speeds are somewhere in the 500 range. I wonder if it says so up here.
It appears to be a pretty standard SSD, about
Yeah,
530
standard for SATA.
megabytes per second of read and 410 megabytes per second write. And here's all the other crap like the TLC flash with an SMI controller. I'm not too big into SSDs, so I'm not super into the type of flash. and
Yeah,
type
still
of,
not.
controller that they have. So I'll get more into that soon. But as for right now, you're welcome.
Is TLC stand for triple layer cell or triple layer? I know there's SLC, MLC, single layer, multi layer. I think it stands for layer. QLC.
So this just came out of the box. It is a little quick start guide, which is nice courteous of them. Ooh, here's the SSD. It's so light.
It's not a good SSD.
The bottom part has to be metal, and the top appears to be a type of plastic. So that's what I'm getting from it.
Such insight. A 2-minute video. I used to make such short videos.
And I mean, it doesn't make it look any worse. And here's a little bracket, so you can use this. There's some adhesive on the back if you want to stick it to your case or whatever the case may be. Oh, but whatever. So that's all I
Shut the
wanted to
fuck
do is
up.
Show you a bit of unboxing. This SSD will be in a video very, very soon. I have to purchase one more thing, and I'm gonna have a lot more videos.
John Laird, where are you at? I miss you. You used to comment on all my stuff.
And see you guys later.
Okay, that video, bad. Yeah, should have F tier. Okay, that is a private video because the information is not correct and doesn't help anybody. This 960 unboxing also should be gone, banished. Okay. Hair's getting a little wonky. Did I ever fully review this card?
So this is just my very first impression of the card.
No.
This week.
I didn't actually review it. Sorry, LDT 233, if that was even your name. 233. You're still watching these days. Yes, very insightful.
Box inside of a box. Okay. Have you found it yet? That's my question. When will you find it?
Searching of...
Have you found it yet? That's my question.
Search of Incredible, yes, still searching.
This is a weird looking one. DVI to VGA, so you put your VGA in there and this will go into a DVI slot, say on your card. So if you still have a VGA cable, VGA monitor, it'll still be compatible with this. Because I don't have one. Awesome, we've got this nice phone. Some drivers, so you get the latest version. These may be a couple versions outdated. So yeah. No more lights, because I need a 6 keys or all something.
How is this video so long? There's nothing here. Oh, that's a cute looking card.
This is blowing me away already. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is a nice looking card.
Like this. Look at that. Back get that.
Oof. Brush metal.
Is the EVGA for the web version. Those little rubber things. Here's your little SLI bridge. This can be in up to a two-way SLI.
Which is dumb.
For IO, spacing up right. Got a DVI, 3 display port, and an HDMI. Oops. There's your 6-pin if you're looking for nickel-plated copper heat pipes. PCB is tiny. It's not the full width of the card, or whatever that word is, because it's not going to be very heavy. However, I don't know. This cooler it feels kind of heavy. It's kind of hard to hold with one hand at the very end. So, because of how thick.
There's a lot of extra length in there. Yeah, that's a solid D. I mean, maybe it's a little informative, but it's not good. 35,000 views. Raise your theme PC case for my friend.
XT-S340 designed by Razer. The rest of the build how to fit the color scheme. Let's jump right in with the processor, the Intel i3 4170, as well as now last gen architecture.
Oh, the music in this is also bad. Pretty sure I've linked it in description.
Plus, I got it on sale for $85.
God damn. All these dang bots. Reported for prawn.
Motherboard, but he downsized to a mini ITX type of console-sized PC and left me with this. I was able to mod it, making the heatsink screen. So, also, in case you haven't seen the video where I spray paint some computer components green, check that out.
I think with different music, this could easily be A tier, maybe. As it sits, might be a B tier.
Patriot Viper is what I personally use and is the best green DIMM out there. These modules are clocked at 1600 megahertz, but the speed won't matter very much.
For this processor.
For our CPU cooler, we've just taken the Intel stock cooler from the box and spray painted that green as well.
God, the music sucks. Oh, I'm never doing whatever this is called, electronic dubstep, somewhere in there. No. Monster Cat.
It gives up 5.25 inch bays, but in return you get a small, cleaner look. You also get 2 SSD slots to show off your drives, and a basement to hide your 3.5 inch drives, and your power supply.
I mean, all really not a bad video. Generic YouTuber type beat. Yeah, it's exactly what I try not to be though, so. Like, I had to find different music, and I think it's Monster Cat. Oh, NCS, non-copyright sounds. That makes sense. How messy is my desk? Just a little bit. All right.
This case also supports green underglow and LEDs with the Razer logo in the front. Power supply is a bit on the cheaper side, however, it's plenty of wattage for the build. There won't be any power issues. The EVGA 430 watt power supply. It's black, rated at 80 plus efficiency.
Wow, 80 plus. Except it was made from like the 2009. Wow, Caviar Black from 10 years ago. They're loud. Ooh, those 8 pins in the top corner are always hard to get to. This scene did not need to be so long. I've got all the cable management in here. This isn't bad video at all. This isn't A or a B.
Finally, the piece to truly make this a gaming machine is the GTX 960 Gaming 2G from MSI. I have also custom painted this to match the Razer vibe. I am aware they sell a green version of this card by default, however they retail for over $200 and I got this one used for $125.
Fair enough. Do 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 do. Are you done yet? Is that it? I put the plastic right back on because it was going back to him, or the person this is for. Yeah, wow, the beat dropped when I did the thing. Wow. Underglow is nice.
See anything inside? But that could be fixed with adding some white LED.
Oh yeah, I put a LED inside because it was really very dark, tinted acrylic.
In the description you'll be able to find links to these songs as well as the link to get this system done.
Nice, I had little benchmarks at the end. And green. You know, that's an A or a B. You know, for the quality of editing, I'll call it an A for all intensive purposes. Whew. Jalen's PC build. I won't watch the whole thing. It's long and good. And I also don't like that.
Pretty good. So here's a computer. It's this guy. He doesn't
really have. What's your name, son?
My name is. Should I say my name?
You don't. I don't care.
I get. My name is Jalen.
Don't lie.
Oh no. Heart beats ass.
Okay, so this is obviously a computer build. Here's the case. What I forget what the case is called. Do you remember? A new Skylake i3 6100, a gigabyte H110MA, 16 gigs. He was gonna get 8.
Yeah, I'm sure this was a lot of people's first
This
of
is
me.
a Seagate. Is this 1 terabyte?
I don't remember anything.
So here's a 1 terabyte Seagate, 7200 RPM. I don't know much more than that.
This
just
will
keep
spawn
all
the
the
i3
stuff.
hate
I'm just
video.
looking at it. Here's a Power Color PCS Radeon R9 380.
Most viewed parts, the benchmarks.
DRAM, not the 2 they can get with by default. Now I know the RX 480 is out now, and I know it's pretty good. Equivalent to a 970, but he got this a while ago, before that came out. Here's a cooler. This is not a Cooler Master Hyper TX3. This is actually an Intermax something. I just decided to put it in here for shipping. Oop, that
ETS
fell.
30. Oh, I called that earlier,
This-
hours ago.
he
I
has
was
a
like,
need
that
for an
cooler
i3,
looks
but
like an
it'll just make
ETS
it run
30.
cooler and quieter than the stock cooler. Plus, can I take the stock cooler? I'm taking the stock cooler.
Oh,
CX
okay.
750. This was my power supply, but I don't need it, so.
Okay.
Right at the end.
I don't want to watch
See
the
that
entire
right
thing,
there? But like
but
toward this area, you see the big
this is not a bad video.
down,
It's also not good, but
and then pull out this way.
We might have to learn first.
Lift that up. Yeah, make it flip upwards. Yeah, we're good.
I don't know if this is better than Jalen's upgrade.
Saw it off.
Maybe they're as good as each other, but they're both up there.
Nice. And then the whole thing will lift out that piece right there. Hey. And then this thing, this is the fan header. You connect that through right here. Straight down. Yep, you got it.
Nice.
So to open this up.
Comments are also a war at the bottom of this video.
Oh, nice.
Only less than 500 comments.
The future is here. Yes, bitch. We're gonna look at that last. Let's see what it comes with.
And ending slash benchmark.
It's quite ballin'.
Quite ballin'. That shit bussin'. Bioshock Infinite Ultra, 80 FPS average. Fallout 4 Ultra, just about 60 FPS average. Considering it's an i3, not too bad. GTA 5 High, 40 FPS. No, that one's now privated, but that video does still exist. So first I'm gonna throw this this video somewhere, then I'll go find that. There we go. Jalen's computer. I'll call it a B. Okay, and then I think that's next. But before then, here it is.
So hey guys.
Oh gosh, I give that a hot dislike. Comments not support on private videos. Oh great. Okay.
This is my very, very first, as far as I am.
This video sucks.
Who knows? Okay, no, I seriously feel something. 1 second.
Yeah.
What the heck was that?
Capsaicin was burning my fingers.
Okay, it actually doesn't smell that bad. Like spiciness, you can kind of smell something.
When did I eat it?
Grab this.
Oh, crunch.
I feel it in my nose.
Big mistake. Biggest mistake. My mouth watered up
Wow.
when I saw that.
It's like 10 of those peppers at once, like pizza boxes. Okay, I got a lot of it down. There's like it's not that bad, like right now. Okay, I feel it coming.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's hitting. It's hitting.
My mouth.
Oh, it's hitting.
Spiciness. Oh, there it is. Hold on, I'm drinking milk.
Immediately drinks milk.
Oh my
I fucked up. Oh no.
I need to talk.
Let me talk.
Let me talk. Come on.
The milk doesn't help. Yep.
My throat is burning.
Yeah, you messed up, kid. Get fucked. Yeah, because you're a loser who ate a pepper. Ah!
This hurts so bad.
Yeah.
Beyond this point is going to be in my ears. It feels kind of burning on that.
I was just holding my hand to my ear because it was cold. And then devolved to me just spraying the water in my mouth from the sink.
That was gross.
And vomiting.
Just pain. Why is someone doing this? It's like eating this as a challenge. 1 second. Is it stupid as like
Yeah.
stick my hand in gasoline and light my hand on fire challenge?
Basically the same thing. Yeah, 12 minutes of suffering.
Milk is coming out. Like, did it curdle the milk or something? Like, what happened?
Curdle the milk. It's so hot it spoils the milk.
10 out of 10. I would not do it again. IGN, man.
Yeah, bad video. Yeah, but that was not on the tier list. I did not edit this one, so one of my old friends edited this. Hair is on point.
You get to CSGO, but you can't play this FPS, 80 FPS.
See what I did there?
Yeah, I definitely didn't edit.
4 gigabytes of a Vector Core beautiful budget memory at 1600 megahertz. An Intel ITX motherboard, that's not very important. A 500 gigabyte 2.5-inch hard drive running Windows 10. And as for right now, the integrated graphics, Intel HD 2000. We're also using a 300 watt power supply because that will be more than plenty for this setup. And you can actually play at around 40 FPS on lowest settings, but that's not ideal. I have problems seeing dank hiding at back of sight at 720p.
Yes, this is true.
You can check out some hella budget cards. First, the GT620. You can't actually get this from retailers anymore. It's just a terrible deal. Also, the GT710. I actually did review this card. You can check that out here.
Yes, the legendary 710.
They're about $40 to $50 for the 2 gigabyte DDR3 versions. Finally, the $70 solution, GT730. I also did a review of this card, but the price tag probably will not justify the performance. Let me go ahead and say you can get a much better second-hand card on eBay for $70. We test these cards on their stock speeds on CSGO running lowest settings at 720p, medium settings at 900p, and high settings at 1080p. I didn't go max or use MSAA because it would be ridiculous to expect these budget cards to push that hard.
Yes, true. I agree.
So here we are. All 3 cards are hitting at least 60 FPS.
710. Doing pretty well.
But that's not good visual.
It's the only card I currently have still.
Once we stepped up to medium at 900p, things get significantly more demanding. The
Yes.
speed might still be reasonable if the minimums weren't so low. Finally, at full HD 1080p, both are lower and dedicated.
Wow, the 730 could still handle that.
Minimums of 14 FPS, which is still unplayable at fast pace.
Low 720p.
30 is still chilling.
Here I come for the GT710.
Honestly, these cards did great, and the GT730 did reasonable. For $40 or $50, you can get reasonable medium settings on CSGO. Now, I know these aren't ideal solutions, especially because the new player
which never happened.
Great on games like CS:GO. That will retail for about $100 US. Do you think budget cards like the 1030 and 1010 will be a big improvement over previous generation, like the 1070 was for the 970?
Ah, yes, 1030, very good card.
Either way, this was just a fun budget solution for those who just want to play CS:GO, which honestly I don't play more than that these days.
Oh, cool. Okay. Because I didn't edit it, not too bad. Oh gosh, here it is. A C or a B? You know, it gets a B. Mostly because I didn't edit it. If I would have edited it, that's a C. Okay, now we gotta go 2 pages over, I believe. Nope, okay, now we're on this one. Budget cooling solution.
So you have a computer.
Yes.
You're using a stock cooler.
Oh, gross.
Is it worth it to upgrade?
No.
Well, you'll definitely get cooler temps,
Mhm.
allowing for more overclocking headroom. They may be quieter than a stock cooler, and you probably already know you can go with an all-in-one liquid cooler, or for about $30, you could get a Cooler Master Hyper 212 Evo. But
Yes.
if you're considering going cheaper, say $10 or $20, is it worth it?
No.
To find out, I went to my local
I remember because I made this video.
4 different CPU coolers ranging from $9 to $20, all from Silenex. And if you're looking for these coolers yourself, I would go to Fry's.com because they appear to be cheaper than from other online retailers.
That's why Fry's went out of
So I've got two
business.
cheaper low-profile models, the 92 HA2,
Gettable.
HA2. These both have an
Yes.
unusual circular aluminum fin layout.
Skedaddle. Oh, okay. I totally didn't read that right. All right. Goodbye, Peep. Thanks for coming. Glad to have you. Join back some other time. Good to see you, man.
The $16.80 HA3.
I remember making this cooler video,
And then the larger $20
and I was expecting better.
You guessed
I remember
it,
being
Red 92
thoroughly
Both
disappointed.
these things are all copper, and all these fans have a 3-pin PWM.
They were not all copper. I think I learned that in the
Let's
comments.
talk about hardware included.
They're
They
just
also come with the cooler, quite obviously.
copper
Mounting
plated?
bracket for LGA 1156 through 1151, as well as LGA 775, if you're using an Intel CPU. If you're using an AMD processor, you won't need this bracket. They will have a baggie of hardware containing 4 white pushpin thingies and 4 black pushpin thingies, as well as complementary thermal paste, ranging from the little ones in the little packets to the reusable tubes, which is nice of them. They also have a manual, which isn't that bad. The larger fans will come with an additional 4 rubber thingies that are already on the side with the fan, and those are meant for you to install another fan on the other side, if you so choose. On one side of all 4 boxes, we see a list of ratings in various categories, like cooling
They're all
performance,
BS.
dimensions like case compatibility, noise level, and ease of installation. And of course, for their own ratings and their made-up categories, they'll give themselves good ratings.
For the cheapest coolers in the world.
What are these compared to? Because even their $9 cooler looks pretty high up on the charts. And furthermore, both of the bigger ones share the same scores. What if you put a water cooler scores through this? Because they're not great coolers, because you can't get much worse than stock. So let's go through these real quick, and I'll give you what their actual scores are.
I haven't seen this
based on
since this
my
was
opinion.
uploaded.
Cooling performance. I give them a 4, 4.5, 5, and 5.5 respectively, because I'm basing this between a stock cooler and my H105 from Corsair. I do see a couple degree improvements as you go up each cooler, and a stock speeds with the 92 HA3. It was 9 degrees cooler under load than a stock Intel cooler, however it was 11 degrees hotter than the H105, which I'd probably give it an 8 in terms of cooling performance, when liquid nitrogen is out of the equation.
Yes.
While I'm talking about temps, to get them I use Arctic Silver thermal compound, and then after booting up the computer I let it run a while until I found my idle temp, and then I ran Cinebench to get my max. And in my experience, they actually get a lot hotter on Cinebench
It's quite a bit of paste.
than on IDA 64. I tested each cooler on 3 GHz to represent a cooler running processor, then at my processor's stock speeds at 3.4 GHz, which turbos to 3.8, and lastly 4 GHz to represent a hotter running processor. However, it's a totally different story if you go with AMD. You'll probably get 90 degrees still, just like the stock cooler. Dimensions.
How long have I been streaming? 6 hours? Another 3 hours, probably.
And I'm sure they'll fit in most cases, unless
Good 9-hour stream in.
ones into a Silverstone RVZ02 or a Fractal Design Note 202. But in terms of dimensions, in my experience, it's bad. My motherboard
Oh,
is too
yeah.
good for the bigger coolers. My motherboard has 2 big freaking heat sinks for them to fit, so I had to go back to Fry's and get the last LG 1150 motherboard that had to fit the damn thing. For $70, which was overpriced for this motherboard,
Yeah.
I probably won't even be able to return it because I left the receipt in another city. Rip me.
Oof, I think I was able to
Little
return
coolers
it.
just barely fit, so I'll give them an 8 in this category.
No way I kept that thing.
And I hate the mounting, and if they were improved, that'd be perfect.
Wait, did I kill that board?
They do have a small
I don't
size
remember, I
enough
might
to
have.
fit in HDPCs. However, the other 2 do not deserve the rating they gave themselves. I give it a 4 in terms of compatibility. Sure, they will fit in most PCs, but not where the motherboards have large heat sinks. Some
To that
will
point, you're not
fit
using one of these
without
coolers.
denting or scraping the metal. Noise level. Here's a sound test for all 4 coolers as well as an ambient noise.
A lot quieter.
Now, I've definitely heard louder fans, but I'd probably say 7 is more reasonable. And the 100 HA2 was probably broken, and I'm pretty sure it was already returned when I bought it. The fan was always going at full 2400 RPM, even when going into my UEFI and trying to change it manually. However, the other ones did not have this issue. Lastly, ease of installation. Installing these is a bitch, because I've already mentioned
Ah,
my issue
yes.
with them. They all had the same bracket to install. You simply put the white things to the 4 corners of the bracket that sits on top of the 4 mounting holes on the motherboard. Then the black pins go through there to secure it. Then you take the cooler, which is where it gets hard. When mounting, you have to apply a good amount of pressure, and I was super worried I was going to break it, or permanently bend the metal. The cooler is usually my least favorite part of building a computer, and this sealed it. A solid 3 is my rating.
Yep, they suck.
So there, Silonex. That's what I think of your ratings. Cooling performance is mediocre. It's short enough to fit in most cases, but the mounting is too wide. However, so the value is there. The cheapest one, the 92 HA2, is just as cheap as the Intel stock cooler that can be found on eBay. But its performance is pretty much identical, unless your stock cooler killed itself, like mine have, by the cables getting too close to the blades.
A real issue, a real problem that we all have.
The larger $16 and $20 models can be upgrades for the stock cooler, but if you're looking for an actual good upgrade, please consider the Cooler Master Hyper 212 Evo for 30 bucks. I have used it in the past, and I couldn't get temps because I don't have mine on me at the moment, unfortunately, but I would choose that over any of the coolers I showed you here today. So thank you guys for watching.
That wasn't bad at all. I think I'd put that in A or B. I guess I'll throw it in B. Not quite an A video. Okay. Q6600 good today? I do not remember this video, or much of it. Majora's Mask. Just making it like another language. Oh. Lore.
The Intel Core 2 Quad Q6600. 10 years old and originally costed a hefty sum. However, they can be picked up used on eBay for around $15 to $20, but I got mine $40 brand new. Something you do have to consider if you're thinking of picking up one of these is that the LGA 775 boards aren't all cheap. And if you plan to overclock like I will later in this video, then you may want to put that into account. I got my board cheap, but most of you may not be so fortunate scrolling around on eBay. From what I read about overclocking, X48 and P45 chipsets are the best, while P41 and P35 have support but are limited. Correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, as well as add to my list of OC supported chipsets. I'm using a P35 chipset, but I could still overclock easily. Finding DDR2 can be a struggle. A lot of used DDR2 RAM on eBay will say, for AMD only, and I don't know how accurate this is. I recall buying some that didn't work, but I think it was just really bad RAM, because I hear it's all for marketing. Eventually, I found 8 gigs of some Kingston RAM that worked perfectly at 800 megahertz. Now, RAM speed does matter on these old processors, unlike today. I don't want to
And like at the time today, then with like Haswell and Skylake.
I'm gonna be using my H105 from Corsair. A bit overkill, I know.
But boy, this was before
Actually, I don't
Zen.
even have proper mounting for LGA 775, so I'm just gonna kind of like lay the block on the CPU. A quick recommendation for a cooler is, of course, the Hyper 212 Evo from Cooler Master. It's not a blind recommendation that I'm giving just because everyone else recommends it. I've actually used it, and it's not bad for $30.
It's perfectly fine. This is a good little skit I did. I could do that voice way better now. This is actually good. I actually dented the trash can doing that.
The system. The Q6600 at 2.4 gigahertz stock speeds, and I've overclocked it to 3 gigahertz successfully.
I like the little skit that cuts it up.
To 3.5.
God, this is A tier.
5 from Corsair, like I mentioned, so the thermals aren't to fret from. I'm using the Gigabyte GA P35 DS3L, a board that'll be perfect for this CPU. I bought a used for $40 from some guy locally using Let Go. I have 8 gigabytes of 800 megahertz DDR2 Kingston memory, a 256 gig Crucial MX200 for the boot drive, and a 2 terabyte Seagate Barracuda that houses our games. A Corsair CX600M to power everything, and finally our graphics card, the GTX 970 from MSI. This is of course to try to eliminate the GPU bottleneck. Now I'm not finished yet. I'll be comparing it to my main system, rocking an unlocked Haswell i5, an MSI Z87 M-Power motherboard, 8 gigs of 1600 MHz Patriot memory, and the rest of the specs the same. I'll be using the i5 clocked at 2.4 GHz to match the stock frequency of the Core 2 Quad. This can be attested to the IPC from Kentsfield to Haswell, and I'm also pushing it to the i5 to 4.6 GHz. A bit extreme, but that's a good representation of a modern Intel quad core today.
Fair enough.
Now I want to address a couple of issues before we begin the benchmarks. With such older hardware, you're going to be getting some outdated features, like PCIe X16, nothing wrong with that, but oh, it's only Gen 1.1.
Oof.
That's rough. It's like running a Gen 2 8X or a Gen 3 at 4X. Could hold back some GPU power, yes. Next, it's running SATA 3. No issue there. Oh, but there it is. 3 gigabit per second, not 6 gigabit per second like we enjoy seeing. And another small thing, no USB 3.0. This was a time before 3.0 existed. Another obvious
before all these features existed.
No DDR3.
Yep, obviously.
Now we're going to be starting off with Cinebench R15. Now these show you the stock speeds of the Q6600 receiving a score of 232 CB. but I'm not disappointed considering its age. Once you overclock, the CB goes way up, and at 3.5 GHz on the Q6600, you get 335 CB, 103 more than the original score. Lay the CPU block on the processor because I don't have support of mounting, worked fine. I laid a temperature on the top for a little bit of extra weight, and it did.
Someone quoted that the other day in my Discord. Someone who's in the Discord, you know who you are. Oh shit, I gotta. Okay, good. No more messages on here. He quoted me putting a tape measure on the water block to keep it down. Yeah, so what?
The others stayed around 60 or 50 degrees. I'm pretty sure the reason why the temps between 3 GHz and 3.5
66 degrees is not bad.
because the voltage was on auto, and when moving to 3.5, I had to put in my own voltage, being 1.462 volts. Now for
That's high. That's really high.
Games are being run at 1080p, and from bottom to top on the graphs, the items will go Q6600 at stock speeds, Q64.
Blah, blah, blah.
Unfortunately, the other tests won't look like this. Tuner just happens to only scale GPUs. It's possible the couple extra FPS achieved with the i5 is a result of the higher PCIe bandwidth. Now in Bioshock Infinite's benchmark, the minimums like being really low and the average is crazily high. The maximums are so high that they weren't included because they aren't a reasonable metric of performance here. Thief's built-in benchmark is pretty demanding for the CPU, and it struggles achieving only early teens minimum and on average 30 stock and 40 when overclocked. I could consider Shadow of Mordor to be playable even at stock speeds, but moving to 3 and 3.5 GHz is a noticeable boost in performance. GTA 5 is a pretty CPU-intense game, so 16 minimum is expected, and when moving at high speeds, some textures glitch or just have to pop in. Overclocking doesn't just see a nice boost in FPS, but also a decrease in these texture errors. Now Fallout 4 is rough at stock speeds, but when overclocked a little bit, it can become playable. And of course, you can turn settings down. All the settings so far on these games have been pretty high. It should also be noted that VSync is present in this game. The benchmark for Rise of the Tomb Raider gives the stock speeds a 47 average, even though minimums were harsh. Once overclocked, the scores do improve and makes the game much more playable. Our second to last game, Cities Skylines, which was chosen.
I'm getting lost in this video.
And it really shows.
Yeah, this is one of the best I've done.
My scores, I used the Los Santos map for GTA 5 and zoomed down into downtown Los Santos and benchmarked 60 seconds with Fraps. Finally, CSGO. In case you're curious how I got these scores, I let Fraps benchmark 3 minutes of deathmatch on Dust 2. Now on stock, FPS drops below 60, which shouldn't be allowed in a game like this. And thankfully, after overclocking, minimums stay above 60, and average in the high 90s. Again, like Bioshock Infinite, maxes were
playable
because of how absurd they were. Our final graph shows the averages for every game.
Oh, okay, cool.
The blue bar is the Q6600 at stock 2.4 GHz, and the green is how the equivalently clocked Haswell processor performs.
God,
this can be looked at
2x performance
and see how much we progressed, and an IPC comparison on how that's progressed over the generations. Now, using the Q6600 isn't a bad experience. When using an SSD, the whole system still feels pretty.
Maybe today would be.
Sometimes things take a second or two to load or open, but this is a 10-year CPU holding up just fine. I think it's aged very well. And when overclocked, it helps everything feel faster and more snappy, like a modern processor. I was in fact.
This was before then, Ando. This was right before everyone started doing that, and I didn't realize that was important until after everyone did.
As long as it's paired with a decent graphics card.
I'll get another Q6600 and redo this.
And RAM similar to these. On budget, this could still be a plausible option today. So tell me your thoughts on the Q6600.
I'm glad you're still here, Ando. Current CSGO? Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. CSGO is a little bit more demanding. I'll try it. I'll put that video in A. I'll do it. Maybe even S tier. I don't know. We'll see how the other ones go, but God, I still have so many more videos to do and I'm getting tired. I'll put that in A. That was pretty good. I would say it's better than a few of these even. I would almost put it in S tier. I'll put it in S for now unless something else surpasses it. Dual review of the 1050 Ti and RX 460.
So I got this RX 460 a while ago, planning on doing a review, but I was a couple months late and then this came out, the GTX 1050 Ti. So I decided I would eventually get one too and just do a dual review, and it kind of works out how both are from Asus.
I should have done the
Honestly, I
1050
MSI
and the
versions if they
460.
were available to me. Now I got different versions for both cards. On the RX 460, I got the beautiful Strix version with a, get this, an ROG RGB LED. Now that's pretty fantastic.
ROG RGB LED.
Are very small.
Haha.
60s fans don't start spinning until you start using it pretty heavily, and it also features an additional 4-pin PWM connector, which allows you to set
That's a
fan
cool,
profile based on
cool
the GPU's
feature.
temperature, while the rest of the fans are probably focused on the CPU's temperature. The 1050 Ti unfortunately does not have these features. The 460 requires a 6
Bit of an overkill 460.
The 1050 Ti can run perfectly fine off the PCI Express slot, no additional power required. And in my experience, this doesn't affect overclockability. In terms of I/O on the back of the cards, we see DVI, HDMI, and DisplayPort 1.4 on both of them. Now looking at specs, the 460 does have a good number of stream processors versus the number of CUDA cores that the 1050 Ti has.
Maybe this was a
GPU
thing versus a slightly
very
better
similar,
thing
however, the
in
1050
disguise.
Ti overclocks much higher, and you'll see that soon. They both have 4 GB of GDDR5 memory on a 128-bit memory interface, and the 1050 Ti's memory is clocked slightly higher. The last thing to note is that the 1050 Ti costs a lot more. The 460 4GB
I wouldn't say a lot more there.
$110 to $120 and up, while the 1050 Ti starts showing up around $140 and
I actually run my RX 590 on a lower end BIOS. Like my RAM and or its memory and core is just clocked lower than it could be.
When I get my hands on one, I'll be sure to compare.
I used to undervolt it. So I don't know. I don't think it has much headroom.
And the R7 which I've done
I mean, I could try it.
Only on the first 3 titles.
But I would need a good enough CPU to alleviate any bottleneck.
GHz and 16 GB of 1600 MHz page rate memory. The rest of the specs will be in the description if you're really curious. I should also mention that the 460 has been overclocked to 1300 MHz, while the 1050 Ti to 1810 MHz. These two new cards are both overclocked because I'd always recommend if you have a budget card, you should always overclock for more performance.
Fair
and
enough.
All games will be running at 1080p. I'll also only be showing minimums and averages. First, on Tomb Raider at ultimate settings, we see that both NVIDIA cards beat out the RX 460, and the GTX 1050 Ti is even almost pulling 70 FPS on average. On Bioshock Infinite, we see a very similar story where both NVIDIA cards beat out both AMD cards. I know this graph says Bioshock Infinite.
Trying to overclock with a factory overclock.
And finally, the RX 460.
What do you mean, like you tried OCing an OC version? That shouldn't make it artifact. That's weird.
On GTA 5, we see the RX 460 doing all red at high settings, while the 1050 delivers a very, very smooth gameplay. On Rise of the Tomb Raider, the GTX 1050 Ti gets almost 60 FPS.
That might mean voltage is too high. Or does that mean you need more voltage?
On Thief, the averages were actually very
No,
close
it means
to
voltage
those
is too
cards.
high.
However, the 460 manages to get less than 30 FPS minimum.
I
Now, the
think.
460 was introduced as a budget way to play esports and MOBAs, and the only one of those I play is CS:GO, so I did.
When you hold it for long enough.
It's not just getting playable.
Like at those voltage
Actually pair this with a
voltages.
120 Hz monitor and be good, and that's great. Something I did notice on both cards, however, is that the game seems laggy or like locked at 30 FPS or something. Until you turn a setting down, turn it back on, and then it'll run smooth. Lastly, the temps here show that the RX 460 is much hotter. However, the fans are always spinning on the 1050 Ti, while they only starts to spin on the 460 once it gets hot enough. In conclusion, neither of these cards are bad options for a budget system, and I love the idea of gaming getting cheaper and cheaper. Now, again, I would love to get my hands on a GTX 1050 and compare all 3 of these cards. For now, I can say that these are not bad values, especially if you can get one on sale for close to $100. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I will...
Okay. Probably like a C. It's not great or anything. Best of B. AMD Kabini. I don't remember this.
So you may be wondering
1050 review? I don't think I ever did one. 1050 review, still waiting.
while we're treading into the waters of the Kabini.
You're not getting one.
And really, I don't know. They're cheap. So Kabini is AMD's low price.
I should have kept Kabini.
Very, very low TDP, which is a surprise.
I ended
for
up
AMD.
selling this.
And with built-in graphics. And get this, a few of them are full-on quad cores. For how much? Under $40 in some cases. Well, are you interested yet? What's the catch? Expensive motherboards? Nope, those are very cheap as well. Well, it's the clock speed. They're clocked way too low for today's standards. So here's a list of AMD's Kabini processors. The Athlon 2650, 2 cores at 1.45 GHz for $20 and not terrible. The 3850, 4 cores, 1.3 GHz, almost $40. The 5150, which is what I have for you today, 4 cores at 1.6 GHz for under $40. The Athlon 5350, 4 cores at 2.05 GHz, which used to be the top tier Kabini APU and also around $40, but recently AMD came out with the 5370, 4 cores.
You're the guy who needs PCs after RuneScape towns. That sounds so. I can't relate.
With 4 processing cores, each clocked at 1.6
That's funny.
with 2 megabytes of L2
Should name them after Elder Scrolls towns.
And you can actually run this passively.
This here is Bruma.
Some aftermarket heat sinks I've seen for this.
And this is Leowin.
This is a good deal is the built-on Radeon R3 graphics clocked at.
Let's see how Leowin compares to
But it does mean you can run this chip without a dedicated
Whiterun or Rorikstead.
What would make these chips a great bargain is if you could overclock them. Well, what if I told you there was a way? Apparently, there's a BIOS update for the Asus AM1MA, which allows you to overclock. Unfortunately, I don't have.
If only this board was still $40.
AM1M. The board doesn't have too many bells and whistles. The I/O isn't terrible. 4 USB 2.0 ports, 2 USB 3.0 ports, HDMI, DVI, VGA for your display outs, gigabit Ethernet, and basic audio. A single PCI
Windhelm.
Express 16 slots,
Yes.
Gen 2, and 2 PCI Express X1 slots. Only 2 SATA 3 ports, kind of a bummer there, and lastly 2 DIMM slots for up to 16 gigabytes of 1600 megahertz DDR3 RAM. That sucks for the fact that AMD APUs can typically.
Windhelm is a good name for a computer.
However, this will not be able to. Something that bothers me is the placement of the USB 3.0 header smack dab in the middle of the board.
Yes.
A way that this chipset and these chips themselves are able to distinguish themselves from the rest of AMD.
Wait a
is their
minute.
mounting.
Where's the chipset on this board? I just realized that. Is it somehow integrated into the CPU, or is it just like just somewhere? Is it just below? No. I've never noticed that. The chipset's just not present. At least there's nothing to indicate the
It's not
chipset.
AMD's mounting they've been sticking to for years. It's instead 2 holes diagonal from each other, and this makes it a tad harder to find an aftermarket cooling
On the chip? I don't know. I mean, like, you know how like Intel moved the South Bridge onto the chip for Sandy Bridge? Sandy Bridge moving forward? Like, I don't know where else it would be. Because, you know, it's usually down here by the battery, but there's nothing really over here unless it's one of these. Unless it's like that. Which that wouldn't, I don't know. I don't know what a low-end, like, what, 5-watt chipset looks like.
2 holes diagonal from each other.
Unless it's right underneath the socket. I don't know. I've never noticed
These
that.
little chips come with a little heatsink with a tiny fan, and tiny fans are usually loud. Part of me finding out this chip's real value will include me to test games. I know this isn't really meant to be for gaming, but come on, like that stopped me in the past.
Okay, unless it's like one of
The
these.
system I'll be running contains an Athlon 5150, the MSI AM1M,
That-
8 gigabytes of G-Skill Aries RAM, which would usually be able to be clocked at 2133 megahertz.
Some of these actually have
and will
one.
be limited to 1600
I also, oh, I had this board.
a Crucial BX100, 250 gig SSD.
Yeah, I also
hard
don't see
drive,
one.
And lastly,
That's
a generic
strange.
300 watt power supply because This system will pull only over 100 watts. Runs. So at a Tomb Raider 20.
Oh, that's. Oh, I remember I did benchmarks like this at least twice, I want to say.
Lowest settings. That is not playable. Next, CSGO lowest settings at 720p.
Using colors to tell you what is a good frame rate, because how does anyone else know?
I can't say that's playable either, especially for Counter-Strike. Morrowind.
Ooh, that's embarrassing.
At 1024 by 768. 26.4 FPS average.
Not good.
Rocket League. Lowest settings at 720p. Oh, jeez. Okay, well, there's a trend here. 22.7 FPS.
Under the, like on the backside? I don't think so.
33.9 FPS average. Now,
There was nothing substantial on the back of those boards.
It's a very easy game to run, and you don't need high FPS for that. So I'd say that's sort of playable. Next Trine, very low 720p.
Wow, you can't play anything on this.
26 FPS average. I say that's moderately playable. But
Be a challenge to find something that runs.
But it's not that bad of a playing.
If Trine and the Escapists don't work.
Next, Left 4 Dead 2, 720p.
And Left 4 Dead.
34.2 F. Oh, not exactly.
Team Fortress. Oh, God. What can you even run on this?
With
Oh, Minecraft.
720p, 69 FPS average. But
Probably not anymore with how Minecraft's
so it was
changed.
playable. I built a house and some stuff, and yeah, sure. Next, let's get to playable
Delver.
games.
Ooh.
That were playable.
Okay.
Delver,
Now we're in the
1080p,
playable
High
games.
settings, 59.2 FPS average. That's very good. Then Castle Crashers, high settings, 1080p.
Nice.
60 FPS average, 59 minimum.
This plays on literally anything.
Pretty much was a solid.
Pro Skater 4. Ah, yes.
Half-Life,
I forgot to test that one. Sorry.
58 FPS.
Might be.
Pretty sure everyone can see that coming as a really playable game.
Oh, wow. Half-Life doesn't even run at a solid 60? Dang.
Then we have Super Meat Boy, 1080p. And I think VSync might have enabled, or at least half the refresh rate, because
Yeah, that looks like
at
VSync.
30 FPS. I couldn't really change that, even though it looked like it could go way beyond that. It looked like it was stuck with some VSync enabled.
Yeah.
Lastly, for a synthetic benchmark, we have Cinebench
Oof.
125, which is not great, but let's be honest, that's fine for a $40 chip. So even if you aren't looking to game, this system can be bought for under $200 and is perfectly fine for an office PC, you know, for like Word documents and Spotify and other light things, YouTube. But it's not for gaming, so don't say that in the comments how bad a deal this is for gaming. I already said that here. This processor could have definitely taken advantage of higher clock speeds, like the higher up models, which don't cost a lot more, especially since they've dropped in price. Now, I honestly think this is a decent processor, and I will incorporate
So much
it
hair
in
on
the
that.
future, so look out for that, and I will see you guys.
I never did that. Okay. I mean, this was the processor in Yogurt Mini. I liked how I did the benchmarks. You know, that wasn't a bad video. If the last one... Oh, that was S tier. I would say this was an A. At worst a B. Not bad at all. Yeah, I call that an A. I like how I did the benchmarks there. Okay, next, reorganizing room office. God, I still have so much to go through.
Because I really don't like how messy this area's gotten.
I already watched this one recently. We don't gotta watch this whole thing.
Kind of redo it for you.
Do you remember I put 100 likes and I will upload the full 2.5 hour unedited of me cleaning and moving stuff around. I was going to upload that as to your video. Okay, fine. I'll just throw it there for the meme. I was going to upload it, but eventually, I mean, at first I was like, I don't know if I want to upload this. It's pointless. It's just it was a joke mainly saying I would do that 100 likes, but I got way more than that. And eventually, I no longer have the video. I don't know what happened to it, but it's gone. So yeah, I'm not gonna watch this, but I do want to just point out one part.
Sit back down, or I could move this desk.
Yes, the very beginning of the movement. Boom. This footage isn't sped up. I'm just literally the Flash. I LOL'd out loud when I read that. after years and forgetting I put that. It's like, yeah, this is real-time footage. I'm just really freaking fast. Okay. That's fair enough. I bet it was on the hard drive you formatted. I don't think it was. I do remember I did lose some video files. I might have just accidentally like mass deleted it with other old video files. But it was definitely years ago. Okay, where is it? Rate my set. Okay. S tier. Okay, Godavari.
This is currently AMD's fastest APU.
Wow.
I'm gonna try and quickly tame all of the comments because this video and these benchmarks are meant to compare these APUs to the Zen APUs when they come out. So this review might be...
Which I never got my hands on any of. Any, I did not touch any new APUs.
AMD's fastest APU by a small amount. So right here I'm mainly looking at the 3 A10 Godavari processors. Now, Godavari was a small refresh over AMD Kaveri. The only thing Godavari even has over Kaveri is small boost and the iGPU. Anyway, the top of the line Kaveri APU was the A10 7850K. Then with Godavari came out the
A Zen APU.
70K with a slight
Well, not the first gen ones.
megahertz to 866 megahertz.
Or not like the original Athlons that came out for it.
The A10 7890K.
I don't think I ever touched any of the G processors.
200 megahertz.
Athlons for AM4 came out. Yeah. Yeah. I'm ignoring those. I'm pretending those never existed.
Main system with 2 Corsair SP fans. It's quite large compared to AMD's old stock coolers.
Dang, yeah, that was a massive cooler.
I noticed an LED through the spinning fins, and I was confused where it was coming from. Until I eventually looked on the other side of the cooler and saw the illuminated AMD logo, which can only be
Nice touch.
head on, and I thought to myself, you know what? AMD's freaking awesome. Now let's get into the specs.
That is cool.
The A10 7890K has 12 compute cores, that's 4 CPU cores and 8 GPU cores. The CPU is clocked at 4.1 GHz and can turbo to 4.3 GHz. That's disregarding the fact that this CPU is unlocked anyway, so realistically you could have gone with like a 7870K and just overclocked it.
Yeah.
You know, so out of the box it's just faster. As a
They exist solely for BIOS updates. Yeah, that's fair. Yep.
28 nanometer process. In terms of memory, it can handle 2 channels.
God, I don't want to touch one of those AM4 Athlons. Unless it's an Athlon 220 GE or something, or 3000G.
68HM E33V2 FM2 Plus motherboard, 8 gigabytes of 2133 megahertz G-scale rip jaws memory. Actually, it's Aries. I wrote rip jaws, but whatever. I'm also using a 250 gigabyte
Aries.
DX100 for the boot drive and a 750 watt power supply. In terms of cooling on stock, I'm using the Wraith cooler, and when I overclocked, I moved to the Corsair H105. So I can push this chip A8 7600, another quad-core APU with integrated R7 graphics that's clocked out 3.1 gigahertz. Second is the A10 7890K at stock speeds. And thirdly, we'll have the A10 7890K overclocked as high as I can get it, really.
4.4. Not too high.
Not good, like 4.7 gigahertz or whatever. I'll go ahead and mention that I will not be using dual graphics mode because that requires either an R7 240 or 250. And I feel like it wouldn't be worth it. Once you spend $80 on
You remember YogertPC? Who the hell is that? I remember YogertPC. I remember.
You don't need a graphics card at all.
Who's that?
Also be noted with an APU from
I don't know who that is.
Be limited to 1 gigabyte of DDR3 VRAM with just flawn. Then this on the way. I can't recommend this for the reason that it'll be outdated so soon. Lastly, this is the best FM2 Plus processor you can get. There's no upgrade path for this in the future. After this, you'll need to buy a new processor.
That has held true. The best FM2 Plus processor.
Comprehend. I don't know if you'd rather watch graphs or watch it this way. I feel like this is my usual thing, more reasonable if you're considering an APU.
Yeah, I did the benchmarks like this again. Yeah, overclocking did not really do much. It actually pushed the power down a little bit in some of these games, but up to, you know, gaining 2 or 3 FPS is worth. I don't know. Oof. Wow. Yeah, 0.1% lows probably would have been nice around this time, because it probably shows more of a story than minimums will.
Now, the temps are kind of screwy. I wish AMD had a much easier way to monitor temps.
Yeah,
Thermal
no
sensor
kidding.
or whatever is all off. So take these temps with the biggest handful of salt you can find, because they're off. They're definitely off. And I've had people saying their temps were
Frozer CPU cooler.
and like they weren't overclocked heavily at all. I was also thinking I could pair this processor with like my GTX 970 and then compare
What's
it
the
to my
Frozer
GTX
CPU
970 to
cooler?
see how big the gap is between like way too much to cram all that.
I mean, that was also a good video. I mean, I wouldn't call it as good. I'd put it like A or B, or okay, if this one got A, then that's a B. I don't know, is Kabini better or AMD's fastest APU? I guess they're... Which was better out of those two? They were very similar. Oh, the MSI. Okay, yeah, I like that. I totally forget the last video. I mean, the algorithm says the Godavari video is better. I'll leave Kabini there for now, unless I get overturned. Sister's new computer.
So about a year ago, I repossessed my little sister's computer. That I built for her in hopes I could make it better, smaller size, and just better, etc. It looked like this, and it had a quad-core 3 GHz Phenom 2, 4 GB of RAM, a nice hard drive, but
Would have been good for Linux.
and a GT620. In my mind, it wasn't great, nor was it optimized for a 6-year-old, or however old she was, 5 maybe, I don't know. So the main purpose of the video I did last time, where I looked at the best APU there, and then a weaker one, the A7600. I was really trying to see if she wouldn't need as much power, being 7 now. I'm pretty sure age. I decided the A8 was plenty, and was going to make that the meat and potatoes of her computer, being the CPU and the GPU. There were no actual potatoes, so I could have definitely. But I waited long enough. I could always upgrade her system later, considering I already had this processor for quite a few months now. Another goal, I guess, of this computer was to give it a small form factor, as well as to make it faster.
This already isn't a bad video.
Change this case later, but I think the size was a huge upgrade by.
I now have this case and the processor.
So, let's get into the specifications. The CPU, we have the AMD A7, a quad-core clocked at 3.1 GHz.
I still have this chip
as well as decent
on a better motherboard.
graphics. Along with the stock cooler, we actually switched it for another stock cooler for the X4860K. I think that the one that came with this processor was quite inadequate. For the motherboard, we have the MSI A68HM E33 V2 MATX and a low price. I am a huge fan of.
I almost don't think I'm gonna make it through all my videos.
More features than she needs. A great feature of this board is that it supports our high-speed memory. 8 GB of 2133 G.Skill Aries RAM. To replace the old slow hard drive, we have a new SSD, a Crucial BX100 250 GB SSD, silent and fast. Not to mention that I got this for like 40 bucks used, and when I checked on Crystal Disk, it said it had like 4 or like 10 hours on record, so like it was brand new, and I got it for price of a 120 gigabyte. I don't know. It was a nice deal.
I believe you.
This case to fit it for an HTPC. It looks really generic. It's like maybe RAID Max. I'm not sure. I know it has a RAID Max power supply. Comes with a 300 watt power supply. Of my first usual benches, then we'll look at some games that this thing.
Oh, I'm glad I used these benchmark type again. Unless this was straight up taken from the other video. Which I don't know if it was. Still not very good. Yeah, pretty poor performance. Very high 720p. Average 53 FPS. Oh, those minimums for CSGO. Not playable. Minecraft, however, is playable.
So if you'd like to see her build it, as well as watch the setup and see what programs I've installed to optimize it for a 7-year-old, you can go watch that video because it's a separate video.
I didn't fully optimize it for a 7-year-old. That's misleading.
I forget which direction that is. So thank you guys for watching, and be sure to watch that video of...
Gosh, the last few weren't, like, were pretty alright. It's hard to measure these ones, plus I've seen so many. Gosh, which video was it? It's a good thing I never went too edgy. Some may say I never went edgy enough. One gamer word and there would be no coming back. I've used gamer words. Where is this video? Oh, there it is. Gosh. I don't know how to place the last few about the Kabini, fastest APU, and then Little Sister's PC. They're somewhere between B and A. I don't know if I'd even put Kabini in A. I mean, if one of these has to go, I mean, one of them will go. But I don't know which one of these is the best. And now the one where she actually does the build.
This video is brought to you in part by Tom's Hardware, where you say,
This is a joke!
And suddenly you've started a war. Tom's Hardware. Do you like this game?
A bit more vloggy style. I ever play on my computer. My brother does the thing, and then she's actually not too bad at building a computer, given that I've had her do it once before. Walked her through the whole thing.
So we're gonna use that red one right there.
I'm getting some acid reflux.
A little bit to find the right place. Okay, that'll give it power.
How did a sticker came out?
I want you to label what you have, so
That's cool.
you want to put it on the front right here? Or on the top?
Why are children so dumb?
There.
Crooked sticker.
AMD A series.
Hey, look.
Yep, that's exactly what that is. Nice. Everything's almost already set up.
You download stuff on it.
I'll show you. You actually have most things.
Okay. This video gets
Did you
a
download
B.
Yep, that's already on it.
Yay, I'm playing.
First,
Yeah, not a too exciting one. I've seen that one several times. Now we get into the local listings era. I'm closing on the last, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably the last 30, 35 videos. I've already gone through most of them and I'm dying tired.
So, this is a different kind of video. I've not done something like this before, but I have done something like what this is about before. So there's a little commentary, had some CSGO footage playing, and it was about the app Opera. See if we can get onto there. And because I'm always looking there for used computer parts, and I am interested in checking out with you guys firsthand the terrible, terrible deals there. The funny, that's FM2, I think.
Ooh, I remember this lot.
Wraith cooler right there from AMD. We have some RAM. Looks like a quad done cases. More cases right here. Those are kind of expensive. These mini ITX ones right here.
Gosh, I wanted this lot so bad.
The same ITX case that but the only thing he replied with is that it's expensive, and that was really, really sad. For first Gen 7, that was a quad core, 8 threads. This S43 to 50. Not only is he
I don't know how I'm supposed to rank all of these. You know, I'm gonna say no. No, never. Maybe if she does another one.
So after
How am I supposed to rank all of these? Like, they're all like the same video.
for a GTX 760, is that a 760?
Ugh, I need an antacid. I have some acid growing in my lungs. No more stomach acid, please. Get me through this, please.
I'm judging with the red PCB that it's probably not even NVIDIA. Here selling this thing for $20, TP-Link, triple band, whatever it is. $80 retail. I don't know if I buy that triple band, so it's about actually $40. Or driver limitations that you might not get, you know. That's I think a reference kinda, or not reference.
Ooh, a 1080 for $300.
For $300, that for a 1080, $300. Just that's half off. Be a good deal. Sold pretty quickly. Actually, probably just 2 generations old. The GTX 970 4 gig MSI 4G gaming, whatever. 4G 190. Asking 195. That's pretty good.
I mean, for what this stood for. Where was the original video? Good, the bad, and the scummy. I completely don't remember which what thumbnail this is. Gonna have to refresh. Show me thumbnails. That's too new. Okay, it's this thumbnail. Wait a minute. I think this is one of the ones I couldn't download the picture for, so it might have a different picture. Yes, it's this one. Okay. So for what this one stood for, as in like the beginning of local listings, I mean, they're all probably just gonna fit into B tier. You know what? And I will put AMD's fastest APU above Kabini. Even though they're all relatively the same video because they're made in the same kind of era. If we jump forward from this, see, I'm gonna open the next few, or next couple.
Okay, there. This is another different kind of video because the last one I did, the off-road listings, the good, the bad, and the scummy, did actually really well.
The Let Go one got more views. My camera's quite big.
And $120. I mean, that's quite expensive. I'd say. Let's call that a are they showing? So I don't know what interrupting our little thing going on. Hue is so blazed. You could or something like that. And he's running dual graphics with an R7 250. That's just my speculation. I don't like the odds of this. I say the value might be $500.
Oh god, $1,000. Psh.
It worked. I hear bad reviews on the used one. Oh, that's so cute. He calls it a tablet, but that's definitely a laptop. $40. Run Minesweeper. Oh no, that's running Android. Never mind. It's not exactly a tablet. Oh.
Wow.
512 meg or 4 gig, you know, something in between, hopefully.
Probably 4 gigs of storage.
And the resolution, what it say? Is that 480 or 800 by 480? 50 bucks.
Oh, I love that case.
Syria? Oh, are they in Syria? I hope not. I want kitty. Can I please zoom out? Syria? Oh, that's a city in Indiana. I had no idea. I thought they meant the Syria that is having some issues right now. Where's the Syria at? Oh, it's a country. It's hardly even a city. Hoosier National Forest. Oh, no other thing. We have forests in Indiana? Oh my
Yeah, very south.
No one told me. Okay, what is that dude? Way down there. I'm in the I'm up here.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about you, but I have a thing for old computers.
Oh, that was the Vsauce. Dang, I almost ruined it. Okay. The second one there. Let's see, is this one? Worse. This is a C. It's that's an obvious, blatant cash grab, and I'm not for that. How to build a computer like a pro.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. I thought I'd switch it up a little bit instead of doing 3 videos in a row where I just look at like shitty listings.
Yeah, don't do that.
Do a more instructional video. So when building a computer, you'll need various things. First, the CPU. This is the brain of your computer. It does all of the number crunching. Next, we need a device to be sort of a sink, you know, for all the heat. Next, you'll need the motherboard, which everything connects to. Now, a more expensive motherboard won't affect performance, but it will affect features. So, a more expensive motherboard, you'll get things like more hard drive connectivity, multiple graphics cards, overclocking ability, and more RAM slots. Speaking of which, it's not
Sure, fair enough.
This keeps your CPU fed with data. It also keeps your web browser fed with data.
Why did I stick with like being legit in this video? I thought it was a joke.
Be able to satisfy Google Chrome. And my web browser isn't the only thing I'll never satisfy.
That was almost funny.
This keeps all of our video games and pictures and video files and potentially other illegal content. Adding the graphics card. Now this can turn your
Okay, that was a haha.
into potentially a gaming PC. These are responsible for calculating all the geometry when it comes
The most legal thing I own. Coco Melon video.
including my situation. I don't have a case. However, we'll just be using a simple black one.
Coco Melon diss track.
Which supplies your power with, you guessed it, self-awareness. Get too high of a water's power supply because your computer can become too self-aware. So,
Yes, that's where it started to go, yeah, this guy's full of shit.
Into the socket right here. Just fit it in there.
Turn it upside down.
So we're gonna put this straight down, I guess, or let's go upside down. That's not fitting too great. It's kind of falling around. Let's just see if it can hold this. That's gonna be, you might hear some snapping. That's okay. So now we can move on to the RAM.
Oh god, I hope nobody actually uses this as advice.
Shoot, I don't know. One of these slots, I think.
This is almost hard to watch.
Any RAM will work. You just got to make sure you get the right capacities. So this one's 128 units. I think that's MB, whatever that stands for. That one's good. Fit right
Did I
there.
break that RAM? I still have that.
Just like it, another 128 MBs. Just gotta force it in there. I'm sure it'll fit.
a small one. It's only one unit big. See, it's only one of the MB or GB, whatever that stands for. So this
Yes,
is gonna be
play dumb.
a very big one, but see, that just kind of fits right in there. That's how you know it works. So you just gotta wanna.
Careful, careful, and
This one you can run.
this is one of those tech destruction videos.
Dual channel.
It's almost hard to watch.
If you don't get it right the first time. Okay, I might have had this a little bit backwards. I think these guys got to go in here.
It's still not the correct RAM. Oh, stop. Oh, God. Like, I know what I'm doing, but it's still hard to watch.
Oh, there, that's better. And the other one. Yeah, this looks better.
Sorry to the 5,000 people that I've wasted your time.
There, perfect. Yep, that's not going anywhere.
I Dremeled open the slots.
Okay, that's dangerous. No,
Went right past the battery.
best fit I've seen, but
Make a PCI Express fit in a PCI.
it's kind of in there. So we just gotta like lay the mommy board in there.
Why'd I lay it in the right?
This thing. Next we got the hard drive. This is kind of. Ah, damn! That hurt the little thing. That was so cute looking. Last we got this thing. I forget what this does, but maybe
This wasn't entertaining at all.
here. Fuck, I don't know. This thing has to go in here.
Oh, God, don't. I'm glad I don't try to power it on. I would get sparks.
The hell? Maybe. Oh, there's plugs.
Stop.
It's running a bit slow. You can just add a little bit more RAM. I can just go in anywhere. Pretty easy upgrade. That's fine. I'm sure that's supposed to happen. Okay, now that. So here's my newly built computer. It might be able to play Minesweeper, Roblox, RuneScape, some Dragon Quest, so a little bit of Pong maybe. Damn. Yandere Simulator, virtual desktop stripper. So thanks for watching. Maybe next time we can try to upgrade this thing or do some other computer-like maintenance.
I should have kept this around. Desktop stripper. Yeah, that was. I should download a desktop stripper just for fun.
This was a total flop, and I will regret doing this video. Do I need more light on me? Is that better? How much light is too much light? It was a dark and stormy night, and then the weather cleared, and it was just night. I don't know how to end this video.
Yeah, this is an F. I mean, I've never seen a worse video. Everyone else disagrees, thinks it's pretty good, but no, bad. Viruses are built that are probably sold. That Windows Defender will probably just. Yeah, I heard that they're synonymous with viruses. I'd put it on like a blank Windows install though. I just want to just see a little cat girl on my desktop distracting me from all my works, seducing me with I don't know, being a desktop stripper. I think I saw like a YouTube video as like a meme about it. I forget how it was. I think I ha-ha'd at it though. Okay, where's Computer Pro Building Simulator? Is it this? I think it's this. That would make sense for this video. Yeah, that goes straight into F. I regret that. Alright, another let go listings. And then another video after that.
Help. I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body. Well, well, well.
Okay, this one's pretty good. I remember that intro.
Listings now, shall we? A little bit of a PSA.
Hair's not bad either.
I'm running out of shit to criticize, so I need your, maybe not yours specifically if you don't want to give out your zip code, but I need more zip codes to look up stuff. So give me some, and I will, the next episode I'll check out all those, and I'll criticize all that.
I have Log Me and Hamachi. I have Palette Thundermaster. I have a picture of Hitler.
How does this work? Does your face go into there? And like your knees like this? That's definitely an LGA processor. Gigabyte board, H67.
Sandy Bridge. Come on, you should know this.
Sandy Bridge, right? So this will definitely be. Oh, it says right here. i5 2320, 3 gigahertz, 4 cores. I don't know, where is he? Indianapolis? Fuck, that is far away. That's south side of me. 50 stuff, really one of those.
I can already tell this is better than the other ones. I need more social security numbers. Guys, we'll do more local listings. I just need your social security numbers.
Yeah, I assume that was expensive, but
Post your Steam accounts in the below.
okay. Can I get the specs, my boy? Alright, and we'll see if he replies.
Okay, cool.
That's not a terrible deal. Alright, here's the graphics cards.
No.
Two
670s.
With SLI connector, 120 each.
That's too much.
10 for the pair. So how much is a 670? I'd say that's about almost 960 performance, right? Or even
No.
maybe even slightly better than 960.
No. Oh, 670?
No.
No.
770 is 960. 670. Is that
760 or 950.
Is that 760?
Yeah.
Which would be 950?
Mm-hmm. I just said that.
About 1050? Slightly sort of 1050?
More like a 460 in performance or a 560.
That's probably really flawed. So GTX 1080p 650.
I've obviously watched the entire thing now. Okay, maybe that's the next one. Okay, it's that thumbnail. I'll give this a B or an A even. An A. The rest can have. Oh wait, that had B. It's a higher B. B plus. And we will have another video. But sorry, I'll be back. I don't mean to do this to you, but I have bowels too, you know. Howdy, I've returned. Whew, concurrent viewers, 0. Seems about right. Let's continue. So far, we only have a few S-rank videos. Handful of A's, bunch of B's. So far more B's than C's. I stand by it. PC Aftermath. Okay.
So we are gonna. There's a GTX 660 processor, $100.
Not a great video. I already know how this ends. Oh, hello. Welcome back. Single concurrent viewer. Okay. Aftermath. There you go. I'd call this a C. It's not good. Part 1 and 2 of Offer of Listings 4.
I wear a helmet when I leave the house.
Yes, funny.
My subscribers are the funniest. I like when you like sign me up for shit. Just nudes at 10K. I do.
I have not hit 10K yet, therefore no nudes.
I just woke up. Actually, it's 12 o'clock. Just woke up. So this guy said, "Shave head at 100K, please." You have my word. I will do this. Yeah, because I don't think I'll ever get there.
Nope.
So I have nothing to worry about.
Not happening, guys.
Got nothing to lose.
Nothing to worry about. My hair will reach the floor.
Skip to 24 seconds. Nobody, I mean nobody, should have to hear him sing. 60, 54. California looks like. Brand new gaming PC. Alright, hey Garrett, my boy, my A. Lamau Garrett. Even if it's 1200, 1930, damn. It's ability. That was V.
And I watched these whole things.
My favorite thing about OfferUp is you look it up and it's like, man stabs couple with samurai sword after meetup to buy items of OfferUp app. That looks like something he would do.
The time has come. Execute order
92336. Custom desktop incomplete, cheap price. I already see a liquid cooler there. In the tower, too legit. Real? This motherboard is beautiful. 962%. Like, not $45 anymore.
We don't need to watch these whole things. They're too long. I'd be here for a couple hours just watching these.
Sell you the whole bundle.
And it's already been a good 7 hours of stream. So we're going to try to wrap this up in the next hour.
Let's try to hit 40. I'll call it 300 total. I mean, but is that, yeah, quad core, but it's unlocked. If you had a cooler, you can overclock that. There you go. There you have it. The 4th installment, or whatever the hell this is, OfferUp listings. And thank you for the zip codes. Maybe there's a couple zip codes too many. Of course, I couldn't get to all of them.
Alright, so both of these, C tier. Very average. Not good. Disappoint. Alright, we're in the final stretch of videos. Okay, we have computer prices, a bot stuff, listings, a couple original videos, listings, community build, listings, 2 reviews, listings, 2 builds, listings, a skit, a build, small video, listings, small video, 2 build video, listings, and then these 3. The 3 most recent videos. Alright. It's actually quite a lot.
Why am I so fucking red? Check these out. I bought these the other day. Oreo Dip and Go. If you love Oreo, you're gonna love these because they're Oreo. So you got like they're like the these little dudes, like the little like pretzel things with a cheese dip. It's like that, but it's Oreo, so it's like 10 times better. So you get like the little Oreo crackers.
Yes.
You've got like the pure fat right here, and you can just scoop that up and. I'm so unhealthy. So why are we here today?
I haven't had those in a long time.
That's a good question. Usually I would have it like.
Ah, this guy's funny. He's so funny.
Off-road videos. But I'll have it like this. I feel like that's a bit better. Like you're looking right at me. You don't have to turn. You don't have to get that profile. I have a really shitty profile, in case you haven't noticed.
Yeah.
I also got these.
Not my best feature.
Dunkin' Donuts.
I haven't seen those since.
Pop-Tarts.
I don't think.
They taste a lot better than they sound, I promise. They're just like really sweet.
Put actual caffeine in them.
I've already eaten half the thing. I'd say in the last week I've knocked off a good 5 years of my life. Right. So here we have an example.
Here's to another 5.
Of what's going on. So this was all recorded a little bit more than a week ago. Part 1 and part 2. Katana man. But I wanted to discuss how I come up with my prices and how I go, like how I just like out of my head and like knock video cards down.
Sorry, we need HD.
And like make a 680, a 1050, and all those things. This is completely unscripted. It really should be. But I decided, hey, I want to make a video. Our first stop of the day is talking about the video cards and how I knock them down and worth and value.
Sorry, we need more light.
If you look up GPU hierarchy, you're taken to Tom's Hardware, and this is the main thing that
All links in description?
to
2 links in
how
description.
fast graphics cards are generally. Now there is a little bit of wiggle room, but it takes you from top to bottom. We have 3 little tabs right here. We got an NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, GeForce, Radeon, and whatever the hell Intel.
This has been updated to axe all the older cards.
It takes you and brings you a look down. This is the top, and this is the bottom with the Rage 128 right here.
Ooh.
So we're gonna go up 2 rounds, a bit more modern stuff, right at the bottom of the modern stuff. And I was gonna put up prices and stuff too. I'll do that some other time. I'll do a different video on like finding the best value card. Don't take my idea. I will fucking lynch you. This is Intel integrated 530 graphics. I don't know for sure, but I'll go ahead and assume they're really close to 630 with the new Kaby Lake processors. This is what Skylake processors have in them, the 530, and that's on par with what it looks like.
Really, equivalent to a GTS 450.
That's a notable one, as well as GTS 450.
No, there's no way it's faster than the 1030 or the 730. That can't be correct.
So I'm gonna start over here just so we have.
I can make an updated version. Actually, I do have an updated version of this.
Now Pascal is the biggest difference here because the 1070 and 1080 are like way above. Now you could even add in other cards, like you can go like Titan and 980 Ti, but I'll go 980 Ti just to show you that. Okay, I'll put 1070 right here, and then 1080, and I think and then 1060. But 1050 is more 960.
Yes.
And I'll generalize that as 1050 and 1050 Ti. So there is a little bit gap right here between the 970, or where the 970 area should be. Which 970 is a great card, but I mean, pretty much, I think a 1060 is closer to 980. But then again, you can overclock a 970 to be a 980, pretty much. So that's just generally what I use. So when I say a 660 is basically a 1050.
Are you still there, Endo?
That's why. Because a 660 is a 770.
Would you happen to be available to jump in the Discord?
The 770 is pretty much a 960. The 480 is here. And then the 390, is that right? Yeah, that's, well, no, that's not right. Well, the 470 is a bit higher up than this.
For no other reason than I'm sad and lonely.
470, actually 470.
And I need help to keep my brain working for the rest of this.
Maybe 460 should go. I'm gonna mark the ones I have used, just because it sounds interesting to do that real quick. So these are the cards that I've used through here. So there was the graphics cards. Those are done with. If you need me to touch up on those again, I will, or I can. Oh, and I gotta turn all these back. I'm gonna put all the Intel processors. i7 unlocked.
Yeah, all this is outdated. It's changed at this point because of all the ever since Ryzen came out.
CR for Z170.
Basically.
I guess I'm doing this because I guess I just assumed I would start editing the prices in case this became too cumbersome.
And this has changed as well.
About 30. And assume that's $20 to $40, and then above that it can be anywhere. It's just changed to that.
Now you better. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Take the prices. I mean, I think overall is a fairly helpful video, but it hasn't aged the best because those aren't really up-to-date current prices. So I'll put it at a C. Just because I feel like it kind of relates to the i3 hate video. Here, I'll go ahead and jump in a Discord just to show off the size of my parts, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense. I'm sorry for saying that. Okay. I bought stuff 10.
My name's Max Mofo Tech. I got a little karambit.
Aw.
Crimson Web karambit. Oh, don't want to poke myself. That'll hurt. I have a motherboard coming in today.
I missed that knife.
So I went outside to the mailboxes, and there was a mailman, or mail lady rather, out there putting all the mail in. So I'll just wait for a hot minute and then go back out there. Hey, look, it's a fucking shake weight. Now someone can walk by and just finesse those packages right there. That's not a nice way to deal with things. Bring it to the front office. Don't leave things on the hallway there. These people just take those. There's no cameras. I know the white balance is all blue. Alright, here we go. Shit, okay. Eventually we'll get it open by doing that. Let's hope I don't fuck up whatever's in here.
I mean, overall, it's better than the other bot stuffs so far.
Is an LGA 775.
Oh, I still have this.
Intel D975X BX2 Extreme Series motherboard. I am excited for this. Apparently it's new. And it just said, he said he wasn't sure about the condition, like if it worked or not. But shit, I bought it anyway. So we've got the drivers for the board that might actually come in handy if we were to get like Ethernet or whatever to work at first, if that's an issue. Then we have
I don't think I have that list anymore.
Intel processor board compatibility tool. That's interesting. I already see the Q6600. That's what I'll be using on this. That's a very nice inclusion. I'm sure 10 years ago back in the day, especially with a whole freaking manual here. I've already looked at the P. I've been waiting for this for quite a while. I have another package or so coming in. It's like a reference to. So I'm gonna.
No.
Really gonna hope that
Don't
it
stab
comes
the
in
board.
soon, within the next week. I always enjoy getting new anti-static boards. Shut up! Oh my god!
The bird.
Put you on the box. So the this plate came off. Oh snap! Is that a bent pin? Didn't say anything about that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to repair this board, which is gonna really suck. Those are bent pins, I see. Okay, well we have some slots here for random. Okay, that's ruined.
I still have this. It still
Get
works.
in on these bent pins. I think I see. Yep, there's definitely some right there, right in the middle. That's nice. I love that. You didn't mention those. So again, this is LGA 775 board. It supports Crossfire, I know that much. I have a feeling this is not new. I mean, I like how it includes all the hardware and stuff with it, like the manual and whatnot. But damn, those pins are bent. At least one of them right in the middle. So I'm going to have to fix that somehow. So thank you all for watching another. I have no idea what I'm doing. definitely still bent, but I wonder if this will actually work. Like, that'll be really interesting. I guess we'll give it a try. I don't want to put a processor in right away.
And it's possible this pin could have been just for ground.
Talk it out more, but it looks like
I haven't checked the actual pin diagram, but it does work, or it's worked since then.
One of your first years, by the way, to try to push it down, but it feels elevated.
Just scraping.
It's almost like crunching. Well, you miss all the shots you don't take.
Oh,
That sounded brutal. G fucking G. Let's see if this works. With the motherboard with the power supply. Okay, so the board turns on. That's good. This could be working. Yep. Okay. All right. So here it says Q6600. It reads that right. It reads the 1066.
The Q6600 isn't one of the compatible chips, I don't think.
That's also right. Has the date right too. That's rare for an old board like this. The last two I've used, I had to set the date manually into 66, which I don't.
Oh, okay. Abrupt ending. But out of all the other bot stuff, is there any bot stuffs that are up here, or are they all D tier? Because I would put that C or B. Let's call that a good old C tier. Okay. Ooh, the 2900 XTs.
What do you think, Kitty? Right, so I'm really freaking excited for this package. All these little things. Easy, my bad. They're from condition. 1 gigabyte. Funny enough, Fractal Josh posted a picture of one of these.
Oh yeah, now he's no longer part of Fractal Design.
Oh, look at that.
I still got me one. Beautiful.
Anything, but this is part of something that's happening. I actually just running. You and this video.
Not necessary to watch all this. Yes. D tier. D tier video. Lying or stupid. The rocket fuel. Probably also one of the better ones.
I'm gonna drink some jet fuel. Why, hello there, young stranger.
Whenever I drink Monster, my heart like legitimately starts hurting. So sing along if you like rocket fuel and hope you fucking die.
That's a banger. I don't know if you know it, but I wrote that.
That's some good shit. Makes my eyes water. No, I think I'm done. Right, so you guys left plenty of zip codes because it'll give me like that's really cute. Here's a 970 for 200. You to make the new listing, you screenshotted this.
People are dumb.
$35. If I can fix this, I don't think it has that, but it definitely has USB 3.0. This is an old case. I have this exact one right behind me. I don't know if you can see it. Don't mind the trash, but that's it. That's the same case. I think. Yeah, that's like, and I made Windows $30 because you can get that for $30. Wait. Sorry, that motherboard doesn't look familiar. In terms of Skylake, I am so confused.
It's not a Skylake board.
Something real quick. Just chill. ATX. Yeah, 'cause as far as I know, none of the new MSI.
They're either black, white, or red.
770K or 47. So confused. I don't even. Okay. Can I believe anything else? Does that go like? Probably really cheap because the Z170A, or not, it's performance range.
Yeah, I would say this is also one of the better ones. If I put the other one up in B, I would also put this up in B. Yeah, alright. Which CPU am I going to use? I do not remember anything about this video.
The system is going to be do I say, in the works for a while. Wink, wink. So I need a system to sustain me for a while, maybe for a couple of months while I obtain some more cash. So I will no longer be using my i5 4670K at 4.6 gigahertz that I've been using for 2.5 years now, and it's really sad because I've gotten kind of attached to it. Well, it's time to move on, and while I'm at it, let's decide who my rebound will be. Will I need fewer faster cores or more slower cores? More specifically, I have the Sandy Bridge i3-2120, 2 cores and 4 threads at 3.3 gigahertz. I have this paired with an Intel DH67CF. This is
Yeah, that CPU didn't really stand a chance. I mean, it's faster, but you can't do more than one thing at a time with it.
4 cores with 8 threads at 2.8 gigahertz. One of the cores can turbo to 3.5 gigahertz though. For this CPU, I have an OEM Dell motherboard.
Cannot overclock on that.
See how it can get me through my everyday
However,
tasks.
I do have this board with a better, I have a better board with this processor.
These are being compared to my main system with the i5 mentioned earlier that is installed on MSI's 87M power motherboard.
I kind of wish I didn't sell this.
That will be missed.
I should have just kept it.
They aren't really an important metric of these tests. However, they will be using 16 gigabytes of RAM. The only problem is on the 2 older systems, they will be limited to 1333 megahertz rather than the default 1600 megahertz. They will also be using my GTX 970. The first test will be Cinebench R15, then a few games such as CSGO, Doom, and GTA 5. Lastly, I'll be rendering a 60-second 1080p 60 FPS video.
Oh, I had MSATA on that board.
Processor. So first on Cinebench, we see the i5 pulling out pretty far ahead compared to the other two. The i3 is getting under 300. Highest settings, the only one I couldn't really deal with here is the i3. I don't really
yes.
get below 70 FPS. The i3 kind of, that is the lags behind here, getting 30 minimum. The most ideal, and this is
yeah, the i7 pulls ahead in everything.
Single core wise, I'll be having to use this i7 for the next while, and I can't overclock with this OEM board, unfortunately. At least while my computer's in commission, I'll have to deal with this longer rendering times, which is the main difference that I probably will notice between these processors. So thank you guys for watching. Like this video and stay tuned if you'd like to see me put up a lot of my computer stuff for sale, including my current rig.
Okay. I'd call it a C. At most a B, but not even. Okay, 2007 gaming PC. This has a spot at A tier. You have a chance.
Let me start off by saying, do not build this.
Yes.
There's no reason to do so. It's a terrible value, terrible support, and blah. That being said, it is a really cool concept. This is my very first build of this year, with many more builds to come. I mean, hopefully, of course. However, this is a 2007
Hair was good in this video.
gaming PC build. 10 years old. Not to the day, because some of these parts came out like later in the year, but now some of these parts may be recognized by you if you've seen the Q6600 video I did a couple months ago, but that was not the intention. I wanted a different motherboard, one that supported Crossfire. However, that didn't really work out. I had issues getting it to work well, and then
I have other cards from around the same time period. I have a couple 7800 GTXs. I have an 8800 GTS.
And with Crossfire, either the system wouldn't go beyond the Windows 7 welcome screen, or it'd work for like 20 seconds and then freeze, or it would work, but everything would take 4 minutes longer than it should. So I had to abandon Crossfire,
yeah.
Unfortunately. Anyway, here's the
It sucked.
specs. The Intel Core 2 Quad Q6600. It's a very popular processor, and I'm positive you know all about this one. A quad core with a stock speed of 2.4 gigahertz, but I was able to overclock to 3.35 gigahertz. I've gotten it all the way to 3.5 in the past, but I had much better cooling then. This time I used the popular Cooler Master Hyper 212 Evo. I know this isn't from 2007, but I wanted to keep a sort of aftermarket cooler. So
what was the issue with Crossfire? Too many issue. No, I've had bridges. It was just software issue. I think if I tried Windows XP, it would have been better, but it was just poor support.
It's really up to you to decide whether this is pretty or not. I'm also using 8 gigabytes of 800 megahertz DDR2 memory by Kingston. There's no fancy heat spreader, but it's fine, it's nice memory, and it's extremely low profile, so I doubt any heatsink on the market will have clearance issues.
Such low profile
No, stop.
memory.
It's not a challenge to go find one and post about it in the comments. I don't care. It's irrelevant. The hard
Still
drive
waiting for
is
someone to do that.
2007. I just needed something mechanical that worked. So I have a 750 gigabyte WD black drive. It's a 2.5-inch drive. I don't know much else to say about it. 7,200 RPM and 16 megs of cache, I guess. And here we have what truly makes this a 2007 gaming PC. I have one. Well, I have two, but we're only using one. ATI Radeon HD 2900 XT 1 gigabyte. This was one of the higher end
Aesthetic AF.
Not very power efficient, not the coolest running, but it was retailed around $500, the price of two RX 480s today or more. 2900 XTs were originally 512 megabytes.
Kitty.
But this one is a 1 gigabyte GDDR4 version on a 512-bit memory interface, of which I have personally overclocked to 1044 megahertz on memory, that is. It has 320 stream processors. For the comparison, the RX 40 has 2,304 stream processors. The clock speed of the GPU itself is 742 megahertz, though I have overclocked it to about 800 megahertz. The case is the Antec 900. I don't know exactly what it's
Ugly.
Some evidence after writing this script tells me that it was around 2007, but it's gone through more than one revision. It's not exciting. Mine has been edited a little bit. There used to be a
Cable management,
fan on top, but
the
it's
worst.
changed out with to a 120 millimeter.
Yes, I would also buy a card that looked like the 2900 XT. I would buy another if they were $25.
Which kind of makes you question if this is allowed to be called a 2007 build. Anyway, it's a CX600M from Corsair, semi-modular and 80 plus bronze. It's plenty of juice for the setup. However, it was going to be a 750 watt if I could get the Crossfire working. Now, in terms of how much I spent compared to how much the stuff cost when it came out, is shown here. After 10 years, things really.
If it were on HD, it'd be easier to see.
To find these prices, I went on the Wayback Machine and looked up Newegg from 2007.
Poor Newegg.
$40 on a brand new Q6600 like a year ago or something, but you can pick up a used one for like $15 off eBay. I'm using the retail price of $266, which it was reduced
Oh, no, no, no. You can't see my blocking it. There's a little notification
The motherboard wasn't much over $100.
of an upload
8 gigabytes of RAM was pretty expensive, almost $600.
in the video itself.
4 gigabyte set. The hard drive, I sort of pretended it was a 500 gigabyte drive since it doesn't.
Ooh, wait, I have that memory. 4 gigs DR200. Yeah, I have that. It was $300. Oh my god.
The final prices are pretty far apart. In mid to late 2007, a system like this would have cost you $1,800.
Yeah, that's crazy.
To a modern $1,800 computer, which I kind of allocated a similar amount of money for each of the parts. Don't critique me for the parts I use. I don't care so much as I just wanted to get the price point similar. You can check out all three of those PC part picture links down in the description. Now for the benchmarks, I wanted a good blend of modern.
This is a pretty good video. I would say it would deserve. It can take A tier.
1680 by 1050, which was the higher resolution of 2007. And in case you're wondering, I was using Windows 7 as well for these tests. So first we have Cinebench, and employing 336 CB actually puts us ahead of the i3-2120.
Ooh, behind the i3-6100.
For reference. CSGO medium settings, we can see playable, well, not optimal FPS for this game, but people deal with worse. Tomb Raider 2013 on low settings. I do realize I could have turned the resolution down instead to find a perfect match between texture quality and FPS, or in resolution. However, I didn't, so whatever. GTA 5 was super hard to run.
Yeah,
And the lowest resolution.
I remember recording some of this.
I could still only pull an average of 12 FPS. Lastly, Doom completely failed to run. So now for the older games, we have Oblivion, which is one of my favorite Elder Scrolls games.
Yes.
Released in 2006.
Very high.
Shivering Isles was released in 2007.
HD.
Even on very high settings, I was still getting 57 FPS average. The first BioShock, a fantastic game on medium settings. It could get 62 FPS on average. Would you kindly leave a like on this video?
Would you kindly? Yeah, would you kindly stick around and subscribe?
Released in 2007. On medium settings, I was getting But can it run Crysis?
No.
Well,
Yes.
to my expectations, no. It couldn't run it at 1680 by 1050. It couldn't even run on high settings. I was limited to 720p on medium settings, and both this graphics card and the game were released the same year. And it was a high-end graphics card for its time. Other things that might be looking at, the Q6600 managed to stay below 60 degrees, which is nice. However, the graphics card is kind of a different story. First of all, it's loud, being a blower style cooler, which also
I still have this music too, and it's not as bad as other music I've used.
fan speed. Under load it's usually around 71 degrees and 38% fan speed, but I've seldom seen
Spicy.
it push 90 degrees and not go beyond 38% fan speed. 10 years later, and I don't see much of this still plausible.
No,
like
not
I
at all.
pointed out in my video about the Q6600, you could get away with using it today.
Yeah,
I just can't say
CPU
the same
maybe.
about this graphics card. It may look aesthetic with its flamey decal
Ah.
and partial backplate, but it just isn't optimal for anything today, unless you want a heater in your room or something. Anyway, thank you for watching. You feel free to subscribe for plenty more content coming soon, and
Second release of Crysis 1. I don't remember what I used, but I definitely torrented it. Allegedly. Okay, so this one, A. Okay, next we got 1, 2 local listings. Oh, we're almost done. We're home stretch.
I hope you enjoyed that intro.
Deafen my neighbors.
I had an air horn. I'll see if I can find that real quick. Probably broke my microphone. I do a little parody of my boy Max Mofo. You know what today is, don't you? I got home and I decided I might as well do one of these again. I might as well try. I'll do my best. So, what the?
Oh yeah, this is when I started falling off. I could feel it.
What the hell?
I felt it in my bones.
What was that? It just... What happened? There was a thing there. Am I going crazy? See if you can all your stuff. This has to be a DDR3 compatible board that I've been hearing about. GTX 270. Wow, that is really old.
I don't. Did the 270 ever exist? Because I think it just went 275. I think it went 260 to 275. Was there also a 280? I know there's a 285 and a 290. Actually, I don't think there's a 270.
Tough.
I could be wrong. Yeah, 260, 216 core, then 275, 280, 285, 295. Okay. Just as I suspected.
That's cute. That's actually odd.
Ooh, I have that
This
case
one's
now.
On bidding for $50, one bid, ending today at 2 p.m. even
Oh,
though it's already 4 p.m.
shit.
Oh, ended today. This driver's frit to medium board, it looks like. This is an excellent gaming PC with the next features. With the next... What does that even mean? What are the next features? You tell me. Oh. Perfect. Thank you. PC part picker link. He's doing it right. i3 3220. That's Ivy Bridge. With this motherboard. Cool. 8 gigs of RAM. No. Really? That's gaming PC. Wow. You're not thinking, Brett. 80. Okay. You can. That's a long.
It's a good average. Okay. Wait, which video was that? That was number 6. I was rubbing my nose. Yeah. It's average. Good luck, guys. These videos don't exist anymore.
So why don't you watch that?
Or don't.
It says TV. That's not a TV. That's a phone screen. I'm really confused. Okay, let's go to my offers real quick and I'll show you what I'm selling. Now I'm starting to do like the help.
I never did a video on how to sell stuff.
Which I'm good stuff that it is with a really good board. So I'm gonna tell you what I paid and putting that needs Acer is relevant.
Yeah, I'm feeling this is an average or below average. I'm just feeling it in my bones. I don't know if you also feel with your bones, but
asking 130.
Oh, that's a cool
I don't know
case.
if there'd be a ton of value in this, but I really like that case, and I would probably still build in that today, honestly.
Yep. Okay, so that one. This gets a D. Not a fan. No way, it's from Norway. Gotta have to unlike all my videos. Good video. You don't want to see that.
I had an idea of this concept before, but then a viewer all the way from Norway got a hold of me on Discord to make this happen. The point of this new series is to show off the community's interesting builds. I'm not concerned about raw performance. I like interesting, unusual, and sexy. And I'm also a fan of the first gen Core i7 processors, and that's exactly what he has right here. But before we get into that, let's talk about the motherboard because that's what he started with in the video that he sent me. He has an X58 Sabertooth from Asus, the LGA 1366 socket with triple channel DDR3 support, many options for SATA expansion as well as a good amount of expansion slots in terms of PCI and PCIe. And now we get to look at the i7-980X, a 6-core, 12-thread part with a stock speed of 3.33 GHz. However, he did overclock it to 4.2 GHz for the benchmarks. He also has
I would use this today
but I was way
at
more
4
interested
GHz.
to see this ultra perform. He also has 12 gigs of DDR3 memory at 1600 MHz, nothing too special, but it's some good-looking Corsair memory. To keep the overclocked 6-core cool, he has the Cooler Master Hyper 212X. Not much more to say about that, I guess. And for the graphics, he's using a very lovely Sapphire Nitro R9 390, 8GB, I believe, because as we all know, size does matter. It's all going to be going inside of this beautiful Corsair 460X. It has 3 RGB fans in the
Me
front,
likey.
has intake, and it can fit up to 3 more for exhaust. However, he just has 1 in the back, so we have a very strong positive airflow situation. For storage, he has a 480GB SSD as well as a 500GB hard drive. Nothing too special about that. And he already has a CX750M installed as a power supply for his case. Or in this case, for his power supply. Whatever. You get it. I think this is a very pretty system, thanks to the case and its very lovely LEDs and tempered glass side panels. He was so lucky as to get a processor, motherboard, and RAM all for free. The whole system costs only a little over $200 USD.
Damn.
It's an amazing value. So, in Cinebench R15, he got a CB of 922 thanks to all the threads the i7 has. And in the OpenGL test, the R9 390 got 70.81 FPS. In 3D Mark Firestrike, the system got a score of 10,319, which is pretty high, especially for a processor this old. And finally, Geekbench 4. The CPU got a single core of 3307 and a multi-core score of 14,962. Now this is a pretty capable system. The CPU is a bit old, but since it's been overclocked as well as since it has a great number of threads, it still holds well today. Now leave a like on this video if you enjoyed this short video or its simple concept, you know, a viewer
3
can
minutes.
submit his or her, but most likely his according to my analytics, then I can show it off on here. Also feel free to subscribe and don't forget to check out that video on brick wall of me getting pelted with gallons of water.
Okay, I would put this B tier. At least. Because I like the concept of people doing all the work of recording their video and of recording their build and testing it for me, and then I just put it in video. Easy. No, that was fun. God, I still have a lot of videos. I still have a lot more to go through. Okay. Local listings 8.
The scrotum is the coldest part of a man's body.
The intro. The teaser. Phil's
So
my
watch
favorite
that
character.
Video while Slack sits on brick wall. I have the card thing, wherever that ends up, and then yeah. So, yeah. Do you know? I'm a little bit annoyed. A little bit annoyed.
Yeah? What
that
about? Tell me about it.
I did what 10 minutes of recording.
Yeah, well,
and I
guess
forgot
what?
to capture my screen.
Oh, boo-hoo. I just did 7.5 hours of streaming.
Dang it.
Oh, yeah. You just record the whole video, never records
That's
it.
a really old MSI motherboard. That is a what? A G41M4 motherboard. The CPU power is all the way down here. That's abnormal. So is the is that USB thing? Or not? It might be. I think it is. Only good field. Hey, good. That's actually really good. Like, you could say roughly 20% worse IPC. 570K with 8 MSI Z77A motherboard.
Ooh, good.
RAM.
Good
So you got
stuff.
an unlocked Ivy Bridge i5 processor with a
$210?
board. And it gets run for 210. Selling a reference 770. 770. Because I got one for about 130. One's for 6. It's a lot. 4 and 3.
Yeah, I'm definitely using eBay next time. Next time I do listings.
So I have to keep sucking up ice, which is annoying. There we go. Problem solved. Bitch. I can know what the little ice is. I don't want no big ice. I want some vanilla ice. Let's go Dallas, Texas. There's a 20 bigger NDX 8 gig.
Ooh,
350.
pretty.
And then he has need 2 freaking 3-fanned 290Xs. And like they're pretty much the exact same thing. Except reason. Correct. You know what? 250 for the MSI one. When you back up has I could tell was man, if I could fix those pens, that's $50 is cheap for a 1366 motherboard.
Still is.
Good. So I was, texted me was like she texted me was probably before this year, like probably around Christmas maybe. But then she just like came up like out of the blue a couple days ago and just sent me this. Bella's playing Minecraft and she says she needs your help putting things down. She tried to put a bed down and destroyed half a village. Right click. She said, okay, thanks. That is the most out of the blue thing like ever. I thought it was funny because it's such an easy fix for her problem.
Sister can't figure out how to place bed in Minecraft. Destroys half a village. You just gotta right click.
So it says all for $15. That's a limited edition GeForce.
Oh, 6200.
And a Pentium 3 processor.
Pentium 3 is worth it.
Looks like it says 700 megahertz and 100 megahertz front side bus probably. And then a little hard drive as well. So I don't even know
ID hard drive.
$8, $8. Buy you and hugs. Okay. But we have to find a rough conversion from $15 into hugs. It's fine. We'll figure something out. This
Beautiful.
is freaking awesome. I've seen this before.
$400? So worth it.
But this is freaking
So
awesome.
worth it.
$400 for a 1999 Hot Wheels computer. 1999 Hot Wheels computer, entirely complete and perfect condition, 500 megahertz processor, 10 gigabyte hard drive, 64 megabytes of RAM, monitor, speakers, mouse pad, steering wheel, pedals, and CD holder with all original software included. I bought this for my son in 1999 for Christmas for $700.
It's at least 1,000 now.
Museum piece and highly collectible. No shit. This is awesome.
I want the Barbie
I
one.
cannot express that. Now it's $474.
Those are way more expensive now.
Okay, so that's all I can get to today. Post your thingies.
I'd say that was better than average in terms of listings. But I guess that still puts it... I mean, it's either a B or a C. I'll put a B. The 1030. Hey!
Hey! Don't worry about the headband. It's a school.
I've already seen this plenty of times.
It's gonna be a
market. Most 1030s are
I would put this A tier.
already installed. 15. These cards 29. No, of Mordor 30.
I've already seen this. I already know this is a good video. Straight to A. MSI Gaming Pro. 25,000 views. That's all you need. I didn't actually drink any, don't worry.
That burns. Ooh, that burned my lips.
This is the MSI B350M Gaming Pro motherboard. It's a low-priced board. It has your gaming series.
12 minutes, 13 minutes on a motherboard.
I don't know. But do that, what tends to populate. It's got one LED, one red LED in every single corner on the back of the 7 Ryzen 5 and the unreleased Ryzen 3 processors, as well as the unreleased APUs and Athlon series processors. These 2 slot, which is pretty cool. I like seeing those. And then another PCI Express 1X slot down here. And on the very bottom, time to look off the cheat sheet because I definitely forget. You have your front header audio right here, another fan header, and this is right above that is JTPM1, and then
TPM.
you have JCOM1, JLPT1, and then you have 2 USB 2.0 headers, and then you have a 3.0 header here at the bottom. And then you have your I/O.
This is at least a B.
We have a PS2 mouse
Straight up.
keyboard slot, USB 2.0 D or 8 VGA.
No cap.
Cheaper than the X.
0 caps. I mean, it's a. Pretty sure this video isn't very good in like to dislike ratio.
Google Chrome support. Color.
Yeah. I'll put it on B. But it could be A tier. If it is, it's A minus. Bonesaw. Oh, we're closing on the end. Oh, that was the best one I ever done. Bonesaw is ready. I love it.
It's my favorite. Wow, it's been a while. Wow, a month since my last upload.
Dang.
Where have I gone? I've been a little preoccupied. Not gonna make any big excuses.
You know, you've been falling off. That's what you've been doing.
2 videos I just recorded. One's done. I just wanted to get this one out first before the other one. So those will be up. Today is Thursday, right? I'll have a build video up tomorrow, so be ready for that. And then part of that later, still gonna edit and then other stuff. But hey,
Apparently I said someone's name wrong. And there's Howdy.
that's completely irrelevant to the rest of today, because today we're gonna re-look at the CPUs and stuff. Local listings are great, and we're gonna find some places. Now, please wait for the end of the video before you post more zip codes and stuff. So the criteria, 3 things. You need your 5-digit zip code from the USA, your city, and then your state. And then I can look it up, because I need all 3 of those things to get the exact location you're on offer up. Let's see if there's any 10s or 5
I like this. It didn't get as many views as other ones, but I like this one more than others already.
160. Pretty good deal. There were being, there's a GT 220 for $100. That's a good deal, So when the 580 came out, it had 1.5 gigs of RAM. But then games were, getting to have a higher
Frame buffer, texture, qualities, resolutions.
memory bus. Say I'm not super knowledgeable on this, but I know that you can't take 1.5 gigs and just add another 500 megs and make it 2 gig. You can only go up in variants like 1.5 to 3, 3 to 6, 2 to 4, and that's why and 4 to 8. That's why we see numbers like that, because you
Yes, and this is seen in many graphics cards where you'll either see the memory amount halved or doubled. You won't see like 50% more memory. I have the 550 and the 560 Ti 448. This is exact 560 on screen. It was an accident. I just happen to have that one. Oh, yep, the 550 Ti. I got 2 of those. I'm just missing the 570 and the 580.
He asked me to do this macro video where like I, just talking to the Mac like this while I do a build, and I can still do that. I can still do that, like I can do it like whenever I want. It's just I did it, and it was just inadequate. That's what a lot of my videos are anymore, which is why I'm not posting, because I need, or I feel like I have a higher standard now.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you loser. No one cares. Post a video of you shitting. People would watch it. At least 10 people. Before you get banned.
Let's quickly do this. 6. So everything else have 70. I think the 470 might have been a full gig, but the
No, it was 1280 megabytes.
GTX, not RX right now.
I think at least.
Nvidia years ago. That had 1.2 gigs. This also had 0.5 though. And then they came out with one that was 3 gigs, because that became like not enough, So in one generation it stayed the same, and then later like, we need more memory. Within a year, the 680 I think was a 2 gig card, and they came out the 4 gig version later. 780 had 3 gigs. There's only one version of that as far as I know. 980 had 4 gigs, and then the 1080 now is 8 gigs. And within 6 generations, they gone from like 1.5 gigs to 8 gigs of memory, because the games are developing so much, and more hardware.
Games are developing so much, guys.
We're getting to higher resolutions. We're 980. Okay, at this popular now. Use a $300.
I have no idea where I was going with this.
75 to 50.
Truly are a work of wonders in nature. Oh, yep. Cyclone 2.
Away with the weird cooling things. Let's look in Philly. So we got 19124 Philadelphia. I'm actually going to Pennsylvania quite soon. Visit some family.
That never happened.
770K.
I was blue-balled.
So 4 cores, 8 threads. I mean, it's unlocked. You can probably get it to 4.6 gigahertz.
I want to find where I said tuna.
Just copy and paste it. Breatheless tuna 89.
Oh no, I did it. I butchered it. Breathless tuna.
Breatheless tuna 89.
Breathless.
Jonesboro, Tennessee. It's easy one.
Okay. Just for Bonesaw, I'm putting this up in B. Don't expect that kind of special treatment again. Okay, then we got 2 builds.
This is going to be this build's first Ryzen build, as well as this build is
This build is to build a build. Build a bear.
It's gonna be a pretty small, maybe budget computer. We have a AMD.
I was not prepared.
This video.
Oh, Jalen.
You can find a PC part packer link in the description of the prices that Raphael paid.
Honestly, this is probably a C, but the next one I know is better.
I think it's so much simpler to just know the orientation of an Intel and AMD processor, because Intel's on boards, the letters are facing upwards. On AMD, they're facing this way, or this, like if you think of this, the top of the socket, all the plastic is. That's where the words go down. It's easier to think about that way than people try to remind you. And 1 stick of RAM. It's G-Skill Ripjaws 5. I'm just gonna put it in the settings right here. Then we can install this. It has thermal paste already spread on top. But to even install,
If he only has 1 stick of RAM, he needs an upgrade, like now.
so I've got a Phillips screwdriver. I'm just gonna take off stock cooler in.
I have the second part of all this footage still. I can still make a part 2.
CPU and memory change. Please enter setup to configure your system. We don't have a
Right, so now we figure out that that works. Now we're able to take it apart and put it inside the system. So we won't take everything apart. We'll leave the heatsink or the CPU cooler and then the RAM in here. We will take the graphics card out though. The I/O shield and SATA cables. You'll only need one. Audio holes are always at the bottom. And you can put it in just like this. Back. And push evenly on all four sides. It doesn't pre-install. This is not a Ruby case. That was the scariest.
Oh, that was tight. Yeah, I've done better.
More efficient, maybe kind of like how accurate that is, but that means they should roll out new products.
Wait, what did I say? You'll have to wait. Yeah, you have to wait forever. Okay, so I have tested a 1050, just not very much. Maybe I should do a follow-up. I should go talk to this guy again. Yeah. Oh shit. So this video, I would maybe even call it D tier. You know what? No, it's not as bad as those ones. Yeah, I'll put it in C. However, this one, I'm gonna put it in B.
So I wasn't planning on doing a build today, but
It's not bad.
and said that his computer is dying and he needs to
Dying. I already know how this one goes.
Is the like vigorously used. So I went with the G502 Proteus Spectrum, $60. With all the extra power supply cables, which there tend to be a lot, is you can throw all the cables up in the 5 1/4 inch bay right there, and it just works out so well. Perfect. And I don't think I have a splitter on me. Ah, jeez. Okay, I messed up. I snipped off the Molex. Now I can't even Molex it. And I think I do have 3-pin to Molex adapters. I could use one of those, I guess. Luckily, I have one of these adapters on me. Try not to mess up like I just did and snip off the Molex prematurely. Luckily, I have an adapter, so I can just adapt it. 3-pin to Molex. Last time, I noticed I made the mistake of pulling it out like this.
I learn.
And the SSD fell
I'm
on the
learning.
computer. So you gotta open it this way. For some reason, it's not strapped in or anything. It's just laying there. So no mechanical hard drives in this build. Just pure speed. This is the SSD right here. Come on, WD. You've been making hard drives forever. I know you're new to this SSD stuff, but stick here along the front, so you know your fingerprints will stick. That's not super fun.
Yeah, it's just gonna stay in B. It's fine. I can't think of a good title for this video. LL10.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
I think Science Studio. Yeah.
I looked at listings.
He also commented on this one.
10 times. Here's some more.
Oh, okay. He said who exactly. Apparently, he said he did suggest this.
Hey, Gigabyte, 48180 Taylor, Michigan. One mic, probably for yourself. All right, let's look up some graphics numbers. Things that give you the good visuals. Oh, here's a 390X for 700 because those are a lot. Great card. They'll play any game in the high settings
This one's not bad, but it's not my favorite.
Factory overclock. Solid stable 60 FPS. In most AAA games. 970 is still a decent option. I mean, I definitely wouldn't buy one unless they're significantly cheaper. I mean, these are actually the cheaper option right now. Probably the best value. The VRAM thing kind of sucks, but I deal with it. It's not too big of an issue. But you know, still mid-range cards like the 1060 and 580 are still $300 or so.
Ooh, God, I forget. Yeah, the GPU market was rough back then too, but now it's even worse.
Here's 970 for 150. That's reading. I'm gonna.
That's how I feel. Reading, no, I'm a not.
Is it because that's like a, is that a Kaby Lake? And then 16 gigs? 260 that one. For so he's noted as he's guessing, I assume, 500 or 600 adventure. We can be able to this
Oh, that computer in the background I think was for my friend Liam. I think I mentioned earlier in the stream that cooler. Yeah, this seemed pretty standard average. It was this one, right? Yeah. I'll put it C. HackWow. I'm not even gonna watch HackWow. You should watch HackWow. HackWow goes into B. Jalen's upgrade. Oh, I'm so close to the end.
Because you're invisible.
Okay, we're over 8 hours in. I'm gonna speed up this last bit. Okay, that's all needs to be said there. So, original PC build was here. I'll say this also goes here, even though I commented that this is one of my favorite videos. I said one of them. It's a B+, okay? Next. Arctic sent me stuff and PC lighting solutions. I remember these.
Oh, hell yeah. So this is the very first bit of sponsored content I've ever done.
What's the matter? Never seen a dead body before?
Why did I open with that? That's so awkward. The Arctic one, I didn't actually do anything in that video. I'll give it a D. It's pretty bad. I suck.
What's the matter? Never seen a dead body before?
It's only got 700-800 views.
Guys.
That's rough.
She's a baby cat. Shut
Meh.
the fuck up. Oh, you hurt.
I still have things to do before my next video, which is about the Arctic cooler, but I wanted to make this so guys don't have to keep waiting. So the other day, well, about like a week or two ago now, I received a comment asking if I could do a video about PC lighting, and that's not easy enough. So today I have 5 solutions, about 4 solutions, because one's pretty similar, but I have those for you today. So anyway, so for my local Fry's Electronics, I picked up these LED strips, both from Logitech.
This video is a cash grab. I don't support it.
They're basically the same exact thing, they just come in different stickiness. On the other hand, the square enclosure. Now I assume these ones are newer.
This is very niche. People have RGB anymore. Like in terms of video, I went into some depth.
That shouldn't be there. Now the next lighting I have for you is like the one dingling from right here. It is connected to my PC, and I'll talk about that for a second. So
Probably the
on some
best
newer
option.
motherboards, you'll find a dedicated LED header. Some of these LED strips can be simply plugged in, and boom, lights. I can actually control these from the MSI Mystic Light software, but that is dependent on my motherboard being MSI. This is technically RGB, but it's only red, blue, and green LEDs. So white is naturally just all of them, while purple is red and blue LEDs on. So yeah, I know you've done kindergarten. With these LED strips, as well as actually these ones as well, I forgot to mention this, they have a little scissor marking on them. You'd be able to cut them down to size, and you can actually stick these in your case, or you can do what I did and just hook it up to the motherboard and just hang it like all around the room for accent lighting. And lastly, I have a much costlier solution, which is what I personally use, is the NZXT Hue Plus. I also have the Kraken X.
Don't use that anymore.
AER RGB fans.
Yeah, expensive.
Together. Do understand that the camera can't do them justice. They're all very blue. The only outlier in terms of color is the LED strip plugged into the motherboard. It has a bit more of an indigo hint. This one right here, compared to the rest, you actually see the difference on the camera right here. This is a bit more purpley. My least favorite out of these is the accent lighting from Antec. I can't find a practical use for it personally. I can't put it under my monitor for any accent lighting because my monitor has a glossy kind of base to it. I get that's unappealing in the first place, but LEDs reflect off that, so it doesn't look too appealing to me. Also, there's too few LEDs compared to the rest of these solutions.
They refer like
It almost feels
diffused.
like kind of diffuser or something.
Spread out.
I already said it.
So that's a no for me, and that sucks since it but it only costs $10. Just like we mentioned so far, personally use it, except the cam software.
That video sucked. It's a most to see. I'd also put it at a D, because it's not a very useful video. Okay, this video.
Massive legend here. I can't scream like him. Do you like the new background? Let's take a look. See, we got a shelf. We got a brick wall. I wonder what that means. Desk. Got some shelves. Is that a racing chair? Can it do this? 07090 Crackfield New.
It's a most to see.
Should be considered Corsair gaming.
I was already falling off at this point.
Now, about 100 right now. This one got a couple likes for somehow. Oh, it said twat. 518 Buford, Georgia. Twat by Mark Cocker. Any computer board, so recall it. Oh, I didn't. The best value you're probably gonna find. Here's a and Jackson 3547 840153 you. You can't. Ooh, what's that? You.
Mean but true. Alright. Yep. That's a C. I was really falling off at that point. Alright. Oh, boxes. Let's open boxes. I also already watched this one recently. I don't want to hear it. The only good part is the boxes part. Either way, this still gets a B.
Inside of this box, we find two things.
Yeah, I've already showed you the best part of the video. That was it. Yeah, that's a solid C. My content really fallen down. I peaked in 2017. Alright, and then Jacob's Computer Part 1 and 2. These are actually not bad, but they didn't get a ton of views. Too much trimming. Walks into window.
Let's do it.
Hey.
Do it. I'm ready. Okay.
Okay.
Do you not build a computer? Why am I here?
Hey.
Let's examine what we're doing.
He's actually really tall. That's why I look so short next to him. It's not because I'm short. I'm not. I promise. I used to be. I was taller than him for years.
Power?
I don't know. Let's find out. When you plug it in, does it?
Okay, the first part of this video really sucked.
This is a USB. There isn't a complete problem with.
The second part is better,
I guess we're gonna throw the 1070 on there then.
Enough.
which is unfortunate.
This whole row, they could have put a PS2 there or something, but instead they just put Prime.
Gotta be prime.
And this never actually goes through.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
business. I've never had an IO show give me so much like.
To this day, I've never had an IO should give me this much trouble. Actually, is that true? I feel like I, okay, no, yeah, this is the worst IO shield ever.
Top, yeah, the top corner. Don't poke your finger underneath the spine. Yeah, you just did after I told you not to. It's like a hammer or something.
No, let's not.
Hammer.
Screwdriver.
It's not working.
Yeah, I didn't think it would.
Yeah. You might just
Find your face.
find a computer. I think this is gonna be a big problem.
Why don't you go to Ironside? Yeah.
I got it. Wait.
And that leads into part 2.
I got it. Like I pressed. You're blind as a bat. It's probably my
And of course, the best part is this.
It was power supply. There's no line.
I have it switched. Oh my god.
Haha, funny, funny. I almost died. Okay, so that puts part 1 out of D and then part 2 out of C. Alright. A few videos left. We're on the last video before I disappeared for a couple years. And then the most recent 3. Said good. Oh, and your audio sucks. What are you doing?
I'm a little bit rusty with some stuff, obviously. It's been quite a while.
Are you on the Yeti?
But maybe we can just jump back in and just
That's what I'm feeling like and hoping now is like. I'm compelled to give this a C already.
there's a lot of variables to look at when it comes to purchasing a second-hand graphics card. Oh, it's a 570 for 1 gig. Or 1050 Ti. But it
I think this is at the point when we were getting like the best prices because this is right before COVID.
they're refurbished. I'm showing you. Why does it say VisionTech 68? It's cheap, but it's not a very practical card anymore. Oh, here's a lower style 660
Ooh,
for
$40, easy.
I would say that is fair. That's fair. Not as that a 660 really gains anymore. Like compared to
Oh, I'll show you past cam.
after shipping, the 660 is looking good as well as the 4.
Yeah. When you're comparing it to something else, that's $40. 660, not bad.
Thank you. Oh, here's a 660 for right under $40 after shipping. So yeah, another like this would be a decent choice if you don't care about playing new games. If you're not playing at, if you don't care about FPS or high quality settings.
I like that video for a GTX 660 review. Apparently, is 67 of you want one, so we'll wait.
It is less sure. If you don't
Cut all this down for an upload. Yeah, you're fucking crazy if you think I'm editing an 8-hour video. That's not happening. That's why I decided. That's why I decided to make this a live stream, because there's no way I was gonna go through all of my videos and just take the important bits into like put it in a 10-20 minute video. That was not gonna happen. I am almost done. This video gets a D for the lack of making me, oh shit, I got rid of that. Okay, good. For the lack of making me happy. Okay. The most recent 3 videos. I don't actually need to watch these. I just lived them recently. So compared to everything else I've ever done, this is my entire portfolio, besides Brick Wall, which we just don't talk about. New setup, D for dementia, because you don't remember making any of them. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. New setup, I would give a D or a C at most. It wasn't even that good. It was just me coming back. I'll give it a D because it's just as bad as the listings that came before it. However, $50 setup, that's a C. That's a solid mid-tier video of mine, I would think. And I don't know if I can properly offer up scams anywhere. In the final video, I'm not calling it an S tier. I'm not calling it an A tier. It's certainly not a B tier. If anything, it's a C tier, but it fits so comfortably into D tier. Look, it fills up the row. So I think that's my thing. I think that's the entire tier list for my entire channel. So at the very bottom, we have a lot of my really old content mixed with some, I guess, moderate age content, including very old I bought stuff, simulating CPUs, the flops, and how to build a PC like a pro, as well as favorite YouTubers. Some more off-the-wall videos. D tier has more Xbox project, as well as a lot of older and smaller videos I've done, a rant, as well as, yeah, just smaller videos that don't really belong anywhere. And two of my newer things, because that makes sense. In C tier, the mid-range, we have my very first video, as well as another one of my really old videos, a few of them actually. Some of the more moderate off-the-wall content, and the lowest end that I really have, well, other than this local listings, a lot of the local listings reside here, as well as more, I would say, modern YogertPC content, because we even have the boxes and Jacob's computer PSU issue. I would even say that's modern content, even though it was years ago. Still pretty much the same person from then, but different in many ways. B, we have, yeah, the 730, the Chromebook. We have a GTX 950, just because somehow that was a good video. Thing versus slightly better thing. All of them in B tier. We have Jalen's PC, the spray painting mod. We have other Jalen. We have more listings, and we have more builds. Yeah, this is actually pretty dang good in here. A tier, we have the 710, Kids First Game PC. A6 7470K somehow. Jalen's PC is S? Really? Really? Which one? The first one or the second one? I can move it up to A, but that's the best I can do for you. How did the 7470K get up here? Maybe just because I already did it. I trust myself in the past. Yeah, I have the green PC. Okay, the first one. Yeah, I could put that in A. I don't know if I'd call it S. It looks really nice up there though, doesn't it? All the way up there in S tier. I mean, if I put it in A, what's better than it? Is Kid's First Game PC better than Jalen's first PC? It's hard to weigh. I think I like Jalen's more, but how much more? It does. Okay, fine. There's the tier list. I hope that satisfies all two concurrent viewers. All 258 total viewers. Jalen is really funny. He would totally pop off more than me. Too bad Brick Wall's not gone anywhere. I also think my channel slowed down because I started, as soon as they let me in on Brick Wall or told me about their ideas, I started focusing more time onto that than YogertPC. Not enough of him in my videos? Yes, I agree. Not enough of him on the internet in general. Yeah, ATR is the 710 Kids First Gaming PC, 2007 PC, the 1030 Razer PC, AMD's fastest APU. That should be called AMD's fastest FM2 Plus, really. S tier, we have Bad Song, the Q6600, Rate My Setup, the True Setup build, or setup video, and then Jalen's first PC. That is the true S tier. I'm going to save this. Title tier list. YogertPC best of. Add description. You all know what this is. Bozo is ready. You already know. I can just download image. Okay, I can download the image. And I can also just save it. How does that work? Save? Oh. I can share it on Twitter. Apparently I have 70 followers on Twitter. I'll post that in the stream chat. But I think we figured everything out. Wow. Can you believe that? That's crazy. I just did all of that. And I'm not even tired. Just kidding. I have been here for 8 hours too long. Shit, that was half bad. I like that. I mean, I know I said it on your video. Only because I said it and I thought it was funny. Because it sounds like what people normally say was it wasn't half bad. And it's like you've heard that, but you didn't hear it correctly, you know? Like it's a play on words and stupidity, and which is my favorite. Shit, that was half bad. I like it because most of my videos were half bad. I mean, according to the tier list, half of them were bad. Anyway, thank you for sticking around, Ando, specifically, because you're the only one here. But also everyone else who watched this video after the fact or was here during any part of the stream. You can expect a video. Actually, it's a really low quality video Wednesday. I'm not going to have time to get the one done I wanted to get done. You're going to get I'm not even going to say what it is. It's just don't have high hopes for Wednesday. And then Friday we'll do listings on eBay. So we'll actually have some substance in the listings. And they're not local listings anymore. They're just national listings. Gets more obvious. I'm here. Okay. Well, last time, it says there's 2 concurrent viewers now, but last time it was PC Nazi that was here for probably 12 plus hours. So yeah, thank you for sticking around, Ando. I mean, you very well could have just sat in the Discord with me. We could have done something together. Maybe we'll do something some other time. We'll collab or whatever. Thank you for being a friend. Boo-doo. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. Boo-doo. And if you threw a party and you invited everyone you knew, you would see the big and bird. Thank you for being a friend. Stream is over. Cut it now. Just kidding. I have to actually go to the thing to do that. Yeah, but this is everyone's cue to leave now. Just kidding. There's only one person here. I just like having fun. Bye.